Arc 8, Chapter 48, The Curse of Thorns. Human translated by Archbishop, Section 1. 4. Machine translated by Archbishop Dachesum Bruseff, proofread by Archbishop #750 Seal Japanese to English checking by Archbishop Vinikayan Art Sources. Rakaroka. The name Ugard Valesha, Emperor of the Briar, was known not just within the Valetian Empire, but also far and wide across the rest of the world. The reason for that lay in the tale of tragic love engraved into the history of the empire, Iris and the King of Thorns. The tale that depicted the meeting and parting of the kind-hearted girl named Iris and the Valetian emperor feared as the King of Thorns, along with the tragic nature of its ending, struck a chord within the hearts of many readers. The fated meeting between the two and their first parting. Thereafter, betrayed by his vassals, the King of Thorns was ousted from the throne and reunited with Iris, and hand in hand the two of them began their rebellion. Since then, a long, long time had passed, and though the way of reciting the tale may have deviated from historical fact, the most important, core aspect, that of two people who were deeply in love with each other, remained completely unaltered as the story continued to be told. Such was the extent to which the story of immutable love known as Iris and the King of Thorns continued to be beloved. However, as a result, the story, being told as a tragic love tale which lit a fire within the hearts of people, ignored and concealed a part of the original historical truth. Iris and the King of Thorns, the two of them peacefully spending their time cultivating their love, had not been the case. During those tumultuous times, in an empire where treachery and lamentation intertwined, they spent their days together risking their lives, fighting day and night for the sake of their desired future as they engaged in a burning love. And indeed, Iris and the King of Thorns turned the entirety of the Valetian Empire upside down and finally succeeded in taking back the empire. Of course, the tragedy which followed needed not be stated. But before that tragedy had come to pass, the two had certainly achieved their goal. With her compassionate heart and her devoted way of being, Iris had won many allies over to their cause. With that Iris by his side, the King of Thorns had achieved results in warfare befitting an emperor of Valetia. Results in warfare befitting an emperor of Valetia, remaining unchanged from times of yore. That was the embodiment of the Valetian Empire's law of iron and blood. In other words, that was proof of power. The Emperor of the Briar, Ugard Valetia, was the strongest emperor in the history of the empire. Go fuck yourself. As a bursting roar thunderously boomed out of his throat, Groovy Gumlet leapt high into the air and discarded the Kusarigama which had had its handle cut in half. A moment later, the Kusarigama which had left his hand burst into deep red flames mid-air. Had he hesitated for even a moment, those flames would have likely consumed him. His fur instinctually stood on end as he realized he had nearly been burned to death. But he did not have time to feel relief. Ugard, thou doth dance well, pup. However, when it cometh to dancing, mine star is far more of an impressive sight to behold. While speaking fondly of his lover in a detached, emotionless tone, his onslaught of red streaks was relentless, as if blooming in profusion. The weapon he wielded, which had received a blow from the Kusarigama, and had made it instantly burst into flame without even permitting an exchange of blows, was truly the worst as one would expect from the treasured sword which bore the name of the empire. It was not just its sharpness, but even its special characteristic that was exceedingly troublesome. If it were possible, he would have very much liked to produce an article rivaling its excellent quality with his own hands. Groovy, if only his fucking excellency had let me get a nice close look at it. Given that no one apart from the rightful owner could possess the treasured sword, opportunities to see the genuine article were extremely few and far between. While expressing dissatisfaction at how he had been treated as a general first class, Groovy made full use of his small stature, which had been made fun of by his opponent, and evading the crimson strikes with his nimble body, he dodged, and dodged once more. He evaded because getting hit was not an option. Albeit primitive, it was the optimal solution to use against such an enemy. Were Gars or Meguro the ones present, they would have received the blow without evading, meeting their ends in a fiery blaze. As the aftermath of the slashes incinerated the cityscape, Groovy's nose took in the burning smell as he successfully managed to dodge the gale of the crimson sword. However, he was still unable to catch his breath. Even if he did dodge the Yang sword, which scorched the world as it cut through, the subsequent flash of blackness would bisect the world. Groovy. HK. Not even his habitual cursing was able to escape his mouth. As the barrage of powerful swings came from the Yang sword, Ugod twisted his body and unleashed a brandish of the fiend's sword, causing Groovy's fur to stand on end as he ducked while the blade scythed just a centimeter above his head. The result of this slash did not end with just his relief at his head not flying off. Along the trajectory which the blade had traced, a few dozen meters in front of where the stroke had cut, the cityscape of the imperial capital slanted diagonally, a series of severed buildings crumbling in its wake. Its cutting edge was so plainly absurd that even making a dedicated sheath for the blade had been rife with difficulties. Such was the might of the blade known as the Fiend Sword Murasame. This fiend's sword, which manifested such impossible power, naturally required suitable compensation in order to be wielded. If the wielder were an ordinary person, it would be an area untread, one which could cost them their very life. Groovy, going whoosh 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 with it, you got some nerve swinging it around so fucking casually. Ugod, dost thou hold concern for I whilst we face off against each other? If such is the case, thy fears art unwarranted. Diminutive beings such as thee need only worry over thyself. In regards to worrying over myself, mine star alone is sufficient. Groovy, you don't make any fucking sense. In his right hand, the Yang sword Valacia, and in his left hand, the fiend sword Murasame. Though the foe who dual-wielded the worst possible combination of two swords that Groovy could possibly imagine, had not given his name. So long as he held the Yang sword without bursting into flames, it showed that he possessed the due qualifications to wield it. Additionally, green hair with a crown of thorns, plus this situation in which the dead were revived, as the undead in regards to the identity of the person dual-wielding the two worst blades. A terrible possibility rose to the surface in Groovy's mind as he spat out an endless string of curses. Hence, Groovy, Ugod Valacia, Ugod. Even if thou dost not call out to myself, I am aware of mine own personage. However, for recognizing myself even though we art separated by time, I bestow mine praise unto thy discernment. Bearing blades of instant death in both hands, he stated this in a crushing voice to his foe who had opened up some distance between them. And then from the front, the undead, standing atop the burning wreckage of the buildings, drew back his chin solemnly at Groovy's call. Hearing the undead's Ugod's reply, Groovy snorted his nose with a bad attitude, and Groovy, even so, I'm still somebody who actually reads books among the fucking generals of the first class. And I may as well just fucking say this while I'm at it, I'm one of the 9 divine generals. Ugod, 9 divine generals. Ah, so it yet remaineth in existence, that position. Groovy, though it seems like it completely fucking vanished in your era. In front of Ugod, whose inflectionless speech did not indicate whether he was interested or not, Groovy put his arms behind his waist, drawing 2 hatchets from it and holding them at the ready. He still had plenty of curse tools. The problem was not Groovy's remaining number of curse tools, but rather his remaining amount of life force. Groovy, while interlocking gazes with Ugod, he glanced down at his own chest at the edge of his vision. Like before, his chest, in which his heart was stored, was being stabbed by sharp, transparent thorns as they writhed. It was good that he had hastily prepared to deal with the curse of thorns that gnawed at his heart by running poison through himself. But this daredevil strategy was not designed for the long haul. The curse of thorns was, by how it had looked, a powerful curse that indiscriminately engulfed a wide area centered on the caster. Therefore, he had anticipated that the user would be the type to hide while focusing on operating and maintaining the curse. That had been naive, very naive. His guess had been completely off the mark, and far from being in hiding, the enemy was imposingly wielding powerful weapons. No, the weapons were indeed powerful, but the weapons alone were not the reason for this tough fight. It was because the wielder of the weapons was a person of extraordinary power. In the current Valacian Empire, the status of General First Class indicated the position of the 9 divine generals. That system had been restored by the current emperor, Vincent Valatia, and though it had been repeatedly revived and erased several times throughout history, it was during the reign of none other than Ugard Valatia that the system of the 9 divine generals had first been lost. For what reason had the system of the 9 divine generals been eradicated during Ugard's reign? That was Ugard. Naught else could hath been done, for those weaker than myself hadst made an attempt on the life of mine star. That was the reason why the Emperor of the Briar himself had executed all the 9 divine generals of his time with his own hands, not sparing even a single one. Of course, Groovy had not been a part of the 9 divine generals at that time, nor had transcendent figures such as Cecilus or Arakir existed. But even so, he did not think that the powerful individuals who bore the title of Divine General had been so weak that they could not hold a candle to Groovy and the rest of the current Divine Generals. In short, Groovy, gonna be a fucking short-term decisive battle. Ugard, cease from piling on more impure utterances. Tease irreverent. Kicking off the streets where slash marks had been etched, Groovy's body flew toward Ugard. Groovy was readied with 2 hatchets, and while pointing out his manner of speech rather than those weapons, Ugard was calmly poised to intercept with the Yang sword. To his opponent who stood ready to intercept him, Groovy furiously bared his fangs, and he struck with his hatchets in a vertical attack. Naturally, the strike was blocked by the Yang sword, which had been raised overhead, but that was just what he wanted. Ugard HM. At the moment the Yang sword collided with the hatchets, cracks formed in Ugard's face. Literally. The crack on the cheek of his pale, prim face was proof that Groovy's blow had permeated through his opponent. Groovy, it worked, but fuck off. At the puzzled Ugard, Groovy laughed with a sidelong glance as the hatchets were blown away in a blaze of flame. To avoid the spread of fire, he had let go of the hatchets the moment they hit the Yang sword, but the effect of those curse tools not cutting them, but forcing an impact through them, was activated. Originally, it had been a curse tool created to kill opponents donning thick armor and steel helmets even while still clad in said equipment. The blade of the hatchet vibrated immensely at such a minute scale that it could not be seen. Even the slightest contact would cause the vibrations to be sent throughout the opponent's body, pulverizing their bones and viscera. Though it would be lethal damage for a living person, he was not sure how effective it would be against an undead, Ugard. Enthralling. But if thou art incapable of continuing onward, Groovy, whoever said anything like that, I've got a fuckton of curse tools left. As if 1 or 2 axes were not enough, Groovy pulled out 2 more hatchets and readied them in both hands. Upon hearing Groovy's answer, Ugard slightly raised the eyebrows of his cracked face. A hatchet was thrown. Ugard gyrated his body to avoid being hit, and then fired off a slash. Groovy also avoided the slash by jumping, and continued to throw hatchets one after the other. Groovy. Aura, 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 aura. Ugard. Between the barking Groovy and the silent Ugard, a momentary combat between the two turned into a fierce struggle. As Groovy threw his cursed tools as he pleased, Ugard continued to fire blows from his combination of the Yang sword and the Fiend's sword in return. At a glance, the battle appeared to be evenly matched, with only 1 move from either side needed to tilt the odds in their favor. But in reality, Groovy was at a major disadvantage. His remaining strength, his number of remaining curse tools, and the lethality of each of their weapons were all unfavorable to him. The deadly poison that coursed through his veins was draining his life, and the curse tools that he kept using would eventually run out. While these curse tools would probably cause great damage upon contact, the opponent's swords would spell certain death if they were to hit. Even to an untrained eye, it was obvious which side had the advantage, and even more so for the 2 parties involved in the fight. That was why Groovy capitalized on being at a disadvantage. Groovy, I'll fucking show you something. Groovy did not consider himself to be particularly strong among the 9 divine generals. He had once prided himself on being the strongest in Valatia. However, after being recruited by Vincent and seeing others who had been given the same rank of general, those illusions vanished. He desired to be strong, but he did not want to step out of line, and he was not qualified to do so. He was no match for Cecilus with his strength, Arakia with her explosive power, Albart with his versatility, Keisha with his intellect, Gars with his caliber as a general, Meguro with their survivability, Yorna with her unorthodoxy, Madeline with her anti-army capabilities, and Balleroy with his anti-unit efficiency. That was Groovy's self-assessment, and the point he'd arrived at as a general. However, aside from that, Groovy had strengths that the other generals did not possess. Groovy excelled in his relentless dedication and method of killing his opponents. Groovy, blag. Amidst all those throws, a large amount of blood had poured out of Groovy's mouth, his eyes looking bloodshot. This was the result of the poison circulating throughout his body, causing blood vessels to be destroyed, blood then overflowing as they burst all over his body. At the sight of Groovy vomiting blood, Ugard's expression did not waver. He, too, was a master martial artist, and he must have known that Groovy was approaching him with some means of resisting the curse of thorns, but also that this was placing a burden on Groovy's body that he would not be able to endure for long. The blood Groovy vomited only confirmed this belief. Even if Ugard's blades did not reach him, Groovy would die of exhaustion on his own. Indeed, Ugard must have discerned this with his insight. Because of this, he would not be able to fully avoid Groovy's mist of blood, as the latter's mouth spewed all of the blood that had accumulated therein. Ugard. A slight frown, and Ugard evaporated the mist of blood with the flames of the Yang sword as he stepped rearward. The blood contained the poison that Groovy had taken in, but even if one were exposed to it, the damage would be negligible. The goal, however, had not been to poison his opponent. It had been to apply Groovy's blood. It was successfully applied to his sleeve, which he could not shake off. Groovy, like fish in a fucking barrel. Immediately after, Groovy smiled, his bloody fangs showing. Around Ugard, the countless hatchets he had dodged so far drew close to him, as if pulled by a string. Using Groovy's blood as a medium to acquire its target, it was a guided tomahawk application of cursed tool known as blood hatchets. Ugard, this is. The incoming blood hatchet was dodged, only for Ugard's eyes to widen as he saw it circle around and come back again. His eyes widened as he saw it circle around and come back again. With his incredible physical prowess, Ugard dodged, and continued to dodge the storm of blood hatchets coming at him from all directions. But unless he were to shoot them down, they would eventually catch up to him as they came flying at him endlessly. However, Groovy was not so well behaved as to wait for that eventuality. Groovy, you're probably wondering when it's gonna fucking end, aren't you? I'll give you the answer. As he declared thus, Groovy was not holding an additional blood hatchet, but rather the severed weighted chain from the Kusarigama that had been burned by the Yang sword in the initial attack. A specially engineered chain weight, it was briefly spun, and was then thrown with arrow-like speed at Ugard's feet as he struggled to evade the blood hatchets. Ugard. To catch the chain weight with the middle of the Yang sword, Ugard turned his wrist. Immediately noticing the difference between it and the blood hatchets, it had been a brilliant move on his part, deciding that it would be safe to defend against it. However, in the arsenal of the master of cursed tools, Groovy Gumlet, there was nothing one could safely touch. At the moment of impact, the chain weight glowed red, and a tremendous explosion enveloped Ugard. Ugard, oh, tossed by the blast and flames, Ugard finally let out a distressed cry and was blown away. Nevertheless, Ugard straightened up his limp body, and he immediately tried to prepare for a follow-up attack. Aiming toward Ugard, the blood hatchets swarmed the motionless target. One blood hatchet could shatter bones, 2 could crush internal organs, and 3 or more could end a life. With 10 or 20 of them pouring down, not even Ugard could withstand it. Therefore, Groovy felt sure that he had killed him. Ugard, stand tall. Thou art stronger than all the 9 divine generals of mine era. A moment later, Ugard's fearless face appeared before Groovy's eyes. A slash from the fiend sword sliced off Groovy's right ear as he leaned forward, and a kick from his leaping opponent hit him in the midsection, sending his small body flying backward. But as he was being sent flying, Groovy undid his waistband, swung his snakewhip sword, put together and fashioned from the fangs of snake people, and began to cleave at the head of the pursuing Ugard. Ugard, if thou hadst been among the insurrectionists, the life of mine star may have even been in danger. As it unwinded, The snake-whip sword unleashed a long, undulating blow akin to the body of a serpent. Unsparingly dismantling it with the fiend's sword as it approached him, Ugard appraised Groovy's fighting strength by comparing it to his own experiences. And as proof of his honor at that evaluation from the strongest emperor in all of history, Groovy aligned his feet and fired 2 grappling hooks from the cuffs of his trousers in an attempt to shatter both shoulders of his opponent. Ugard, even under such circumstances, thou art as sumptuous as ever. As the heels of his feet were whittled down by those grappling hooks, Ugard delivered a kick to Groovy. Coughing up blood as a result of that kick, Groovy ripped off the cloth wrapped around his neck and unfurled it into the air. For a moment, the line of sight between Groovy and Ugard was obstructed. Groovy, go fuck yourself. From the one side of that unfurled cloth, Groovy flicked the magic crystal embedded in his throat and hit Ugard with a surging roar that rumbled the very atmosphere. From an unseeable position, with an onslaught equivalent to sound itself, it was a surprise attack that was impossible to dodge. But against that sound, Ugard displayed the true ability of the fiend's sword. To get to the point, there existed such a saying. It meant to get down to the heart of a matter, but in all things there was an appropriate point. No matter the object or phenomenon, or even concept, there existed a point that signified its essence. The fiend's sword Murasame was an enchanted sword that bisected that perceived point. Murasame hated Groovy, who had melted it down, and reforged it in the past, so in order to prevent his outstanding sense of smell from sniffing it out, it had cut the point of its scent. Since then, it had become impossible for anybody to pursue the fiend's sword Murasame by scent. And here, Murasame had cut the surging roar that Groovy had unleashed. Groovy's eardrums heard the sound of the magic crystal embedded in his throat shattering, and the moment he realized that the slash of the sword was about to cleave Groovy in twain, Groovy. A sudden gust of wind had saved the life that should have been severed. Dearie me, that was a real close call. I was just talking, a stroll, and happened to save your life, fella. With the cursed tools he had sent forth for an emergency evacuation having all been made powerless, Groovy's life had been on the verge of eradication. Carrying him, the tall figure who had unexpectedly appeared spoke in a laid-back tone. Groovy was surprised by that sudden interloper, but Ugard could not conceal his shock either. Not only had he interrupted this fierce battle, but his presence drawing closer had not even been felt until this moment. Groovy, bastard. Ah, pushing yourself ain't no good. It was the technique that got cut, but the effects goin' all the way to your voice. If you try force yourself to speak, you'll never speak again. Responding to Groovy's voice, which sounded like it was clotted with blood, the person who had perfectly ascertained what had happened, the wolfman with black fur, let Groovy down. Then, with his eyes that were as thin as threads, he looked over towards Ugard, who was glaring at him. Wolfman, I see. A cursed tool that can chase you down to the ends of the world sure's useful, and yet it was made powerless with a single arm. However, pausing his words there, the wolfman watched as Ugard's missing right arm grew back. As the wolfman had said, the moment the storm of blood hatchets had exploded, Ugard had pruned off the entirety of the right arm with blood on its sleeve, and had managed to avoid it. It was not as though that method of evasion had been outside of Groovy's consideration, but if one lost an arm, their actions would dull accordingly. Even when keeping the fact that they were an undead in mind, that should not have changed. Despite all that, Ugard had displayed immutable movements before and after losing his arm. That had been beyond Groovy's expectations, and if not for the wolfman's interference, it would have led to a fatal opening that would caused him to lose his life. But the significance of that was, Groovy, oi, Fuga, wolfman, just now did you call me a fucker? Groovy, more importantly, HK. Wolfman, I know, I'd be fully aware even if you didn't tell me. Nodding at the appeal, the wolfman put his golden kaisru in his mouth and set the tip alight. Then, while puffing out smoke, he slightly lowered the pitch of his voice and continued. Wolfman, golly, guess there really are some casters who got nasty personalities. There ain't an ounce of love in this. Seeing the same thing as the wolfman as he spoke those words, Groovy harbored a similar impression. Ugard ascertained the feeling of his regrown right arm. Holding the fiend's sword in his left hand, the powerful Emperor of Yore threw off the garment that had been singed by the explosion. Just like Groovy, The curse of thorns had also been planted upon Ugard's chest. Arc 8, Chapter 49, The King of Thorns. Human translated by Archbishop, Section 3, 4 Machine translated by Archbishop Bruce F. Kiln proofread by Archbishop #750 Archbishop Japanese to English checking by Archbishop Vinikayan Rejasu Art Sources Rakaroka Magician. As the one known as the Admirer, Hallibal made full use of his title as the Kararagi city-state's strongest individual. Even if one surveyed the entirety of the four great countries, they would have no choice but to say that there were no shinobi who surpassed him. Even the empire's strongest shinobi, Albert, would have to make a bitter expression and admit he was the most powerful. Evaluated as an equal to the Sword Saint, the Mad Prince, and the Blue Lightning, alongside the strongest of each nation, he had a track record which one could not be ashamed of. There was only one difference between Hallibal and the other three. He did not belong to any nation, proclaiming himself a masterless Ronin. The Sword Saint, who was bound by treaty to the kingdom, the Mad Prince who had been branded a national traitor and confined in the northernmost tower, even the Blue Lightning, whose selfishness was renowned around the world, held a position. Only the admirer Hallibal was a free man who held no official position. Of course, Hallibal himself held a sense of gratitude and belonging to his homeland, and would sometimes be asked to investigate and resolve serious problems in Kararagi. But as far as the idea of his existence being owned by someone else was concerned, being used as a bargaining chip in negotiations and transactions was something he was extremely averse to. He would side with those he wanted to help, and he would turn his nose up at those things which did not interest him. That was Hallibal's motto as one of the strongest, and the owner of such a whimsical nature would naturally cause the assessments of those who knew him to be divided into two extremes. On one hand, there were those who were rejected with a "without me be just fine, you're remarkable." On the other hand, there were others who were accepted with an "it's amazing that you're able to move someone like me, you're remarkable." Either way, he always relaxedly spoke of his praise for others, and so he had always been called the Admirer. Naturally, this was not the only reason for his nickname. No matter what opponent or action he was faced with, it was Hallibal's way of being to give an objective evaluation. And so, Hallibal, golly, guess there really are some casters who got nasty personalities. There ain't an ounce of love in this. Puffing smoke from his kaisru, there was no admiration in the words that escaped Hallibal's mouth. The tone of his voice was slightly lower, making him sound irritated, something that those who knew him would be surprised by, as he was rarely ever displeased. Hallibal did not have a favorable impression of the undead, but there had been a moment when the scope and result of the technique made him feel some admiration for the opponent caster. But for the state of the opponent right in front of him, not a single shred of admiration could be found. Hallibal, slightly opening his eyes, which were as thin as threads, Hallibal looked at the opponent in question with his golden irises. Throwing away his tattered garments and wielding an incredibly famed sword was Ugard. Just moments ago, one of the 9 divine generals, Groovy, had been facing off against this formidable enemy, but now he was unable to stand due to the burden of a technique that had become intertwined with his soul. Seeing that same thing, Groovy, who was beside him, wiped up the blood coming from his mouth. Groovy. Oi, dats, Hallibal. I said, don't force yourself to talk. I can see it too. That kid, he said that he wanted to leave this an expert on curses. Stroking his beard with one hand, Hallibal recalled the boy that had assigned him to the 4th bastion. Vincent had acknowledged the boy, who had gathered immense trust for his judgment of his surroundings, enough that even Anastasia held high hopes for him and told Hallibal to respect his opinion as much as possible. Due to his deep knowledge of curse techniques, that boy had assigned him to deal with this opponent who had been said to be a decisive factor in the battle for the imperial capital. With all of Anastasia's boasting, he was eager to fully display the true strength of Kararagi's strongest. Hallibal really didn't see this coming. The unenthusiastic Hallibal and Groovy, who was at his side, both looked at the same thing. They were both aware of the left side of Ugard's chest, where the human heart would be, and where a semi-transparent venomous-looking thorn now appeared, the very same curse of thorns that had been indiscriminately disseminated across a large portion of the imperial capital was also eating into Ugod. From this mysterious fact, two possibilities emerged. The first was that the curse of thorns had even engulfed the caster, Ugod, and was an indiscriminate curse in the truest sense of the word. However, Hannibal evaluated that the second possibility had a higher likelihood of being true. That was to say, Ugod, demi-human, answer mine query. After he had finished ascertaining that his right hand had regenerated, Ugod cast his voice towards them. Naturally, the one who had been spoken to, being pierced through by his gaze, was the sudden intruder, Hannibal. To that statement, Hannibal asked me, and pointed to himself with his finger, to which Ugod nodded. Ugod, if mine judgment does not err, thou art a wolfman, yes. Hannibal, that be right. I'm a wolfman, since Valatia went tar the extremes. We're in a position where we gotta feel ashamed of ourselves throughout the world. Seems like we're gonna die out soon. Ugod, I see, I see. It was a joke made about complete eradication, but Ugod merely nodded as if to confirm something, as the joke fell flat. Hannibal was suspicious of this situation. Meanwhile, Groovy raised his hoarse voice to say, Oi, Hannibal, I told you, don't force yourself. Groovy, that's not important, Foog, darum prowher of dub ish. Ugod, I bear no grudge against thee personally. Before Groovy could finish speaking with blood running through his voice, that declaration was made along with a physical form. The casually wielded fiend's sword flashed with black, and disregarding Groovy's presence, it cleaved through Hannibal, splitting him in two from his groin to the top of his head. In just a blink of an eye, Hannibal had been split vertically in twain. Groovy, HK. At the terrible scene, Groovy, who hadn't been able to speak in time, was at a loss for words, while Ugod, the one who had cut through Hannibal, remained in a posture with the fiend's sword raised overhead. Ugod, however, thy race was once complicit in causing the death of mine star. Therefore, akin to the mole people who bear the same sin, I shall eradicate all of thy kind as an example. Hannibal. I finally managed to remember. Ancient Emperor-san, you were the original cause of us going extinct. Ugod, HM. After speaking words to the opponent he had slain, Ugod scowled upon being given a response. In front of Ugod, the person who answered was Hannibal, whose body had been severed into left and right parts right down the middle. Ugod blinked slowly at Hannibal's body as each half gradually parted from the other. Ugod, that is a surprise. That thou hath yet to perish even in that state, is it perhaps beyond the final destination for those who train themselves to the extreme? Hannibal, that's quite the amusing evaluation. But that ain't it. It just ain't my real body. Just as Hannibal laughed playfully, the left and right parts of his body instantly collapsed, and a large amount of black fur fell on the spot. Drawing attention to such an unrealistic scene, behind Ugod, do not heedlessly sneak upon mine back. It shall not be pardoned for any other than mine star. Hannibal, heh, now ain't that quite the big deal? On the opposite side of his collapsed clone, Hannibal's body was cut in half by a slash from Ugod's right arm by the Yang sword that was held there once again. However, the bisected upper and lower body that immediately burst into flames were not the main body either. Having just dealt with the sudden attack to his back, Ugod exclaimed NGH in surprise as his body abruptly sank down. The cause was a third Hannibal, who had grabbed him by both of his legs and dragged him down into the street. Hannibal slipped out of the ground and swapped positions with Ugod, who was thus buried up to his waist. It would have been ideal to bury him up to his neck to restrict his movements, but Hannibal, it ain't gonna go so swimmingly as expected. The third Hannibal grumbled and was torn to shreds above the burning remains of the second Hannibal. With vertical, horizontal, and diagonal slashes, he made cuts in a grid pattern and blew the pieces of the body apart. Having also cut the ground into pieces with those slashes, Ugod jumped out. Yang's sword in his right hand, Fiend's sword in his left, he had recovered his fighting stance. While dual-wielding two enchanted swords that surpassed human knowledge, Ugod readied himself and was assailed by two new Hannibals from left and right. It was a sort of revenge against the inexhaustible attack of the undead, but the increase in Hannibals was something different to that of the common undead. Ugod, thou art a devoted menace. Accepting the fact of Hannibal's clones with equanimity, Ugod swung the two enchanted swords simultaneously against the Halibles as they came from the left and right. Each enchanted sword was ready to unleash a deadly attack, but a third Halibal who had appeared behind Ugod grabbed his arms and stopped him. Halibal, sorry about this, but I can actually go up tar 3. Having detained both his arms, the two Halibals belatedly used their hands to pierce the immobilized Ugod's head and torso. As a master of the flow method, the sharpness of Halibal's spear hand was more akin to that of a famed sword rather than a mediocre cutting tool. Without missing their aim, they pierced Ugod's right eye and solar plexus, demonstrating their might, which was enough to cause an instant death. However, Ugod, do not attempt to scheme against myself. For any other than mine star it is irreverent. Stating this, his unpierced left eye met Halibal's, and immediately afterwards, the radiance of the Yang sword shone more brilliantly. The next moment, the red glow burst into flames, and the entire area was instantly engulfed in an inferno, Ugod within it still. The explosive spread of the fire engulfed 3 Halibals who were in contact with Ugod and burnt them to a crisp. Then, a beat later, the flames disappeared like an illusion, and the 3 Halibals were all reduced to cinders. Ugod, who had also been scorched, regenerated the burnt surface and stepped forth unperturbed. Then, looking around with his golden eyes, he noticed that Groovy, who had been there just a moment ago, had disappeared. Ugod, I had not thought him so courteous as to back down. What is thy name? I ain't licking this. I hate it when someone figures out my tricks. Having left Ugod far behind on the battlefield, Halibal shook his head and sighed at how troublesome he was, not just because of his swordsmanship. Ugod had masterfully handled the powerful magic swords without being overpowered by them. In addition to his considerable strength, he was virtually immortal due to being an undead, plus being the possessor of a high level of insight. He had also seen through the deception that there was a limit of 3 clones and had skillfully responded to deadly situations. Halibal, that's what I'd expect of a man who almost turned the tide of a Larsen war single-handedly. Do you think he's prideful? If you're asking me that, Foog, Halibal asked this while holding him, and Groovy thrashed about in his arms as he was being carried away from the battlefield. Had they remained there, they would have been caught in Ugod's final burst of flames, making their situation even more unbearable, but there was no cause for him to be so grateful. After all, as a warrior himself, he could understand why he would not want to be kept back from the battle. Halibal, but ain't there a chance you'll die from this? Tar begin with, you forced yourself tar move your body with poison. That's quite the reckless thing tar do. Groovy was slightly surprised that he had pointed that out, and Halibal flicked his own nose with his finger. As a shinobi who was familiar with all kinds of poisons, he could surmise what the faint, strange odor mixed with Groovy's blood was. As for its use, Halibal would never have imagined or attempted it, and the thought of it caused him to shudder. Halibal, honestly, the people of Valatia sure are determined and scary. Albatsan, who's still grinning, even though he's missing his right hand, doesn't even need a mention. Despite Bane, an old man, I ain't no match for him. Groovy, and what about Yao Halibal, Groovy, it's gonna fucking get worse. That's how it usually is, clumsy curse. Halibal, that's a problem, ain't it? Responding with a hint of confusion in his voice, Halibal replied to Groovy, who slurred as he dealt with his bloody throat that was rapidly getting worse. This was why he was taking Groovy away from the battlefield, not to abandon his duties and flee the imperial capital, but as part of the strategy for victory. Recklessly challenging an opponent without knowing anything about them was a fool's errand. Halibal's strength was such that it could defeat most opponents by sheer force alone, but this opponent was no such case. That was not to say that his opponent was not superbly talented. Halibal, well, if I were to keep fighting with him like we were, I'm sure I'd be stronger than him. That's the truth, but merely defeating Ugod was not enough to fulfill the task that had been given to Halibal. Halibal had been tasked with dealing with the curse that would determine the outcome of the decisive battle for imperial capital, and simply defeating Ugod would not solve that problem. That fact was the biggest problem. Groovy, Iwa, Thornch, or Halibal, they're all gone. That's the second clue. Groovy, the first one, is that Emperor's fucking thorns. Groovy, who was being held by Halibal as he ran and kicked the ground agilely, peeked at Halibal's chest. Beneath his wasu, the curse of thorns that should have been on Halibal's chest was gone. It emitted an oozing pain, so it was no wonder that it was expected to be the biggest obstacle to be eliminated in the fight against the undead. However, Halibal had yet to take any proactive action to remove it. The thorns had disappeared despite nothing having been done. On the other hand, it was not Halibal that had made the thorns disappear. What that meant was Groovy, that fucking bastard, Halibal. From the sound of it, it looks like you and I are having the same thoughts. It's reassuring to hear that the master of cursed tools is sharing the same opinion as me. Groovy, it's a fucking mishmash of shit all mixed toadster. That fucking bastard, the solution is fucking annoying. Groovy cursed out his undirected anger as if spitting. In the same frame of mind as Groovy, Halibal once again regained his initial misgivings and was convinced that the second possibility, which had come to mind upon sighting the thorns on Ugard's chest, was the correct one. The curse of thorns, the logical reason why they were entangled in Ugard's chest, was simple. Halibal, them thorns weren't the Emperor cursing the people round him, but Groovy, His Excellency Ugard was cursed by some bastard, and now the curse is being amplified like a motherfucker. Ugard Varlatia, Emperor of the Briar, had received a curse as part of sabotage concerning the imperial selection ceremony, a rite of succession for the imperial throne that had persisted for a long time within the Varlatian Empire. After all this time, which of his opposing imperial siblings had been responsible, and how distinguished of a curse arts user they had been involved with, were unclear still. Only that, with the forthcoming imperial selection ceremony in mind, the brutal strategy which had intended to diminish the competing opponents had greatly distorted the fate of the young imperial who went on to become Ugard Valatia. The curse of thorns placed upon Ugard was a terribly cruel yet simple thing. That was to say, through the binding of thorns, an unbearable agony that gnawed at his heart had been bestowed upon him. And that was also something that applied to those in Ugard's surroundings. If the young Ugard were to cry and scream at the pain of the curse, his family members and servants would try to save him from it. But when attempting to get close to him, they would all be caught up in the curse, and would thus refuse to approach. Within such solitude, the curse aimed to kill Ugard amidst the pain that was the true form of the curse of thorns placed upon Ugard. Due to the dreadfully ruthless curse of thorns, Ugard should have been unable to even reach the imperial selection ceremony, and should have been a tragic imperial whose life came to a quick close. That would have been the synopsis that the person who had ordered for the curse to be placed upon Ugard had in mind. But here, a huge, so huge that it would go on to change the destiny of the empire, coincidence had arisen. By birth, Ugard had analgesia, the inability to feel pain. Therefore, the curse of thorns, constantly active as it was, bestowed not pain upon Ugard himself, but granted it continuously to those around him only. As a result, he was left completely alone. Even his family and servants did not approach him, and living by himself in the mansion which had been bestowed to him, Ugard spent his childhood without any opportunities to make contact with others. He thought that this was the reason why his expression was always so stiff, but it was 50-50 between that and his natural disposition being the reason. In any case, Ugard and the curse of thorns had miraculously continued to coexist. His contact with others had been limited to an absolute minimum, but even so, there were times where he had no choice but to make contact. During each of those times, the people who got caught up in the curse of thorns would naturally report that Ugard was the one who placed the curse, and Ugard had never denied it. In reality, regarding the true form of the curse of thorns, Ugard did not know whether it was something placed on him by somebody else, or if he was the one invoking it for some unknown reason. Furthermore, the curse arts user who had placed the curse, and would thus have the answer, never appeared in Ugard's life afterwards, and the one who had ordered it remained unknown. Therefore, with the true form of the thorns that haunted his every step unbeknownst to him, the King of Thorns continued his walk for a long time. Supposing the curse had never been placed upon him, then those steps would have been interrupted somewhere during the imperial selection ceremony, bringing them to a permanent halt. The thorns isolated Ugard, and the goal of the one who had placed the curse upon him had been fulfilled, albeit not in its original form. Would it not be more comforting to count the stars in the sky than to look out into the darkness? That was, save for his encounter with the girl who had stepped into Ugod's thorns and had approached him. I assumed thou hadst fled, Wolfman. Hallible, well, it ain't like I didn't think 'bout it. Sorry, that's a lie. I didn't think 'bout it in the slightest. For what reason hast thou made an attempt to deceive myself? Hallible, it's a habit of mine tar be ramblin' on with loose lips. I'd be delighted if you could forgive me without talkin' it too seriously. The act of deceit against the emperor is irreverent. Yet, judging how thou hast confessed thy mistake, I shall disregard thy lie from a moment prior. Greeting Hallible as he returned to the stage, Ugod drew back his chin in a composed manner. Without being disagreeable regarding Hallible, who had at one point left the battlefield and then returned, Ugod's imposing stance had the dignity of an emperor to it as he spoke. Even without his strength, his caliber was undoubtedly worthy of being called emperor. Hallible, Targoen, make such a person as angry as lava. Just what kind of things did you do, my ancestors? At his undetachable connection with Ugod, Emperor of the Briar, Hallible scratched his cheek. From Hallible's perspective as a wolfman, Ugod could be called the archenemy of his entire race. Needing to feel ashamed of their race throughout the entire world, the Valatian Empire was still to this day an environment in which wolf people and half-wolf people of mixed-blood werewolves would be unable to escape the death penalty if they were to be discovered. The one who had cemented that as law to last forevermore within the empire was none other than this very Ugod. The two races of wolf people and mole people were established as the sworn enemies who had betrayed the Valatian Empire, and amidst a long history, many of their brethren had lost their lives, and they were massacred to the verge of extinction. In the future, that trend was unlikely to be completely lost. Therefore, from Hallible's perspective, it was natural for him to harbor an equal amount of hatred towards this opponent. But Ugod, turning such a gaze upon myself, shan't be pardoned. Hallible, what kinder eyes does it look like I'm mackin'? Ugod, eyes mine star would make on occasion. Anyone but mine star who turns such eyes upon myself, I shall not pardon, nay, tease not to mine fondness. Hearing Ugod's answer, in which there was likely no lie or falsehood, Hallible took a deep breath and placed his hand over his left breast. Thereupon, the curse of thorns was not present. Upon him, who ought to have been an abominable, detestable wolfman to Ugod, the curse was not being invoked. That was something that more so ruffled Hallible's feelings. Hallible, surpassin', that kid went, and sent me here predictin' that I'd get these feelin's then, Lil. Anna, you really gotta watch out. Behind his closed eyelids, envisioning the girl whom he had known since the latter's childhood, who had not ended up growing to be very tall, Hallible held the kaisru in his mouth as he said those words. Then, setting the tip alight, he got a good whiff of the smoke before puffing it out. Breathing out, he made up his mind. Hallible, it's fine if you don't forgive me, Emperor-san. That's the kind of relationship between us, ain't it? Ugod, that sort of relation would be. Hallible, between wolf people and the Emperor of the Briar. They each had a reason to hate the other and a reason to destroy the other. Pointing at himself and his opponent, Hallible spoke thus, to which Ugod's expression did not change. He did not know just how many things were locked on the other side of that invariant expression. And though he did not know, Hallible had made up his mind. By merely defeating Ugod, the duty he had been entrusted with and his own determination would not be fulfilled. Therefore, Hallible, I'll set you free from that darn disgusting curse, and make you nothing more than just a king, O King of Thorns. Arc 8, Chapter 50, Ugod Valatia. Human translated by Archbishop, Section 3, Machine translated by Archbishop Datchesem, proofread by Archbishop #750, Archbishop Japanese to English checking by Archbishop Vinikayan Rejasu Art Sources. Kaum Anno U. Ugod Valatia was a king who had been forced into solitude. Having been afflicted with the curse of thorns prior to even gaining awareness, he was forced to grow up in a terribly unbalanced environment, with even his family and servants unable to approach him. With his analgesia, Ugod was able to avoid experiencing the suffering of the curse of thorns, of which he was the source, but he did come to understand, from the expressions of pain and screams from those around him, that his existence was a source of torment to people. Henceforth, he accepted his life of isolation. As for the imperial selection ceremony, his chances of winning it were doubtful as well. Common sense dictated that since he had been afflicted with the curse of thorns, it would be very much inadvisable for him to assume the imperial throne and be in charge of the national government of the Valatian Empire. Even if he could become emperor, he thought that an emperor who could never appear in person to meet with important state officials or to negotiate with the leaders of other countries must not exist. Therefore, once he decided that he should not win the imperial selection ceremony, Ugard had settled that his life would end at his age, as of the ceremony's beginning. Until that age, Ugard would gather all the knowledge he could and serve the imperial family, namely, for the improvement and peace of life of the people of the empire. With the curse of thorns gnawing at him, Ugard had been forced into solitude. However, despite his circumstances, Ugard did not consider himself unhappy. He did not feel that he was cursed, and as there was a rational answer to the why, he did not resent the person who had done it. Some people were born blind, some were crippled. He thought that his inability to live side by side with others was just one of those things. And in a world where people constantly lost their lives due to blindness or crippled limbs, he considered himself lucky to have survived thanks to his position as a member of the imperial family. Thanks to his origins from the imperial family, Ugard had been able to continue living without family or anyone close to him, as well as never knowing of starvation. Because of that, he would fulfill his duties as a member of the imperial family. While he was sorry for his mother and for the people of his house, he would never be able to seize the throne of the emperor. Then, at the very least, he would use the not-so-long years of his remaining life for the sake of the world that encompassed him. Hence, meeting her had been the biggest mistake of Ugard's life. It was not because he came to wish for the imperial throne, which he had ought to have given up on, nor had he abandoned the mission of the imperial family. Only, he had ended up with the desire to live. To live with Iris, he had ended up desiring so. The curse of thorns was something that had been cast upon Ugard Valatia, its effects designed to force Ugard into solitude. To achieve that objective, what might be the conditions under which it would manifest its maximum effectiveness? The opposite of isolation could be said to be love. That was to say, the curse of thorns was a curse that kept the people one loved at a distance. In other words, the thorns went ahead and disappeared from my chest, and the fact that they haven't disappeared for anyone else's gotta be the answer. Biting lightly on the mouthpiece of his kaisru, Halibal murmured while patting his own chest. Having betrayed the King of Thorns, Wolf People and Mole People had ended up being labeled as traitors in even the fairy tales that had been passed down for a long time. Being one of the former himself, the reason that the thorns had disappeared from his chest was that Ugard had recognized Halibal as a wolfman, and thus he had fallen outside of the conditions for the Curse of Thorns. The Curse of Thorns would not be activated unless directed at something one loved. Halibal, Bane, someone with immense affection, I can't help but wonder who that was bad for. Mixing his frustration with the purple smoke, Halibal took a deep drag from his kaisru. The special tobacco dropped onto the bowl burned out in a single puff, filling Halibal's unusually large lungs with smoke. In the subsequent instant, biting down on his teeth and tossing the kaisru upwards, Halibal in his black kimono tilted his upper body, and the black hair on his back was slashed by the fiend's sword being swung diagonally. Behind him, as the cityscape of the imperial capital tilted diagonally in the aftermath of that slash, Halibal's towering stature stepped forward, along with another 3 tall figures doing so simultaneously. Those tall figures were Halibal, each one an exact duplicate of the others. However, Ugard, that acrobatics feat of thine I have witnessed erstwhile. The yang sword wielded in his raised right hand descended, and flames covered the path of the 4 Halibals. The hue of the scorching flames was too intense, creating a curtain of flames on the street that even appeared white, forcing Halibal and his duplicates to make a choice. Namely, the options were to leap over the flames or to take a detour. However, Halibal took neither of these 2 choices, and instead went for a third. Halibal, it's a little bit different from the trick I showed you earlier. Two of the four Halibles took the lead, thrusting their palms into the rising curtain of flames. Halibles' palms, released in conjunction with a step that caused the cobblestones to explode, moved like battering rams that could blow away a shoddily constructed castle gate in a single strike. For these two strikes were stopped just short of the flames simultaneously, and the generated wind turned into a storm, blowing away the fire. Ugard's expressionless brows moved slightly at the strike, but it was still too early to be surprised. The two who had lagged behind surpassed the two who had advanced earlier, forcefully slamming the same battering ram palms into Ugard's torso. Ugard, HK. Suppressing the groan in the depths of his throat, Ugard was blown directly backwards by the impact. However, it was shallow. In an instant, Halibal's palms were caught by the flat side of the Yang sword, and he himself was propelled backwards. Even so, though Halibal's attack could not be completely nullified, Ugard was forced to recognize the former's extraordinary martial skills despite his position as emperor. Without assuming the position of an emperor, he would have felt as if he had lost face, as his opponent was solely a shinobi. But it could not be helped. Given Ugard's constitution, he could not rely on subordinates to protect himself. The emperor had no choice but to protect himself. Halibal, I ain't gonna hold back. Disregarding the circumstances, the pursuit did not ease for Ugard, who had been blown away. To kill the inertia of flying backward, Ugard slid his toes on the ground and turned towards the voice of Halibal that had sounded nearby, and he attempted to deliver a slash with a twist of his body. However, the Halibal who was there received the diagonal slash and promptly disappeared in a scattering of fur. From directly below, another Halibal kicked up, catching Ugard with widened eyes. Ugard, mug, kicked in the back, Ugard floated in the air and was pounced upon by Halibal from all directions. Present at the frontal, posterior, sinistral, and dextral all were mirror images of wolfmen who swung their hands in karate chops. Ugard, however, was not about to let himself be defeated, and exercised the Yang sword's pulverizing ability against them. In essence, with the atmosphere exploding caused by super-rapid heating, their movement would be disrupted. The bright, red-hot Yang sword spun in the explosion, and Ugard's slash circled in the air as it cleaved all four Halibals in half. Instantly, the four Halibals erupted in flames, all of them turning into fur. Instead, from directly above, an elbow strike as powerful as a battle-axe smashed Ugard in the head, and the Emperor crashed into the streets of Imperial capital as he spun vertically, creating a circular crater accompanied by the sound of an explosion. Landing beside the crater, Halibal quickly reached out, catching the kaisru that he had tossed with his mouth just before the collision. And then, Halibal, that's something that usually kill you, but I'm guessing things won't go that easy. Ugard, indeed. Amidst the dispersing smoke, Halibal's voice, as he looked down into the center of the cavity, was met with a calm response. Though it was quite harsh to not have inflicted any damage despite everything he had done, the outcome had been as expected, so the emotional toll was kept to a minimum. With this current confrontation, Halibal revised his evaluation of the Yang sword and the Fiend sword. He had initially considered the Fiend sword to be more dangerous, but the Yang sword was proving to be more than formidable. And more than that, Ugard, art thou employing both clones with substance and clones that are hollow? While raising his body within the crater, Ugard analyzed their combat from just moments prior. Neither confirming nor denying the observation as correct or incorrect, Halibal licked the blood dripping from the cut that had emerged on his left cheek with his tongue, offering silence as his response. Ugard, such technique would require a blood-curdling ordeal to master. 'Tis worthy of commendation. Halibal, well, thanks for that. His responses were kept minimal to avoid giving up information unnecessarily, but Ugard's observation was correct. Halibal's clones could be divided into two types, those that were merely illusions made of fur, and genuine clones with substance on par with Halibal's real body. With this combination, the essence of Halibal's fighting style evolved around toying with his opponents, and even just the illusory clones were equipped with the ability to completely subdue any average opponent. The problem was that Ugard was not any average opponent, and furthermore, Halibal's signature tactic of curse arts would not work against him. Techniques designed to kill would not be effective against an opponent who was already dead. Not to mention that Ugod's soul had already been inflicted with a curse so strong that no others could surpass it in that regard. However, Halibal, if I don't follow through on the things I've decided to do, I'll be in for a scolding by Lil Anna. Spinning the kaisru around in his hand, he placed the next piece of tobacco into the bowl and lit it. Same as before, he filled his lungs with smoke in one go and deceived his brain with the illusion that his limbs were coursing with strength. Then, towards Ugod, who was in the center of the cavity, his next attack would Ugod. This shan't do, as thou art too formidable. I have no choice but to display mine true strength. In the next instant, Ugod leapt out of the crater and raised the Yang sword before him. As the Yang sword descended, Halibal promptly intervened, not with a sword, but by catching Ugod's right arm which held the weapon to block the attack. Immediately after, the released shockwave passed behind Halibal, reducing the mangled and incinerated remains of the imperial capital's buildings to scattered embers. At this moment, Ugod only held the lone Yang sword in his hand. The fiend's sword he had wielded in his left hand until then had been thrust into the cavity, abandoned. That was not a decision to relinquish a powerful weapon. Ugod, rather than dual-wielding a combination of twain swords I have yet to grow accustomed to, I shall face you with the single blade in which mine mastery doth reside. Halibal, really now, you're a darn unpleasant person, your excellency the emperor. In all cases, choosing the opponent's least favored option was originally the style of a shinobi. Against Ugod, who implemented that with insight and determination, Halibal kept Ugod's arm restrained and had his clones step forward from three other directions. A palm blow and a kick, together with one of them delivering a scatter shot of flying debris. By striking a stone they had scooped out from the ground, Ugod, with his arm held, deflected them away with his overwhelming swordsmanship. The Yang sword in his right hand had instantly vanished, then reappeared in his left hand, and through that he was able to blow the three approaching Halibals away while scorching them. Two among them were clones made of fur, but the one to perform the scatter shot had been the actual body. Sensing the burnt smell of his own fur being scorched, Halibal delivered a karate chop, boring into the cheek of the Ugod as it grazed past, and a few seconds of ultra-high-grade combat had begun. Herein there lay an irony that ought to be called a twist of fate. The curse of thorns had forced Ugod into solitude, but the curse itself brought no pain whatsoever to Ugod, who had congenital analgesia. However, even if Ugod was divorced from pain, it was a fact that the curse still ate into his body, and that he continued to receive its effects. In truth, though the young Ugod had not felt pain either, he did experience a suffocating sensation due to the oppressive nature of the curse, and his actions had thus been limited. But that influence had determined the amount of time he had left, and was rather inconvenient for Ugod, who had already made up his mind concerning the things he wanted to do. The level of concord between his body and mind was uncertain. But at some point, the effects of the curse of thorns had stopped having any disturbance whatsoever on Ugod's body, and Ugod became fully capable of taking action for the sake of fulfilling his own objectives. That was to say, Ugod's body had grown to be able to deal with the danger that constantly threatened his life. The details of how the strongest emperor in the history of the empire had been born lay within that irony. Having optimized itself in order to simply live, Ugod's body worked incredibly as a foundation for nurturing his mechanical diligence. In a position where no guards could be assigned to him, Ugod had trained himself in order to protect himself. Having been granted talent, as well as a body that could fully utilize that talent, he continued to grow stronger beyond compare. Since the curse of thorns had made Ugod stronger, this was a meaningless supposition. But his strength and ability with the sword were such that even if the curse of thorns had been absent, he still would have been able to wipe out the 9 divine generals of that era. Of course, Ugod's battles, in reality, almost always consisted of him beheading an opponent suffering from the effects of the curse of thorns, and his battles against the 9 divine generals had gone mostly the same. For Ugod, battles were not a contest of strength, but rather a situation in which he must perform the duty of executioner. Ugod, I bestow mine praise. This was not a widely known fact, but among the Valatian emperors throughout history, Ugard Valesha was the emperor who spoke those words the most, precisely because they stood not on the same base, precisely because he understood he had been granted a position that differed to that of others. Ugard was generous in his praise towards others. Therefore, this was quite the ironic encounter. The ironic fact that the emperor of the Briar, who had given the most praise to others in the history of the empire, and the wolfman who took that way of being upon himself in the modern day, naming himself the admirer, were clashing here like this, separated by life and death. But within this chance encounter, there yet remained another irony that ought to be called a twist of fate. As mentioned previously, battles had always been a one-sided affair for Ugard. As the curse of thorns ate into his target, Ugard would face off against enemies that could by no means be said to be in perfect or usual condition, and he would behead them. By no other means had he ever attained victory. That general conception Ugard Valesha held of battles began to change. Through his fierce clash against the admirer, Halibal, a wolfman to whom the curse was not applied, that change was yielded. Ugard, ha! As a breath leaked out from his slightly opened mouth, a flash of Ugard's blade dyed the world in crimson. The fiery flash of the sword diagonally cut through the air, yet within the path it carved, the figure of the tall wolfman was nowhere to be found. His opponent had ceased producing clones at random and had altered his movements towards a thorough evasive maneuver. His objective was not to buy time, but rather to ascertain Ugard's swordsmanship. Ugard, a fine decision. Honest praise, complimenting that the correct choice had been made, filled Ugard's heart. This resurrected body was in great shape despite the poor quality of its skin, and Ugard even harbored the misapprehension that he could move inexhaustibly. Of course, that was not the case in reality. This body was not something that could surpass his strength in life, and he ought not to desire anything more excessive than the restoration capabilities whenever the body was broken. Even the bodies of the undead still felt pain all the same. Ergo, Ugard stood here alone as the guardian of this location. Even if the others were undead, so long as they entered the range of the curse, they would still be tormented by the binding. For even if they were undead, Ugard had no intention of indiscriminately inflicting pain upon the peoples of his country. And above all, Ugard, I do not wish to allow any personage to disturb mine battle against thee. A battle, this was indeed a battle. Contesting his skills against Halibal's, while altering the very form of the imperial capital, Ugard funneled all his might into the arm wielding the Yang sword, and absorbed himself in his rendezvous with an enemy who refused to die. Since his birth, since his death, this was the very first time he felt his spirit surge within himself while swinging his sword at another. The first time Ugard had fatally wounded a person was when an assassin, having broken into the mansion where he lived in isolation from his family, writhed in agony in the courtyard as they held their chest, begging for Ugard to kill them. Ever since taking his first life at the age of 7, as far as Ugard was concerned, drawing a sword was tantamount to performing an execution. Though how was that? The sensation of wielding his trained swordsmanship to the fullest, yet still only pursuing a life it could not reach. Oh, what a luscious and esteemed sensation it was. Ugard. His thrust-out arm was caught from above and below by his opponent's karate chop and knee, pulverizing his elbow. The Yang sword which had parted from his hand vanished into the air, and transferring it to his intact right hand, it flashed with a horizontal strike. His opponent evaded it by slipping into the ground and brushing Ugard's left hip with his fingertips as he slipped through. A hole around the size of a fist was gouged into his hips. As he turned around, he made an attempt to reach the distant back with the Yang sword, but he was thwarted by the outstretched arm of a clone from another direction. Simultaneously unleashing kicks at the chest of the other, he was furiously blown away. Blown away. Away. Ugard. Half a step. Next time, he would take half a step further. Even though Ugard's swordsmanship had failed to do so just 10-odd seconds prior, he was confident that he would be able to do so the next time around. It was a feat he had never performed during his lifetime, or after his death, however, he could envision innumerable derivative techniques. That was the growth of an undead, greedy to the point of desperation. Forced into solitude by the curse of thorns, and with his notion of battles having been altered to that of executions, Ugard Valesha had never had the opportunity to improve his strength as a warrior. For the purpose of self-defense, his sword could be trained as much as was necessary due to his unique circumstance, but not more than that had been required. That swordsmanship of Ugard's was now rapidly gaining a vast amount of experience, becoming greatly polished. Ugard was completely unaware that the being he was facing off against was the strongest being of the Kararagi city-states, namely, a being among the top 5 most powerful individuals within the current world. But absorbing such enormous amounts of combat experience through this confrontation of which he was ignorant, as an undead, Ugard was allowed to grow into a being that greedily became stronger, to an extent much greater than he had been during his lifetime. Ugard, I bestow praise. Nay, I thank thee. Therefore, what spilled from Ugard's mouth was not commendation, but rather gratitude. A descendant of the abhorrent wolf people had brought about a powerful emotion which Ugard had never felt during his lifetime. Since that was not a displeasing sensation, there ought to have been an appropriate evaluation of the one who had presented it. That was something that had come from the bottom of Ugard's heart. Halibal, you don't gotta thank me. 'Cause, after all, I'm gonna win. As ever, Halibal's quick comebacks were irreverent, but even that irreverence was refreshing. When he thought back on it, Ugard had scarcely experienced being talked back to, perhaps because people did not want to oppose the curse of thorns. Aside from those who had chosen to betray him, it was essentially only Iris who had ever expressed her opinions to Ugard. Ugard, oh star of mine. In front of Ugard, as he muttered so, the figure of the wolfman faded like mist. Combining a peculiar walking technique with an unbelievable movement speed, an optical illusion occurred in a form differing from that of the clones. At the sensation of afterimages being left in his consciousness, Ugard could not help but admire that versatility. However, there was no need for him to be deluded by such a cheap trick. The approaching presences were from directly above and from his left and right. At the signs that lethal strikes were furiously closing in, Ugard turned the other way, utterly undaunted. Then, going half a step further than last time, he stepped towards the rear. Ugard, thou plainly scatterest thy presence. Ergo, the direction bereft of any presence is where thou truly residest. Halibal, ga. His angle of turning around had been insufficient, but still, the bottom of the Yang sword's hilt sunk into Halibal's side. The moment he received the sensation of his opponent's bones shattering, Ugard immediately channeled heat into the Yang sword's blade. The yielded explosion allowed the bottom of the hilt to bury itself even deeper, crushing Halibal's insides. Ugard. Oh! With an impact so powerful that it broke his own wrist, Ugard blew Halibal away. Realizing that he had involuntarily roared as he blew his opponent away, Ugard gained a slight shock. Within Ugard's vision, the blown-away Halibal crashed into the rampart, and the wall violently fissured. The tall wolfman threw out his legs and lowered his head. That had been all of Ugard's might. He had unleashed a tremendous blow, the most polished blow he had ever fired off in all his time, both alive and posthumously. That sensation was being updated again and again during his fight against Halibal. Half a step, he had taken half a step further. Next time, he might even go half a step further, and then half a step further again. Or even further beyond, to where scenery, the likes of which Ugard had never before seen, was stretched out. If Halibal stood back up, if he continued to fight, he might be able to grasp that. Henceforth, rise, 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 and do battle, as Ugard recognized that he was thinking this from the bottom of his heart. Ugard, I must hasten to the side of mine star. I am finished with thee. Taking the upsurge of spirits approaching their peak and his strong emotions as a warrior, he twisted them into love towards Iris. Halibal, he shall admit to it. His battle against Halibal had indeed raised his spirits. In every conceivable meaning, this had been a stimulus which he had never experienced in either his lifetime or his time after death. He had gained the perspective that upon that path of enhancing himself, which he had not gone down before in his life, such scenery existed. He did not know whether he would ever be able to have an experience as significant as this in the future. However, even so, no matter what. Ugard, it doth not compare to having mine star within mine sight, even if that is for but a blink of an eye. That was Ugard's sense of values, something that had never changed in both his lifetime or after his death. No matter the unknown stimuli or elevation of spirits, They would not be able to reach Ugod, who knew Iris. Despite having understood that he ought to relinquish it, that he ought to give up on it, the reason Ugod had desired the imperial throne was because he understood that without it, he would not be able to keep the time he had with Iris for even a second longer. Since he had obtained the imperial throne in exchange for that selfishness, even though the time after he had lost Iris was far longer than the time he had spent with her, he continued to fulfill his duties as emperor. Ugod Valatia was the emperor who had spent the least amount of time in the crystal palace of the imperial capital during his reign. After losing Iris, Ugod had spent most of his life as emperor by his lonesome. He had even concluded the objective of producing successors with a minimal amount of contact, dedicating his life to the empire. Everything else in his life he used for the sake of Iris. Therefore, Ugod, I shall slay thee, O sable wolfman. Declaring that any further time was unnecessary, Ugod took the Yang sword in his hand and turned his feet towards the rampart. Then he aimed to burn the collapsed Halibal to a crisp with a flash of the sword. He had been unable to do so. Having just attempted to swing the Yang sword, Ugod's right arm burst open at the shoulder. Ugod, what? At the impact that gave him no sensation of being pierced, Ugod raised his eyebrows. But the pinnacle of his shock lay at what occurred right after. The arm of the undead did not begin to regenerate. Having been shattered like ceramic, fragments of his right arm scattered, and the Yang sword was thrust into the ground. And then Halibal finally found the dead spot. Akin to an exhale, Halibal spoke in a low voice as he stood up from the rampart. The wolfman, leaning his back against the fissured wall as he stood up, placed his kaisru in his mouth once again. Slowly, he placed tobacco into the bowl, snapped his fingers to set it alight, and breathed the smoke into his lungs. While beholding that action, Ugod placed his hand over the injury of his right arm, which was not recovering. The arm that had disappeared from his right shoulder onwards showed no signs of starting to regenerate. He clearly understood. Ugod's right arm had been the first part of his resurrected body to die anew. The one who had done that was Halibal, who stood before his eyes, and it seemed to be the result of the dead spot of which he had spoken. Ugod, there yet remaineth an abundance of things of which I am unaware. Halibal, ain't that right? It's fantastic that I was able to teach you that. The wolf people were bout to be wiped out just before I could do so. Clearing his throat with a laugh, Halibal nodded as smoke escaped his nostrils. The versatility of this wolfman had impressed him repeatedly, but this was the highest grade. To think he was even equipped with a technique to kill the undead, his skills and expertise were terrifying. Ugod, in the same manner as thou hadst rended mine arm, shalt thou take even mine life. Halibal, that was my intention for observing ye after all. Seems like it'll be a lil tough, but, well, I think I might be able to do it, don't you agree? Ugod, thy boasting is irreverent. However, as it is refreshing, I shall forgive it. Drawing the Yang sword out of the ground with his remaining left hand, he faced Halibal. Though he could not read the expression of Halibal, who stood with a loose posture, that statement and demeanor were audacious, and they were no bluff. Ugod's opponent had also made preparations to slay him. As the bugging passion within his chest, something he had become aware of for the first time, surged once again, he immediately trampled it. Feeling an unknown avarice within himself, he could clearly state this. There existed no radiance in this world that could satisfy Ugod more than Iris. That was why Ugod, 61st Emperor Ugod Valatia, Halibal, admirer Halibal. They gave their introductions, and in the next moment the figures of both Ugod and Halibal disappeared as time itself vanished. Ugod. Behind each of them as they plunged forth, the kicked ground exploded, and clouds of smoke immediately erupted. Using those explosions as a propelling force, the dozens of meters between Ugod and Halibal had disappeared. With such extreme speed that it appeared as if the world had shrunk, Ugod's blade sliced through the air in anticipation. The unleashed slash of red dyed its diagonal path a deep crimson, and releasing heat a moment belayed, a scorching temperature capable of melting even stone and turn it to liquid was produced. However, Halibal slightly inclined his body to evade that slash, and only suffering the flesh of his back being slightly singed red at his right shoulder, he pressed forth. Then, towards Ugod, who lacked an arm, Halibal sprang his front leg up and kicked. Ugod raised up his knee and caught the blow, and a shockwave exploded between the two of them. The shockwave blew the flames and rubble around them away, and at a distance where they could feel each other's breaths, they furiously traded blows. Between karate chops and the treasured sword of crimson, between kicks and elbows, ramming and grappling techniques interlaced, and the blink of close combat chipped away at Ugod's body piece by piece. But his opponent had also sustained damage. Strangely enough, despite having an arm missing, the degree of wear and tear on both sides was around the same. Therefore, in order to secure victory, Ugod took half a step further mentally. Ugod, the Yang sword Valesha. In the midst of their rally, the treasured sword, its name having been called out, vanished from Ugod's hand. Sheathed into the sky, it was a supreme treasured sword that could be freely drawn again. Having relinquished it, the left hand that had become empty caught Halibal's knee, and he crossed gazes with his opponent's thread-like eyes. As irony would have it, the eyes of the wolfman and the undead were both of golden hue. Just what did those eyes see? Putting strength into his jaw, enough to bite through the mouthpiece of his kaisru, Halibal's body greatly bent backwards. Above his head, the Yang sword, having been unsheathed from the sky, nearly grazed him. The Yang sword that had been sheathed in the sky was drawn again from the sheath that was the sky. By utilizing that mechanism of sheathing and unsheathing the sword, Ugod performed a deadly strike. Though it was the first time he had used it, it had been magnificently dodged. However, with his stance broken, Halibal used his momentum from bending backwards to place his hands on the ground and furiously performed backwards somersaults to avoid the successive slashes. As Halibal escaped from him, Ugod took a moment to charge up his next sword slash. He noticed something. Ugod, beyond Halibal, as he somersaulted rearwards, laid the crater in the ground which Ugod had made. And towards that cavity, a small figure from outside the battlefield leapt. It was Groovy. Groovy Gumlet, who ought to have withdrawn from the warfront, leapt whilst coughing up blood. At the end of his trajectory, the fiend's sword was lodged within the crater, and reaching his hand towards it, Ugod. Magnificent coordination. However, he did not call the sudden intrusion an act of cowardice. He had been aware of Groovy's existence from the outset. For Groovy to assist Halibal in the 11th hour was only natural, since they were allies, or rather, anything else would not have made sense. But he would not allow that action. Overcoming even that, Ugod would be victorious. Ugod, I shan't allow thee to take the fiend's sword. Holding the Yang sword aloft, Ugod threw it at Groovy as the latter leapt towards the cavity. That instant, the speed of the treasured sword accelerated as it spewed fire, and becoming a ray of crimson light, it went past Halibal's flank and made a mad dash towards Groovy. Even if he had let go of it, the forte of the Yang sword was such that he could return it to his hand at any given moment. After the treasured sword skewered Groovy, he would recall the Yang sword to his hand and challenge Halibal. Rather, at this moment, it was a delightful miscalculation that his body was now lighter without the Yang sword as he pursued Halibal. Of course, he had also considered the possibility that Halibal had aimed for this and would counterattack, so he readied himself, and Groovy, HK. The thrown Yang sword flew in a straight path and skewered Groovy's small body. Even though Groovy had twisted his body, the treasured sword of crimson yet pierced his right side. As the blade bored deep into his body, Groovy widened his eyes and coughed up a blood clot at that impact, and then an ear-splitting screech. Groovy, we got you, fuckface, had not been let out. Instead, Groovy's blood-stained mouth smiled, and he stretched out his finger to point at Ugod. There was disrespect, but surpassing even that, there was a shock that occurred within Ugod's vision. With just one more step to go ahead of him, Groovy's hand did not reach the fiend's sword, but even though he had not touched it, it snapped out of the crater as if to escape from his hand, and flew away. Groovy, just so you know, this bitch-ass katana fucking loathes me. It was reasoning beyond his comprehension, however. Such strange idiosyncrasies were an unavoidable part of enchanted and treasured swords. Snapping out, the fiend's sword fled from the cavity while revolving, and caught by a hand covered in black fur, the bewitching luster of the blade flickered. With fiend's sword in hand, Halibal readied himself before Ugod. Ugod. For a brief moment of combat, Ugod immediately recalled the Yang sword. With the treasured sword no longer inside of him, Groovy's abdomen spilled a vast amount of blood. But Ugod had certainly taken up a weapon and brandished it towards Halibal, who shouldered the fiend's sword. Then, as the flash of crimson swung down from overhead, it was unleashed as a blow that updated the most supreme swordsmanship in all Ugod's time, both alive and after death. Halibal. Really now, that's just so darn praiseworthy. If it weren't me, that would have completely destroyed anyone on the receiving end. Ugod. What an arrogant manner of speech. However, taking that preeminent feat into consideration, I shall forgive it. As Halibal made that statement at such a close distance, Ugod drew his chin back without altering his expression. Suffering a conclusive blow from the fiend's sword that surpassed even the finest brandish of Ugod Valatia, Ugod's body was severed obliquely. Halibal had been the one to perform that feat, and around the left side of his chest, the curse of thorns was coiled. The fact that Ugod Valatia truly felt admiration from the bottom of his heart in regards to the admirer Halibal was something that, without a single word needing to be said, was exceedingly obvious between the two who had crossed swords. Arc 8, Chapter 51, Tenazan. Translated by Archbishop, proofread by Archbishop #750 Art Sources, Oshi Suko 1 Magician. Through the strategy devised by Natsuki Subaru, the Rescue the Valatian Empire from Destruction Squad had dispersed to various places in the imperial capital. It was a strategy that aimed to have them all coordinated, and so that they would not interfere with each other as they each accomplished their respective roles. But the most important part of it was not actually any of the faces fighting in the imperial capital. The key to this strategy was, decisively, all the strength of the empire that had been left behind in the fortified city of Garkla. With military forces deployed throughout at a massive scale, large city carried personnel equivalent to the brains and heart of Valatia. For how long would they have to hold back the hosts of undead marching on the city in order to seize it? That was undoubtedly the time limit imposed on the ultimate decisive battle on which the survival of the Valatian Empire was staked. Not only that, but in addition to the empire, the destiny of the entire world would be divined by this important point. By gathering as many of the undead to the fortified city as they could, it would become easier for the Rescue from Destruction Squad to take action in the imperial capital. But at the same time, if the fortified city were to fall, even supposing the imperial capital side were to succeed, it would likely be impossible for the empire to rebuild in the aftermath. That was to say, undoubtedly, this shall be as decisive as Tenazan. One wielding a knight's sword, while speaking words that were not very familiar to his ears, Julius Juculius ran across a rampart of the fortified city with his tall stature, gallantly fluttering through the air. The elegant knight directed the tip of his sword towards a horde of undead clinging to the rampart, trying to invade the city. Thrusting their weapons into the wall, the enemies climbed upwards while making improvised footholds. Spinning as he swooped down upon them, Julius's sword flashed unrelentingly. Julius, I will not allow it. The arms and backs of the undead clinging to the wall were showered in slashes as they were felled to the ground. And as Julius jumped upon one of the blades they had been using as a foothold, he turned his eyes to the countless weapons that had been thrust into the wall, and Julius, arrow. I wish to borrow your wind. After calling that out, a green wind burst forth, and as if coiling around them, it pulled all the weapons out from the wall they had been lodged into, and the toils of the undead that had been building up those footholds were reduced to naught in a single stroke. Finally, breaking the sword he stood upon with a jump, Julius returned to the top of the rampart. While tickling the green light of his contracted spirit, Julius took a slight breather. He had succeeded in hindering the enemies that had been clinging to this wall, but he could not afford to be careless. Even if they broke past the city's utmost outer wall, there was still a secondmost and thirdmost outer bulwark, and even more sturdy fortresses, but nevertheless. It is faster than we had expected for them to have already gotten this close. Julius, Miss Tarita. Standing atop the rampart, calling out to Julius as he caught his breath, was a dark-skinned woman with part of her black hair dyed blue, the female warrior who commanded the people of Shadrach, Tarita. Since every member of the tribe wielded bows, the Shadrachian warriors could attack the undead from afar. and they were one of the primary forces in holding the fortified city against the siege. Tarita, whose skill with the bow stood out in particular, even among the excellent archery of the Shudrak, was one of the cornerstones of the current defensive battle. In fact, just like Julius, who had just removed the weapons that had been thrust into the rampart, she was obstructing the undead from surmounting the wall by firing arrows from atop the rampart. He admired how truly reliable her skills were, but her words were a cruel reality that could not be ignored. Julius, in such a short period of time, the front line has been pushed back to this extent. As he said that, Julius turned his gaze to the outside of the ramparts and stroked the scar underneath his left eye. Ahead of Julius's intrepid gaze, the heads of the advancing hosts of undead could be seen swaying all the way to the horizon, so it was visually apparent that an extraordinarily large army was approaching. The line of defense that had originally been deployed outside the ramparts had been broken through, and the Imperial soldiers fighting on the outside had been forced to draw the warfront back and downsize. Though, of course, when considering the enormous number of enemies, there was no doubt that they had foreseen that this would happen eventually. Tarita, the occasional formidable undead among them are quite difficult to deal with, aren't they? Julius, I concur. As soon as they are found, there is no choice but to have a capable individual in close vicinity deal with them. But, indeed, it happened right as Julius uttered those words. HK. On the battlefield below them, the group that had been fighting together as one single mass were blown away all in one go. Looking down, what had flown through the air whilst raising thick screams were members of the Pleiades battalion, whom Subaru had hastened to the imperial capital with as reinforcements. Through some perplexing strategy, it was a battalion composed of individuals who each boasted bizarre strength. Having blown away its members, scattering them, was someone holding large swords in both of their arms. No, with both of her arms entirely transformed into large swords, was a female undead of a dreadful, heinous appearance. Fuck, now you've really gone and done it. Wait. Don't go rushing in without a plan. Brol need to shoulder the burden. Fall back. We'll have everyone surround her and then take her down. Before the heinous undead, the group that should have been done for stoutly stood back up. Without incurring any casualties, their undeterred fighting spirit was worthy of praise. But even from Julius's perspective, the strength of that female warrior was unmistakably first class. Thinking that he must rush there at once, Julius was about to leave the rampart to Tarita and jump down below. Nah, Lion Nightcun is already there. Striking upon Julius's eardrums was a voice disproportionately cheerful for the battlefield. The information brought about by that voice did in fact give rise to change on the battlefield beneath them. Having rushed over to the warrior who dual-wielded large swords, golden mace in hand, was Gars. Gars, I have never had the opportunity to face you, but neither is there a chance that I could mistake you. So you have been resurrected, Gladiator Empress. As Gars roared, his mace and the female warrior's large swords collided, and a shockwave blew violently across the battlefield. Between the two of them, extremely heavyweight weaponry which an ordinary person would never be able to lift traded blows, and the ensuing violence scattered the surrounding Imperial soldiers and undead, tossing them around like a storm. It was a skirmish where one must stand their ground, but he had ceased advancing towards it. It was best to entrust that place to Gars. Julius, I thank you for stopping me, Flop Dono. Flop, ha, no problem. It's just because I had to let Finest Kun and Taritasen focus on the battle right in front of them. This is about all that my powerless self can do to be useful. Smiling without getting worked up was Flop, whose bright attitude remained unchanged even on the battlefield. As a non-combatant and brother to a candidate for Empress Consort, he should have been ordered to be on standby within the fortress. He had shown up on a rampart which could have even been called the front line, so Tarita was shocked. Tarita, Flop, why are you here? Flop, it's because the situation appears to be one of all-out war. Providing aid to the wounded, repairing equipment, there's tons of stuff like that for people who can't fight to do. Naturally, I'm also one of those people. Patting his slim chest, Flop held out a quiver to Tarita. Tarita accepted it without a second thought. She already carried a quiver on her back, but the remaining number of arrows was not an amount she could depend on, so Flop's resupply was just what she needed. So then, he had probably also walked along the rampart distributing quivers to the other Shadrakians. Including the non-combatants, everybody was taking part in this battle. His attitude embodied those words. Flop. How's the situation? Tarita. Everybody is fighting hard. If we keep up the defensive battle, we will be able to defend the wall for some time. But also, Julius, it would be a different story if a flying dragon rider were to appear among our opponents. Tarita responded to Flop's question, and as she hesitated to continue, Julius provided the conclusion in her stead. At that reply, Flop's expression earnestly stiffened. Given that he was a young man who was always cheerfully smiling, that slight action was strangely impactful. But it was only natural for his expression to become severe. The people of the Valatian Empire were more than aware of how incredible flying dragon riders were. Flop. Right after the battle had begun, through a simultaneous attack by Julius and the people of Shadrach, the deceased flying dragons that had closed in as the first wave, the undead flying dragons had been deterred. Thereafter, all the threats from the sky that sporadically came flying in were reliably dealt with by the Shadrachians, who had been granted the duty of undead flying dragon hunting. However, that was only possible because there were no undead serving as flying dragon riders among their opponents. The ability of untamed flying dragons was incomparable to that of flying dragons that were united with a flying dragon rider. Just a single pair of flying dragon and rider would likely be able to overpower even a flock of 100 flying dragons in a clash. That was how exceptional flying dragon riders, who tactically utilized the sky, were. In the past, Julius had once crossed blades with a flying dragon rider. Back then, he had miraculously seized victory thanks to the assistance of Ferris, who had been traveling with him. But had Julius been by himself, the positions of winner and loser would have surely been flipped. There would likely never be another flying dragon rider to that caliber within the Empire. But if rather than just undead flying dragons appearing on this warfront against the undead, there were to appear an undead flying dragon rider mounted upon one, the situation would completely change. Flop, of course, a deceased flying dragon rider and their beloved dragon being revived together. Because the precedent of that is extremely rare, it's conceivable that the city's skies have still yet to be taken. That opinion of Flop's was likely correct when inspecting the current siege situation. Flying dragon riders were a threat, but it took a long time for riders and their flying dragons to build trust, and without man and dragon undoubtedly becoming one, their true value could not be displayed. That rule was something that could not be ignored, even supposing they were dead people being resurrected via principles beyond the realm of reason. Without an undead rider and undead flying dragon that had been together since they were alive, the phenomenon of undead flying dragon riding could not be actualized. At present, that was likely the reason why there were no undead flying dragon riders seen in the skies of the fortified city. Julius. But it is ironic that the one rare instance of it occurring happened to be the most formidable flying dragon rider. Denying that faint relief was the existence of the undead flying dragon rider, which Julius had ascertained with his own eyes. The undead who had appeared in the midst of the battle on the coupled dragon carriage's Balleroy Temiglyph, sitting astride the deceased, beloved dragon with whom he had been together while alive, had plunged into the midst of the enemy with his overwhelming mobility. If he were to participate in this battlefield, it was quite likely that he would destroy the fortified city's warfront as a single rider. Even if he had not yet shown up at this moment, that possibility could not be excluded. Flop, I don't think you need to worry about that. Julius, Flop Dono. Flop. It'd be different if there were other flying dragon riders who were being resurrected, but I don't think you need to worry about Balleroy showing up. With a tone and expression of extreme conviction, Flop denied Julius's vigilance. Julius knit his brows at that statement, and while firing arrows at the undead clinging to the wall, ascertaining that she had hit the opponent's knee, Tarita spoke. Tarita, how can you say that definitively? Flop. Because Balleroy knows that Medium and I were on the coupled dragon carriages. Naturally, he'd also be thinking that we're in this fortified city. It'd be hard for him to come and lay waste to this place, right? Tarita. That's, Flop replied with a single eye closed, to which Tarita was at a loss for words. Julius was in agreement with Tarita's reaction. It was impossible to say that Flop's point had any persuasive power to it. If he had hopes for the undead Balleroy's emotions and compassion, then Julius. Unfortunately, there is likely no hope for the humanity that they possessed during their lifetimes. The thoughts of the zombies, of the undead, are being twisted. If not for that, it would be impossible for so many of the dead to participate in the ruin of their own country. In fact, there was such an enormous number of undead mobilizing that they had blanketed the plains all the way to the horizon. It was difficult to imagine that all of these undead had truly resented the Valatian Empire during their lifetimes, and were all trying to carry out their long-cherished desire as soon as they were revived. It was natural to think that the caster who had resurrected them was manipulating the undead for their own benefit. As Julius pointed that out, Flop scratched his cheek with a yeah as he nodded. Flop, I have the same opinion as Finest Khan. In the first place, the thoughts of all the dead people are being changed. But still, I've seen that there are parts that haven't changed. Julius, so are you saying that only Balleroidono still retains his emotions and compassion? Flop, that would be a great shock to my feelings. But that's not it, Finest Khan. Though I think that you and Tarita-san would have an easier time noticing it than I did. Tarita, we would. Without having any idea, Julius and Tarita exchanged glances. Something that not Flop, who had shared a relationship with Balleroy during his lifetime, but rather Julius, whose blade had clashed with his spear, and Tarita, who had never even seen his face, could notice that was Flop. It's their fighting style. Julius, Flop, even if their thoughts have changed from when they were alive, to dispossess them of their fighting style would make it meaningless to resurrect the person in question. That's why all of the dead people have the same fighting style as they did during their lives. Am I mistaken? Julius, I cannot say anything for certain, but that possibility seems high. It was not as if he was deeply aware of the forms that the undead he fought took during their lifetimes, but Flop's conjecture should have been right on the mark. At Julius and Tarita's affirmative reaction, Flop smiled. With some traces of nostalgia and sorrow, it was a terribly melancholic smile. Flop, supposing Balleroy were to come here, he would have come here at the outset before anybody else, shooting out the vital points of this city. The magical sharpshooter, Balleroy Temiglyph, didn't serve as the vanguard. That's my basis for thinking that Balleroy isn't coming to this battlefield. Balleroy Temiglyph was a man of principle who hated letting his subordinates recklessly die in vain. However, that did not mean he hated the law of iron and blood employed by Valatia, nor did that mean he was a philanthropist who stood in opposition to imperialism. The imperial way of thinking, which esteemed the strong and oppressed the weak, was something rather convenient for Balleroy, who had been born into a humble commoner household. It would not make sense for one to use that construction of society to rise in the world and then flip-flop upon gaining status. But then again, Balleroy himself had not thought so deeply about it, and he was not particularly committed to imperialism. He had just been lucky that what was already there was compatible with his nature and talents. Ergo, Balleroy's hatred for his soldiers dying in vain was ultimately unrelated to imperialism. This was a way of thinking that Balleroy had acquired from teachings given to him by others. In the formation of Balleroy's character, there had been two primary individuals who had imparted a great influence. The first had found promise in his talents and picked him out, granting him opportunities such as receiving education and meeting his beloved dragon, his benefactor, Serena Drakrai. The other had used an undiscerning Balleroy, still a young boy, to successfully deal with the pursuers who were after him for stealing. Having met the embodiment of mischief itself, he was someone like a big brother to him, Miles. Through his encounters and days spent with those two people, who possessed a mix of qualities that were both befitting and unbefitting of the Empire, the character of the individual known as Balleroy Temiglyph was constructed. And having been constructed, Balleroy's humanity very much hated for his subordinates to die in vain. Subordinates were individuals who were within his reach. They were his people. He hated for his people to be sacrificed. That was why, with the odds of victory having been decided beforehand, when taking part in the rebellion devised for the Emperor's convenience, Balleroy had not taken any of his subordinates with him, and instead joined by his lonesome. In the end, he had lost his life because of that, so Balleroy's decision had been mistakenly correct. If one were to fight, the deaths of enemies and allies alike would be unavoidable. He would also take the lives of others. He could not say that he wanted for that rule to only not apply for his people. But if he was to try to have things go that way, he could not rely on outside help, for it could only be fulfilled by his own strength. Therefore, the conclusion Balleroy Temiglyph had arrived at was that of the fastest sniper. As the wings of his beloved dragon raced through the sky, he would create an ideal opening and would shoot out the beings that were the vitals and heart of the opposing side that was the best method for his desires to be granted. Balleroy was a man of the Empire. No matter how many of his enemies died, his chest would not ache in the slightest. But he did not want his own people to die. That was why Balleroy's sniping desired the fastest conclusion. Without regard to enemies or allies, he was confident that this was the best method of preventing casualties among his people. Hence, Balleroy, I gotcha, Caroline. Responding to the call of his deceased beloved dragon, Balleroy stood up from the side of the bed. In the bed before them, an unconscious Madeline was silently asleep. Currently, her consciousness was back inside the dragon husk, Mesorea. Needless to say, the violent force of a dragon was far too dangerous an excessive force to wield in the imperial capital. But it was frightening that, when considering the enemies that could potentially face off against it, excessive was not a term that could be employed with certainty. Balleroy, I know I'm someone who once served, but you guys are absolutely nuts, you Empire folk. A dragon was supposedly the toughest life form in this world, so it was a strange notion to have an idea of monsters that could not only compete with, but surpass one. With his title, he had also been ranked among those individuals, but Balleroy himself did not think that his skills were on par with those who towered above all else like that. Only, it was just that there was absolutely no correlation between being strong and seizing victory. Stroking the sky-blue hair on Madeline's forehead, Balleroy began to head towards the balcony where his beloved dragon awaited. Midway through, he grabbed the spear that was leaning against the wall, and Caroline directed its back toward him, wings folded as it stood on the white balcony. As he stroked the base of one of its wings, his beloved dragon nuzzled against Balleroy's shoulder with its long neck. That was exactly the relationship they had shared ever since Caroline had hatched from its egg. Caroline's habits had not changed from the time it was still small and weak, a baby flying dragon. Balleroy, habits and preferences won't change even if you die, though. I guess I can't speak for others. Saying that in a self-deriding tone, he flicked up the hand that had been stroking and gave a firm pat to the back. As Caroline lowered its posture at that signal, Balleroy gallantly jumped upon its back and faced to the fore. Taking in a sweeping view of the vast imperial capital just outside of the Crystal Palace's balcony, the beautifully organized cityscape was devastated, destroyed, and engulfed in the air of a battlefield all throughout. This atmosphere was not just present in the imperial capital, but throughout the entire empire. It was especially potent around the fortified city of Garkla, where great hosts of undead were being sent. The fortified city had received the refugees and imperial soldiers who had evacuated from the imperial capital, and a vehement battle was now unfolding there. Originally, Balleroy also should have been an attacker in the siege of that city. However, the sensation of losing your nerve, I am also in the process of understanding it. Since there is fear that you may be unable to perform to your usual ability, it cannot be said to be appropriate. Command required. The caster who had revived Balleroy, the witch who called herself Sphinx, spoke thus, as she decided to keep Balleroy in the imperial capital. Rather than concern for Balleroy, it felt more like she wanted to ascertain the unknown flavor of the sensation that was budding within herself for the first time. Of course, there was also no doubt that there were expectations for Balleroy to control Madeline, who had defected to this side, in order to secure the cloud dragon, Mesorea, as an ally. He had several reservations about the duty that was expected from him, but even without that, it was convenient for Balleroy to remain in the imperial capital. Because then things would end without him needing to encounter his siblings who had likely entered the fortified city was not the reason. This was something Sphinx had judged, and it was also something Balleroy himself had intuited. But Balleroy, if it were his excellency, he'd come for sure, wouldn't he? The Vincent Valesha that Balleroy knew was a cool-headed, stern emperor. Even if the castle lord would never move during times of peace, they would always try to stand with their own legs in the location of the ultimate conclusion. That was not just limited to Vincent, as it was customary for all Valetian emperors. This could also be said to be the influence of the law of iron and blood, which was considered to be the imperial way. Thus, while he hated the Valetian Empire more than anybody else, Vincent would try to faithfully fulfill the duty of Valetian emperor, so he would be coming to the imperial capital no matter what. In order to destroy the ringleader of the great disaster, Sphinx, he would come with Yang's sword in hand. Balleroy, I sure got completely fooled by Keisha. At the genesis of the great disaster, in a situation where he had not yet grasped the existence of the undead or of himself, despite there being no opportunity more ideal than that, Balleroy's surprise attack had not reached Vincent. Keisha's meddling had saved Vincent, and the great disaster's fastest victory had been deterred. However, Balleroy, next time, nobody's gonna serve as His Excellency's shield. He would absolutely not miss his next opportunity. If Vincent himself was coming to the imperial capital, Balleroy would shoot him through the heart with certainty. Once he accomplished that, the hope of the Valetian Empire would be severed. And then, the threat of the great disaster would head north, and then even the kingdom of Lugunica would. Carolan, Curierera. That instant, the neighing of his beloved dragon drew Balleroy's attention towards that. Balleroy. Looking up as he felt a tingle on his neck, Balleroy doubted his own eyes. Riding on Carolan's back, Balleroy had been seeking his target, the figure of Vincent, with a bird's-eye view over the battlefield-turned imperial capital, so he had been straining his eyes to see every detail and to not miss any changes on the battlefield. From somewhere outside of Balleroy's vigilance, something had boldly taken aim for the Crystal Palace. Directly above the most beautiful palace in the world, blazing balls of flame rained down one after the other. Balleroy, Carolan. At his sharp call, his beloved dragon instantly spread its wings, and with the lift generated from their flapping, its large body soared up into the skies of the imperial capital. With each powerful flap of its wings, its speed and altitude swiftly climbed, and taking Balleroy up along with it, the undead flying dragon ascended to the sky. As if to obstruct the ascending Balleroy's flight path, the flaming spheres, around the size of a human, relentlessly fell towards them. And towards them he aimed his spear. Balleroy ain't gonna let ya. The tip of the spear within Balleroy's hand contained a faint light as he pointed it towards the sky, and in that instant the fired bullet of light collided with the descending blaze, and as an explosion occurred midair, the sky was dyed red. It was not a single shot. 2 shots, 3 shots, firing successively until 13th total light orbs shot down the flaming spheres. With a thunderous sound enveloping the skies of the imperial capital, Balleroy and Carolan pushed through the swelling flames of the explosion. Balleroy, what kind of stuff do ya think you're doing, passing above the clouds like that? He had swept away the fiery rain, yet Balleroy was amazed by the skill of his opponent. If the balls of flame had come straight for the palace, or if they had flown in a parabola like an arrow or a stone, they would have easily been detected from the Crystal Palace. The reason why Balleroy's eyes had been unable to do so was obvious. The flaming spheres had come from far away, flying above the thick clouds in the sky of the imperial capital, and then went straight downwards when they were directly above the Crystal Palace. When putting it into words, what had been done was plain and simple. But when compared to actually performing it, there was a difference between heaven and earth, the divine feat of throwing a stone above the clouds and hitting a target from a place several kilometers away. This was a deed more dreadfully difficult than accomplishing that without even using one's hands. But Balleroy was in a position that, while seldom seen within the Empire, was capable of using magic, even if it was only specialized to one trick. Balleroy, I'm gonna have to return the favor. Having finished dealing with the flaming spheres that had pierced the clouds and fallen from the sky, Carolan soared to the heavens. Firmly holding onto its back, Balleroy's attention shifted to the far south of the imperial capital. Due south of the Crystal Palace, the area around the gate of the imperial capital was being safeguarded by Mesorea. From the distance and angle of the unleashed balls of flame, he judged that the enemy in question was a little to the west from their Balleroy's undead left eye, dyed black with a golden iris looming within. The vicinity around it subtly wavered. That was not due to any change yielded in Balleroy's face, but due to a change yielded in the atmosphere surrounding his left eye. Using magic to bend light, Balleroy created a scope in order to see far into the distance. Looking through it with his left eye, he imposingly aimed his spearhead in that direction. Securing the sniping angle and distance from his flying dragon's speed, he specialized in the one trick of firing bullets of light to achieve ultra-long-range sniping, and in combination with a scope of light that prevented him from losing sight of his target, Balleroy would fight. Supposing it was an open plain with no obstacles, Balleroy's light orbs could hit a moving target from several kilometers away. Balleroy. This time, too, Balleroy closed his right eye with the intention of doing so and focused his attention to his left eye. The non-existent scope created from the bending of light leapt across the cityscape of the imperial capital and, going even further beyond, grasped the figure of the enemy who had thrown those flaming spheres towards the crystal palace. Balleroy, Medi. Muttering out in a husky breath, Balleroy Temiglyph's scope clearly projected that figure. Golden hair glistening in a manner akin to the rays of the sun fluttered, and having risen to the sky while being held in the arms of a man in a long cloak, the girl's blue eyes were trained on Balleroy, whom she should not have been able to see. And then, clearly perceiving the inaudible words spoken by those lips, a chord was struck within Balleroy's heart. Medium, geez, I won't let you go off wherever you please any more. Come and talk to me properly, Balebro. Translation note. 1. Tennozen, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, is the name of a mountain in Japan. Throughout history, it was a place of great strategic importance due to its location. Because of that, a Japanese saying that goes decisive as Tennozen was born and essentially indicates that a moment or location is very important in determining an outcome. In the context of this chapter, Julius is repeating the phrase as something he likely learned from Subaru. Arc 8, Chapter 52, Medium O'Connell. Translated by Archbishop, proofread by Archbishop #750 Archbishop Art Sources, Sakusik. Such unskillful command. Standing by the window of the command center within the fortified city of Garkla, Serena Drakroy muttered, so whilst gazing through the soul gap in the towering walls that defended the city. Among the soldiers of the Valatian Empire, there were none who did not grasp the importance of controlling the skies. It was to the extent that, even in this besiegement, the greatest concern was the allocation of air defenses. The people of Shadrach, powerful masters of archery, had exceptionally numerous opportunities to play an active role. The reason why so many of those women were being instructed to keep watch on the sky was because the opposition's potential aerial assets required that level of vigilance. And yet, with sporadic attacks from the deployed undead flying dragons, which could hardly be called successful, the Scorching Lady herself, owner of the foremost flying dragon squadron in all of Valatia, even felt a sense of irritation towards the enemy. Serena, though if I was the enemy's commanding officer, I'd be able to bring down this city far more efficiently. At the height of this decisive battle, could you please not say such frightening things? Serena had clicked her tongue with dissatisfaction towards the opponent's tactics, and interjecting upon having heard that was a delicate man occupying the same command center, Otto. He was a man who had guts despite his gentle appearance, and Serena also had a high evaluation of his character, but regrettably, he had a tendency to not let others take risks. Serena, you only let yourself take risks that be fine for a subordinate, but you be a boring man to have as a lover. Otto, if you were to say that you have taken a fancy to me, Countess Drakray, I would feel as if I was being told there was a flaw in my personality, so I do not object to your assessment, but, Serena, HMPH, I see. So you don't like a woman with a scar on her face? Otto, I can say with confidence that my attitude does not change based on one's appearance. It is far more important to be able to converse and come to a mutual understanding with each other. And even with your scar, I do find you to be quite beautiful, High Countess. What you two talking 'bout? Get your acts together. Serena folded her arms as she stood near the window, and Otto had responded to her with a look of dumbfoundment. And having been dumbfounded by his response was the emissary from Kararagi, Anastasia. Opposite to the dumbfounded Anastasia, Bastetz, paying no concern to what the rest of them were going on about, looked over a laid-out map as he restlessly exchanged words with a soldier who served the role of dispatching orders. For some time now, the war situation had been being reported without interruption, with orders being shouted back and forth loudly. The hectically changing situation and the bursting of blood and lives, it was the fragrant scent of the battlefield. Serena, this is precisely what it means to be in the Empire. My sense of smell for battle has grown dull under the reign of His Excellency. I, of all people, had forgotten that war is a part of everyday life. Anastasia, if you try and say that's what the Empire is, properly repaying the Emperor-san who tried to rule in peace. Serena, what, I'm a poor loser. If I was truly discontent with His Excellency's rule, I ought to have done something about it through my own strength. Since I have not done so, the likes of my words are nothing more than jest. He attempted to impose a reign that was contrary to imperialism, and the method he used to implement it was imperialism. Sadly, His Excellency is symbolic of the empire. While the person in question would likely not desire sympathy, she could not help but pity how he walked a path of solitude. Though it was true that Vincent shunned battle if he twisted the tenets of others for that purpose, then that would fall into the realm of the law of iron and blood. Only in the midst of conflict and struggle could precious things be born. Regardless of whether the violation, law of iron and blood, declared so or not, that was Serena's own interpretation of the imperial way, and she had accepted those values. She understood that it was ephemeral to love things that could only be born amidst that, but it was in her nature. Therefore, Serena, so you haven't come, Balleroy. Staring at the vast, desolate sky, Serena muttered as if she still had one final regret. The battle had been ongoing for quite some time, and the armies of both sides had suffered no small number of casualties. The first wave and vanguard of this battlefield had been completely finished off, that was to say, the magical sharpshooter, who followed the principle of concluding battles with minimal casualties, was not flying in the skies of this battlefield. If he had come, Serena's heart would have been shot out a long time ago. Serena. Tracing the vertical scar that ran across the left side of her face, Serena closed her eyes for a few seconds. Emerging on the back of her eyelids was the slightly dirty boy she had found during her younger days. The figure of him growing up, losing his life, and in the end being revived as an undead, pointing his spear towards her, Serena. That last one is merely my own delusion. With pallid skin and lifeless golden eyes, the undead form of Balleroy was something that Serena had never seen. In the battle for the imperial capital, he had aimed for Vincent in the Crystal Palace, and at the coupled dragon carriages, he had carried Lamia away with her shattered soul. However, during both of those opportunities, Serena had been unable to meet Balleroy, and Balleroy was not here at the fortified city either. That was reality. Serena, it'd probably be fine for you to hate me. Muttering so, Serena stood by the window while picturing the undead Balleroy who had not appeared. While standing there, she had no choice but to admit to her unforeseen state of mind. She would not have minded being killed if it was by Balleroy's hand. That was why she had gone out of her way to expose herself via the window and had been awaiting the sniping of the magical sharpshooter. Anastasia, I thought you'd already settled your feelings. Serena. Closing one eye, Anastasia was examining Serena's expression from the side. As Anastasia looked at Serena with her round turquoise eye, it seemed as if that gaze was seeing through her inner thoughts. Along with Otto, merchants proved to be quite shrewd. It must have been under unthinkable fortune that Flop and Medium had been able to survive in the cunning world of commerce. Thus, to the extent that she was mentally dodging it with useless thoughts, the strike upon the bulleyes had been no shallow one whatsoever. Anastasia, if the enemy's aiming for the commanding officer first, that be the same as targeting the people in this command center. So you've gone and put yourself right in the firing line. Couldn't you at least consult with us first before doing that? Serena, sorry. I had thought it would have been easier to deal with a situation in which it was obvious who was going to be targeted, instead of a situation where it was unknown who would be shot. With all the wise people present here, you guys would be able to calmly deal with things if my head was suddenly blown apart, wouldn't you? Even supposing that were the case, I think it would be best to search for a route in which it is not blown apart, and I am not confident that Anna or I could remain so composed. We are not like Otto-kan. Otto, though even I would jump bolt upright if you were to suddenly die. Upon receiving an unexpected evaluation, Otto raised his voice, but Anastasia exchanged glances with the spirit accompanying her echidna and shrugged her shoulders. Serena would generally be in agreement with them, but in any case, Serena's expectations had been off the mark. Serena, with Balleroy's absence, considering that no flying dragon squadron composed of undead has emerged, the value in retaining my living flying dragon squadron has fallen. If there are any fronts of the battle with unfavorable prospects, have them be deployed there. They'll overturn any disadvantage in the blink of an eye. Anastasia, that's right. It's a foolish plan to deploy assets one by one, but it's just sloppy gambling to be pushed back while keeping the units with high offensive capability in reserve. I agree that it's fine to use M. Only, Otto, it is concerning that it seems as if the opponent does not have a flying dragon squadron. Anastasia furrowed her thin eyebrows in concern, and Otto muttered the following words in her stead. In response to their concern, Serena slightly exhaled a and, Serena, there's not a high probability that any undead flying dragon riders have successfully paired up with their deceased flying dragon. Be that as it may, it's certainly unnatural that there have been absolutely none. In that case, Otto, rather than the usual application of a flying dragon squadron, there is a high possibility that one is being used in an unorthodox manner, correct? Serena, unorthodox, that's, and it happened right as she was about to reach the heart of the matter. With such force as if to break the door of the command center, somebody had come rushing in with a report. Out of breath, the messenger made an urgent expression as they shouted, "Excuse me," in a shaky voice. Receiving that, Bustetz, who had been looking down at the map, raised his head. Bustetz, to the point. Messenger, yes, sir. A target requiring caution has appeared. Enemy flying dragon squadron confirmed. Serena, have they come? Hearing the messenger's report, Serena's expression grew severe, as if to say that someone who ought to have come had finally arrived. Then Serena looked closely out the window, searching for signs of the enemy in the sky. But she could not find the enemy flying dragon squadron. Behind Serena harboring suspicions, the messenger proceeded with the continuation of the report. That was messenger. An enemy flying dragon squadron has passed over the large mountain behind the great fortress and has invaded the airspace above the fortifications. They are deploying enemy soldiers. The undead have breached the city. Medium O'Connell possessed the divine protection of morale. To speak plainly, the divine protection of morale was something that would boost the physical capabilities of one's body in concert with how roused their spirits and determination were. Medium was unaware of her own divine protection, and even her older brother Flop was unknowing that his younger sister was the possessor of a divine protection. Only, at times when she had to persevere, power would surge within her as she thought, "I gotta do my best." And as her brother would tell her, "Do your best." She felt the sensation of power surging within her. Hence, with the specifics unknown to them, the siblings' relationship of supporting each other had always remained the optimal solution, and that rare precedent was also the secret behind the strength of the O'Connell siblings. The troublesome aspect of the divine protection of morale was undoubtedly that fluctuations in one's mood influenced their ability. While the elevation of one's feelings would enhance their abilities, it was a double-edged sword, to the extent that if their feelings were down, they would become unable to display their capabilities. Ergo, it could be called the most suitable divine protection for the bright, positive medium. But it had backfired when events sorrowful to the greatest degree had occurred within her life. There were 3 times in the past when medium, who was like the personification of a positive attitude, had been depressed. The first was when a member of her family, Miles, had died. The second was when another member of her family, Balleroy, had died. And the third was when she found out that Balleroy, who should have been dead, had been turned into an undead. During the first and second times, she thoroughly wept and cried, and it took her several days to recover. The impact from the third time was not something inferior to those past 2 times, but there had been no time for her to spend a few days crying due to the grievous event. If so, did Medium participate in the battle with a face stained with tears, disheartened as it was? Certainly, that had not been the case. Medium O'Connell had stopped crying in a true sense. It was not as if the sorrowful event of the third time had not resonated as much as the first and second times. As an impact of the greatest degree in her life until now, it ripped her chest, her mind, and surely her heart to shreds. However, as Medium hugged her knees and cowered, Flop did not leave her alone. Flop, dear sister, I'm sorry I hadn't said anything. It was a situation in which people who had died were being resurrected one after another. It was not as if I hadn't considered the possibility that Balleroy would be revived. The coupled dragon carriages had arrived at the fortified city, and Medium continued to shut herself away in the room allocated to her. Having come to her side, Flop spoke so regarding their encounter with the undead Balleroy. Upon hearing her brother's words, Medium felt the sentiment, as expected of Big Bro, but she had been unable to say it aloud like usual. Contrary to having feelings of wanting to condemn her brother for having not told her, she questioned why she had been unable to notice, and hated her own stupidity for never thinking about anything. By nature, she was not very good at thinking. That was why she had always left that duty up to Flop. That was why, in exchange, it was her job to rampage. She was happy with it being divided up that way. And yet, it was weird for her to now lament her own slow brain. No, that was not it. Medium, I really love you, Big Bro. Flop, thank you, that makes me happy. I love you too, of course. Medium, I also really love Cicrana, and I really love Big Bro Miles too. Flop, I know, I've never doubted that. Of course, I also love those two. Medium, I really love Balebro as well. Flop, yeah. While burying her head into her knees, Medium sniffled as she falteringly spoke. Kneeling down on one knee, Flop listened to her with a calm look on his face. She was grateful that for the last one, when she had spoken about Balleroy, he had just responded with a short nod of his head. She was grateful, but she was also frustrated. Medium, even though I really love them, I haven't been thinking about the people I love. The possibility that the deceased Balleroy would be resurrected as an undead. Flop had said that he had been unable to say it, but he had still thought about it. On the other hand, Medium had not even considered it. That was not because Medium was slow in the head, but because she had been averting her eyes. Even though she loved her family, even though it was the family she loved, she had not realized it because she had been averting her eyes. Even though Medium had once regretted that very act to the point of death once before. Medium. When Big Bro Miles died, and then after that, Balebro went and did that thing and also died, I was so frustrated with myself. She thought it would have been better if she had been by his side back then, even if he would have hated her or kept her away. It would have been better for his sibling to make a noisy, loud, annoying racket by his side, and make it so Balleroy could not polish his plan to swoop down on Abel. Because she had not done that, she had ended up letting Balleroy die, even though Medium should have been aware. She should have been aware that after Miles died, Balleroy would start to worry himself with those sorts of thoughts. After all, Balleroy was Flop. Medium, I won't be going to the Imperial capital. My wounds haven't finished healing, and I don't have any fighting ability. I'd certainly be a burden. But you're different. Medium, Big Bro, Flop. I think Balleroy will be in the Imperial capital. Being this backed into a corner, the only chance our side has to turn the tables is to defeat the opposition's leader, who's likely in the Imperial capital. If the opposition can predict that His Excellency the Emperor Kun will be going there, then, Medium. Yeah. She knew what Flop was trying to say, even if he did not say everything. When fighting, Balleroy would always choose the method with the fastest conclusion. That did not change when he became a soldier, and it did not change when he became a divine general. It was a fundamental part of Balleroy's personality. Balleroy would undoubtedly target Abel. Therefore, he would be in the Imperial capital. Therefore, if she went to the Imperial capital, she would meet him. Flop, it seems like you've cheered up a little, haven't you? Medium, as expected of Big Bro, you really know me well. Flop, ha ha ha, that's because I've been Medium's big brother for a long time now. Well then, as a brother who can't go to the Imperial capital, I'll exhaust all means necessary for the sake of my sister. Medium means. Wiping her teary face, Medium tilted her head with bloodshot eyes. Seeing his sister's state, Flop placed his hands on his hip, and while smiling, Flop, "You know, even if you say you want to go, we don't know if His Excellency the Emperor Kun will accept. So in order to make him accept, we should think hard about the flow of persuasion, right? You don't need to worry. I know His Excellency the Emperor Kun's weak point." Medium. Incredible. As expected of Big Bro. What's Abel Chin's weak point? Flop, decidedly it's love. Raising a single finger, Flop spoke with full confidence. If the one hearing that was anyone other than Medium, they would have all tilted their heads, not understanding what those words meant, and may have made a peculiar face. But no matter what Medium was told by Flop, she would give a broad smile in answer. Medium, as expected of Big Bro, I'm counting on you. Thus, Medium O'Connell had obtained the qualification to participate in the ultimate decisive battle for the imperial capital. Thinking back on it, it seemed like a miracle that so many coincidences had piled up for her to finally reach this point. The first was at the fortress city of Garrel. Ever since she and Flop had noticed Subaru, Rem, and Spiker trying to enter that city, this strange course of events had begun. Medium. Thank you for meeting me and Big Bro back then, Subaru-chin. Along the way, as the dragon carriage headed for the imperial capital, Medium had expressed her gratitude, to which Subaru was surprised. With his body still in a smaller state, Subaru's profile looked like he was thinking about something with the utmost effort and a frightfully sharp look in his eyes. But only when he was told this did his eyes widen. At once, Subaru became gentle, and with the tender face he would always face Rem and Spiker with, Subaru. What are you talking about, Medium-san? If we're giving thanks, then I'm the one who should be grateful to you. Thinking about what things would be like if I hadn't met Medium-san and Flop-san back there, it makes me shudder. And amid his bashfulness, he had provided the opportunity for Medium's selfishness to be granted. A settlement with the undead-turned magical sharpshooter, Balaroy Temiglyph. For that purpose, he had sent a tremendously reliable backer with her. Medium, thank you for supporting me, Rosejin. Feeling her hair sway in the wind, Medium spoke these words of gratitude in the midst of the air. The person she spoke them to was a being who was carrying her horizontally while floating in the sky, a companion of Subaru and Emilia, the person lending Medium strength in her battle, Raswal. At Medium's thanks, he smiled with a new tilde no, Raswal. I am the one who ought to show gratitude to you for letting me accompany Yao tilde. As a matter of fact, the person you desire to face off against is an exceedingly formidable enemy. I wish to have as many cards in my hand as possible, even if only by a single card more. Medium, I'm not a card, I'm a woman, you know. Raswal, I've blundered. You're the same type as Emilia Saama Tilda. As Raswal spoke that with a soft, wry smile, a question mark floated over Medium's head. Perhaps he had meant it in the sense that she was not as heavy as she looked. In reality, Medium was quite tall for a woman, and she stood at around the same height as the tall Raswal. Even so, he was easily carrying her. But Raswal's specialty did not seem to lay in his physical strength, but rather in his aptitude for magic. That was also the truth of how he was carrying Medium and flying in the sky like this. When Medium had been at Serena's place, she had experienced flight many times, but all of those occasions had involved riding on flying dragons. This was her first time flying while being carried by a person. However, Medium, the trick to flying in the sky is to believe in the person lending you flight and to entrust everything to them. The experience she had once learned from a flying dragon rider she trusted would now support Medium in this moment. Whether that partner was a flying dragon or Raswal, the method to gain wings was to believe. Raswal, like to tell Otto-kun and Petra-kun about your courage and trick, as they aren't quite accustomed to Fleite Tilda. Medium, is that so? Well then, Rosejin, wouldn't it be better for you to get along with the two of them more? Raswal, Tilda ha, that's painful to my ears. Deepening his smile at her straightforward opinion, Raswal slowly shook his head. Seeing that reaction, Medium sensed that Raswal was not really smiling deep down, and that it was a smile that attempted to deceive. He was probably not very good at getting along with people. Medium had recently come to the realization that such people existed. Abel was also like that. She did not understand why they would go out of their way to distance themselves from others. No, she was beginning to understand it a little now. By doing so, one could try to ensure that they would not be hurt. Medium. But if you always do that, you'll end up regretting it. Roswell. Medium. That's why I'll make myself a role model for Rose Chin and Abel Chin. Right after Medium spoke, a fierce, thundering roar echoed beyond the flying duo. It was to the east of Medium and Roswell, in that place, where thick clouds were accumulating one by one. There was present the form of a dragon so fearsome that it caused the very world to tremble. In accordance with what had been decided beforehand, Garfield was the one who would fight the dragon. And while Garfield was subduing the dragon, everyone else would begin to move. One grouping among them was the combination of Medium and Roswell. Medium. She deeply inhaled and deeply exhaled. Once it began, there would be no going back, but she was fine with that. Medium, Rosechin, Roswell, shall we get started? There's no need to get worked up. After all, I'm the strongest magician in the world, Tilda. Right after Roswell declared so, for a moment, Medium felt goosebumps over her entire body. That was at the moment Roswell had suddenly unleashed magic that was supernatural beyond anything Medium was capable of imagining, causing flames to be sent above the thick clouds that blanketed the imperial capital, targeting the Crystal Palace from directly above. While using such an ultra-high-class magic technique, Roswell progressed his flying magic with Medium still in his arms. It was an intricate feat akin to one using their right arm to draw and their left arm to compose a song, while also using their mouth to recite verses of poetry and using their eyes and brain to decipher an unknown language. But for Medium, who did not understand its value, she had no valid reason to praise it as being amazing. Therefore, Medium did not voice praise with her mouth, but instead demonstrated it through her actions. Medium, staring into the distant sky, a chain of bright red flames exploding could be seen above the Crystal Palace within the deepest part of the imperial capital. Cutting past the blossoming crimson balls of flame one after the other, a flying dragon soared at a high altitude. Far, far away, many kilometers in the distance, as a small speck in the sky, it had been clearly seen by the current Medium as somebody whom she wished to see, with whom she wished to converse, and whom she wished to touch. Medium O'Connell possessed the divine protection of morale. The divine protection of morale boosted one's physical abilities in concert with how roused their spirits were, and it was the most suitable divine protection for the bright, positive Medium. And now that Medium was before a person whom she had wanted to meet to an absolutely unbearable extent. The performance of her divine protection was manifesting its greatest, most powerful effects in all the time since she had been born. The thing she wanted to do and the thing she must do coincided, and smashing through her regrets of the past, she clutched what her older brother had entrusted to her within her chest. Together with a reliable ally, she would challenge a beloved visage. Ergo, Medium spoke to Balleroy, who had likely seen her from far off in the distance. Medium, geez, I won't let you go off wherever you please anymore. Come and talk to me properly, Balebro. The next moment, a bullet of light was fired after a beat had passed, and Medium cut it down with her unsheathed barbarian sword. Medium. Though the impact tore through her entire body, both Medium and Roswell, who was carrying her, were uninjured. And thus, separated by an ultra-long distance, the curtain rose on the fiercest bout of aerial combat in the history of the Empire. Arc 8, Chapter 53, The Magical Sharpshooter. Der Freischütz, translated by, Archbishop proofread by, Archbishop #750 Art Sources, Counter KKK 06. Roswell L. Mathers was the premier magician in the kingdom and in the world. If one were to inquire about this to said person, he would mix in a fearless smile and a certain confidence, and affirm the notion with the condition that, for the present day, I guess that's the case, Tilda. As Roswell would note that it was the case in the current era, there would be no chagrin harbored in his expression. Instead, what would dwell within his heterochromatic eyes would be a deep love and a feeling of loneliness which would appear to be yearning for something. When he spoke of matters regarding magic, that was the ephemeral longing that would never disappear from inside of Roswell, of which none were aware, save for Ram and Beatrice. Even he himself was not aware of it. Based on that, Roswell's position as the current greatest magician would not waver. Declaring that to Medium O'Connell as she challenged the decisive battle, He soared through the sky with her in his arms and confronted the magical sharpshooter who had ascended to high altitudes far in the distance, considering that Raswal had confidence and pride in his own magic. He estimated the chances of victory here to be low. Raswal, having infiltrated the skies of the imperial capital from the southwest of the city, Raswal's vision beheld the sight of the sky above the northernmost crystal palace being dyed a bright red, and many explosions of flame bloomed. Raswal was the one who had sent in that fiery rain, but it was a pair of flying dragon and rider, flying up from the palace, that had transformed it into flaming explosions, or so it seemed. The reason for the phrasing of seemed was because Raswal's eyes were incapable of locking on to a target moving at rapid speeds from a position several kilometers away. That was not an issue of Raswal's eyesight. It was simply a matter of the human eye being unable to do so. However, Medium and the opposing magical sharpshooter were both overcoming that limitation through the power of a divine protection and through some sort of other technique respectively, and had visually identified each other. As proof of that, Medium, Kyan. Together with an adorable war cry, Medium swung her barbarian sword while being carried in his arms. She was flying in a state where she was completely dependent on another. By no means could her balance have been good, but Medium's barbarian sword still caught the approaching bullet of light, and with a sound akin to a splash of water, she cut it down. Stuck by the impact, and feeling the severed light bullet pass behind them and dissipate to mana, Raswal could not help but shudder at the speed and precision of that attack. That was a magical technique designed to kill, perfected to an unbelievable extent at the very height of expertise. He could surmise that the fired light bullet was a kind of yang magic, but it was of a different lineage to that of Jeweled, which fired a heated ray of light. The technique of shooting such a bullet of light could not be classified into any category and was an original creation. He could not say anything for certain after only a brief moment of combat, but it likely involved preparing light in a form and nature similar to that of the icicles that Emilia would shoot out, which would then pierce the opponent's vitals. One thing that ought to have been noted was how instead of a bullet of ice or earth, which retained a physical form, it was being done with light. By ensuring that physical bullets would not remain in the wound, it would be difficult for an opponent to discern the true nature of the attack, and furthermore, the area around the wound would be scorched by the light, easily causing a serious wound to be sustained. Raswal, superb magic. Raswal praised it as an attack undoubtedly worthy of being called magical bullets. Had his opponent devised this by themselves, then they should have the talents to become a first-class magician. But then again, at this point, the person in question likely would not desire such prestige. From the viewpoint of an imperial, they had already received the highest possible evaluation by being a divine general. Not to mention that it was difficult to imagine someone who was not living, but rather dead, to be wishing for such glory. Raswal, to begin with, even during their lifetime, they were not a person who clung to fame or prestige. I've heard about that from those who were close to them, and from the one who witnessed their final moments. For information about the magical sharpshooter Balaroy Temiglyph, there was an unexpectedly large number of people who had known him during his lifetime, so Raswal's ears had gained more chances than he had initially been hoping for to learn about him. However, what he had heard from the O'Connell siblings was largely testimonials regarding his personality, and Serena had choked up with feelings of guilt that were uncharacteristic of her. So, Raswal had been unable to obtain the tactical information he had desired from them, but there had been an unforeseen competitor. That was Raswal. I would have never thought that Julius Gunn was the talented individual who had defeated this divine general. Taking care so that Medium, who was boosting her concentration within his arms, would not hear, Raswal organized his thoughts as he recalled Julius, who had looked as if he was worrying himself with thought. As Anastasia's one and only knight, he possessed a strong sense of duty, so he had supported his lord all the way to the Valatian Empire. The finest of knights had brought quite the valuable information regarding the formidable enemy whom Raswal and Medium were challenging together. From the start, regardless of whether the battlefield was to be the imperial capital or the fortified city, It was established that Raswal would be the matchup for Balaroy Temiglyph, that it was because Raswal was an old acquaintance of Serena Drakray, and that he had been entrusted with the duty of performing the last rites over Balaroy, whom she had looked after since he was a child, was not the case. Raswal also had emotions, but he always eliminated decisions that were based on emotion. Naturally, the decision to have Raswal be Balaroy's opponent was a strategic one, perhaps somewhat late to bring it up, but the Valatian Empire and the Kingdom of Lugunica had been enemies for a long time. There were treacherous relations between all of the four great countries, but the fact that they all mutually recognized which among those relations required the most vigilance could not be altered. Therefore, albeit there had been remarkable historical achievement in the signing of a non-aggression treaty, with the empire lasting the duration of the royal selection held by the kingdom, that did not mean that the chilly relationship between the two countries had warmed up. To make a long story short, the kingdom of Lugunica had persisted with its vigilance of the potential enemy that was the Valatian Empire, and it was always refining its countermeasures against the primary force encompassed by the 9 divine generals and the lookout force that was the Flying Dragon Squadron. Within those strategy meetings, it had been decided. The kingdom's magic regiment would oppose the Empire's Flying Dragon Squadron, and its apex, Raswal, would clash with the most powerful Flying Dragon Rider. Raswal, be that as it may, I had never thought that I'd be facing off against targets requiring such caution like the vicious old man and the magical sharpshooter within the Empire Tilda. When the counter-empire discussions were being held, those two individuals were recognized as the greatest threats. Of course, when it came to individual military assets, the Blue Lightning and the Spirit Eater were the big two, but concerning them, the kingdom also had a sword saint who would not lose out. But when it came to war, the presence of leadership was vital. The best way to end a war would be to end the lives of the enemy's leaders. And for that, what was feared more than the first and the second was the vicious old man and the magical sharpshooter. Ergo, Raswal had also surmised the techniques and capabilities of the magical sharpshooter from rumors. Raswal had heard that in the end, he had risen in rebellion and lost his life without them ever having the chance to face off against each other. So his simulations had ended up becoming meaningless, but by some hapless twist of fate, this situation had been brought to fruition. And then, upon ascertaining the skills of the real, not imagined, Balaroy Temiglyph, the strongest magician in the world, Raswal was convinced. Raswal, as expected, I can't Tilda win this on my own. That was not in jest or sarcasm, nor was it that he had lost his nerve. Raswal merely recognized that as the plain truth. This was not a matter of his magic being inferior to military techniques, but that there was a difference in the playing field. First of all, there was a difference in their mobility. Able to use flying magic, Raswal was one of the world's leading individuals who was capable of solo flight, but his speed and maneuverability could not match that of flying dragons, experts in the field. If one were to challenge Balaroy head-on in an air battle, the best they would be able to do would be to get thrown off by his speed and get shot down while being tossed about by his three-dimensional movements. Secondly, there was a difference in the precision and objective of their respective methods of attack. The magical bullets, mastered by Balaroy, were undoubtedly something that had been trained for the purpose of killing others, and it would be acceptable to say that their power and accuracy had been perfected. In order to become a magician that his teacher would not be ashamed of, Raswal aimed to master every possible magic, but he was still far off from the deep mysteries of magic, and even if his diversity overwhelmingly surpassed that of Balaroy, he could declare that he had nothing on the same level as this enemy who specialized in the field of killing a target. And thirdly, there was a difference in their combat conditions. It was a vexing matter, but that was the greatest obstacle in this matchup. If one were to think about it, they would likely come to this conclusion. Were it possible to do battle from a distant location and one-sidedly attack the opponent, it would be impossible to lose. That was naturally Raswal's fighting style, and fighting from the greatest range that was possible for himself could be said to be the fundamental tactic for certain victory as a magician. The problem was that even with his greatest attack range, it would still be a situation in which his opponent would have the upper hand. Naturally, his opponent would thus not permit the one-sided attacks he had come to use until now. In order to avoid that situation, he would need to close to distance so as to not lose out in range. And then, in the situation where the range advantage had been eliminated, he would need to turn it into a contest of their individual abilities. But the combat conditions imposed upon Roswal would not allow for that prerequisite. Subaru, to be honest, having our allies taken out one by one from far away would be the most troubling thing. In order to not let the opponent perform that kind of rapid fire on us, do something to suppress him. For their assault on the Imperial capital, when dividing up the members of the Rescue from Destruction Squad, that was the duty Subaru had entrusted to Roswal. In truth, that had been a logical decision. Disregarding Hallibal and Albert, Roswal did not intend to claim that he was the most powerful asset, but there was no doubt that he was the one who possessed the greatest range. Emilia was also on the right track, but she lacked precision in her attacks, and she had no method of ascending to the sky where their opponent made their battlefield. It was a matter of course that this would be up to Roswal. As a result, in order to prevent the other allies from being targeted, Roswal was forced to attack from a distance that was overwhelmingly favorable for his opponent, declaring war while attracting his opponent's attention to himself. Roswal, as I had feared, even at this distance, the opponent's attacks are delivered with precision. I've attracted his attention, but I'll have to close the distance from here. This act really could result in my death. The three aforementioned disadvantages should suffice to show just how troublesome that would be. Against such a formidable enemy, he would have no choice but to fight with tactics and at a distance where the opponent would triumph. Furthermore, recognizing the difference in strength between them, Roswal was convinced that his opponent was above him. But there was neither lamentation nor despair dwelling within his heterochromatic eyes. That was because medium, Dia. Immediately after he thought he had seen a flash, the sound of water splashing and an impact jolted both Roswal and Medium. That was proof that Medium had succeeded in defending against the impact of the second bullet. While admiring Medium's skill in managing such a feat, Roswal deepened his smile. The reason for that smile was Roswal. Medium-kun, does it seem feasible? Medium. Yeah, we can do it. It's like Rosejin said. It seems like Balebro is only aiming for my arms and shoulders. Tusk witnessing the second bullet he had fired being cut down by the barbarian's sword in the magnified vision of his left eye. Balleroy bit down on his molars at the improvement in skill of the girl he recognized, and at the viciousness of his opponent's objective. Within the scope he had created by bending light, he could grasp for certain that medium, her face brimming with motivation, and the man flying in the sky while carrying her, were gradually getting closer. Their aim was obvious. It was a standard tactic in warfare to close the distance on an opponent who specialized in long-distance attacks. The surprise attack of the flaming spheres from above the clouds, once that had failed, they had immediately shifted gears. That was not the case. If there was anybody who thought that such a bland attack would hit before being noticed, there was truly something wrong with them. The intention of that attack was for it to be taken down. Though he understood that, it was an attack that he had no choice but to shoot down. Since his opponent had fired the opening attack of this battle like that, he would commence an ultra-long-range battle in his own overwhelming favor. Upon seeing Medium, Balleroy's fighting spirit was paralyzed. The reason why they had let the surprise attack be defended against and had commenced with a battle in which he was the one with the advantageous range was because their strategy built on the fact that Balleroy would have to choose whom to shoot with his magical bullets. Balleroy, Medium had defended against both of the magical bullets, the first and second shot alike, that Balleroy had fired. She had always been that way. When Medium was feeling down, she could be overpowered by even the unathletic Flop, and yet when she was filled with motivation, she would become an obstreperously rambunctious kid. Neither Flop nor Miles could do anything about it, and despite being her favorite, Balleroy also had difficulty in dealing with her. Serena was not one to rebuke, so Medium's liveliness knew no bounds. Be that as it may, he had never expected for her to be able to deflect his magical bullets. Caroline, Kerhirara. Balleroy, I gotcha, Caroline. As Balleroy clenched his teeth, his beloved dragon flapped its wings and neighed in appeal to him. Through the art of flying dragon taming, Balleroy and Caroline were tied to each other's existences through their souls, through the merging of art with art. Subjugating the innately ferocious flying dragons through that process was the secretive technique of flying dragon taming. Given that relationship, any wavering in Balleroy's thoughts and feelings was directly transmitted to Caroline. The inverse also held true, so Balleroy had also sensed Caroline's thoughts. He understood. Medium's skill was not the only reason why the magical bullets had been defended against. Balleroy had laid eyes upon the figure of someone who was essentially a younger sister to him, making such an earnest expression, and that had been the reason why he had not shot through her with the ruthlessness of a warrior. Balleroy, her limbs. If he could just shoot one of them off, Medium would certainly withdraw from the warfront. The magician whom she was accompanying would also judge that there would be no benefit in flying with her if she were to suffer a serious injury. If possible, it would be better for it to be an arm instead of a leg. If it was an arm, there would be less difficulty in her life hereafter than there would be if it was a leg. It would be best if he caused Medium to withdraw with a wound, shot down the magician, and then requested Sphinx to spare her life. If he did so, his anguish would disappear. Anguish would disappear. Balleroy, let's go get M. With the face of an undead that had lost all complexion, there was a definite fighting spirit dwelling within Balleroy's golden eyes. It was not the expression of hesitating to attack Medium, which he had worn until a moment earlier, but rather that of finding the consensus between his disposition and his objective, and bringing it to fruition. It was the expression of the magical sharpshooter. Balleroy. While harboring a fighting spirit within his golden irises, the heat from Balleroy's body completely subsided. Closing his right eye, concentrating all of his attention into the scope with his left eye, he got up on his knees upon the back of his beloved dragon, fixed his spear in place, and created a sharply pointed bullet of light at its tip. Balleroy was an unorthodox magician, and he had not refined anything except this one technique. A single one of these shots consumed very little mana, and since it maximized the effect with a minimal number of required processes, it had a good affinity with his nature. To settle things reliably, it was the embodiment of that approach. Balleroy. While Balleroy was concentrating in that manner, Caroline similarly boosted its own concentration. The moment he peered through his scope and carefully observed the conduct of his target, he would have to neglect maintaining vigilance over the rest of his surroundings. So in Balleroy's stead, when he did so, Caroline would maintain a field of vision over their environs. His beloved dragon, who kept a lookout over their surroundings with the eyesight and instinctive alertness of a flying dragon, was absolutely indispensable to Balleroy as he established this tactic. Balleroy, if you're looking to throw down against me, then you're gonna have to close the distance. But did you really think I'd let you do that so easily while knowing that? He was surprised that something like flying magic existed, but the speed of their approach could not possibly be compared to that of a flying dragon rider. If he fell back by the same amount that his opponent was approaching, the distance between them would not close. Of course, since there was a limit to how much he could fall back, the method of maintaining distance was not just falling back, but also making full use of maneuvering and elevation. But that was not a problem. There existed no boundaries in the vast sky. Hence, the battle technique of the magical sharpshooter had been established. Balleroy hit. Weaving a word with lips devoid of moisture, the tip of his spear suddenly shone with an intense brightness. The moment the magical bullet was fired, there was no recoil or emotion whatsoever on Balleroy's part. There was only a quick flash of light, and the result brought about the sniping in less than a second. Within his vision magnified by the scope, Medium had defended against the third magical bullet with her barbarian sword. Her movements suggested that she had realized that Balleroy was aiming for her limbs. Whether that was her natural intuition or advice whispered into her ear by the magician behind her was unclear. While admiring that as quite the impressive feat, Balleroy spilled out a long breath. Balleroy hit, 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 hit. With that, he consecutively fired from the fourth shot to the eighth shot in a single breath. Balleroy. Balleroy's magical bullets had no recoil. Therefore, there was no impediment to shooting in rapid succession. If there was a limitation, it would be the speed at which the bullets of light were created to be fired. But Balleroy had poured all of his talents for magic into mastering this magical bullet attack. 5 shots per second, light bullets that were fired at the same accuracy without the slightest bit of deviation that was the basis for Balleroy Temiglyph being called the magical sharpshooter, and the reason he had attained the position of General First Class. Balleroy. Hit, 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 hit. Fiercely swinging the barbarian swords in both of her hands, Medium frantically continued to repel the magical bullets. That in itself was worthy of praise, but Balleroy's remaining strength had not decreased in the slightest. The time that had passed was 10 seconds at most, and if they continued for another 10 or 20 seconds, Medium would definitely use up all of her strength. If Balleroy indifferently approached that moment while firing his magical bullets, Balleroy. For a moment, suspicion was yielded in the composed Balleroy's thoughts. All the while, he still continued creating bullets of light and engaging in a ceaseless chain of sniper fire via his magical bullets. But it was this very situation that Balleroy harbored suspicion about. Bringing Medium along with him for the surprise attack, this was the opponent who had imposed a considerable limitation on Balleroy's magical bullets. Naturally, it was an enemy who had thrown down the gauntlet with the intention of facing Balleroy. So would they really implement such a half-hearted strategy, like letting him break through simply by persisting with his signature move? He could not help but find it strange and peculiar. It was this very situation in which he could fully display his true nature. Indeed, it happened right after Balleroy had finished contemplating. Carolan, Curerara. In Balleroy's stead, as he looked through his scope, Carolan gave a loud neigh as it kept vigilance over their surroundings. While flying at high speeds through the sky above the Crystal Palace, his beloved dragon, who had been maintaining a constant distance with the opponent, made an appeal, and Balleroy turned his attention to the cause of Carolan's neigh. From even higher than Balleroy and Carolan, who were high in the skies above, something was falling towards them. Balleroy, HK, you're really giving it to us, ain't you? As Balleroy grit his teeth and howled, what pierced the thick clouds and fell towards them was a threat even more direct than the balls of flame that had targeted the Crystal Palace earlier. An enormous mass of ice, akin to the size of a small mountain, ferociously hurtled down from the sky towards the imperial capital. Fighting against Balleroy Dono in a location with no cover will prove to be fatal. After all, he is the greatest flying dragon rider of the Empire, an astounding master of his craft, with range in every conceivable direction. Following the advice that Julius had provided whilst he bore a grave look on his face, the aerial battle that Raswal had been challenged to was the poorest choice of battlefield against the Empire's finest flying dragon rider. After all, there was nothing in the sky that could serve as cover. Forwards, backwards, left, and right went without saying, but his opponent was even able to guarantee range on the vertical plane, allowing for every direction in 3 dimensions. Altogether, it was the worst possible environment. It was normal for a warrior to prepare the most disadvantageous situation for their opponent. So if one were to go out of their way to meet their opponent's conditions and choose to fight with a disadvantageous situation for themselves, then they would merely be an insane person. So then, although there was nothing that could have been done regarding the conditions, would that make Raswal an insane deviant who chose to allow his opponent to fight on a battlefield on which they excelled, at a range at which they triumphed, and with tactics which were their forte? Certainly, that was not the case. Raswal would not say that he was normal, but he understood that he was not one to burn with a longing for victory, nor was he one to eccentrically enjoy the disadvantages of a war situation. He recognized his own abnormalities, but those abnormalities were not things he displayed in combat. Therefore, Raswal had not done anything so foolish as facing a battlefield on which he had no chance of winning. Ha, ha, ha! Within Raswal's arms, Medium panted as steam rose from her body. The high level of heat being transmitted into his palms was proof that the performance of her body was rising in response to her fighting spirit. At the same time, it was also proof that she had surpassed her limits several times in just 10 seconds. The dreadful rapid-fire ability of the magical bullets, even if it was clear that they were flying towards her in a manner that would avert a fatal wound. He was deeply impressed that Medium had successfully repelled 50 of the approaching bullets, but they did not have another 10 seconds. Hence, Roswell progressed the battle to the next stage. Breaking through the clouds that hung over the imperial capital, an enormous mass of ice was plummeting from the heavens towards the city's surface. A mass of ice so mighty that one could have easily mistaken it for a mountain. Roswell was naturally the one who had made it fall. However, if he produced a block of ice of that size, no matter how much pride Roswell had as being the world's greatest magician, he would barely have any mana remaining after the fact. Therefore, he had gotten Emilia, who possessed excessive amounts of mana, to create the block of ice. Roswell, she still had so much energy after creating something to that extent. Truly, it is an absurd notion. Having performed a marvel equivalent to creating an iceberg, Emilia calmly followed Subaru's orders and confronted a different battlefield. As reliable as that was, when he considered the possibility that he might have to confront her as adversaries one day, it gave him quite the headache. However, in this moment, he would depend on that reliability and would proceed with the stratagem of bringing down the iceberg. It had been uncertain if all of Roswell's mana could be used to produce such an enormous iceberg, but it would not have been too much if he were to simply maintain that which Emilia had created and keep it afloat. He had been keeping it on standby since the balls of flame had been brought down, and now, in this moment, he released it from its yoke. Roswell. The attack had equivalent mass to that of a mountain falling from the sky, but its aim was not to flatten Balleroy from overhead as he flew around in the air. It would be a briefer story if such a thing could be done, but it would likely not be very difficult for Balleroy to escape from the area of damage that the iceberg would inflict. Hence, the reason for bringing the iceberg down was not to attack Balleroy. It was to serve as an obstacle. Roswell, if there's no cover, then I had better create some. Right after he muttered this, Roswell narrowed his eyes, and then cracks immediately began to form throughout the entirety of the iceberg. That moment, a high-pitched noise pierced the sky, just as if glass that filled the air had all shattered at once, and the subsequent phenomenon that occurred might have even appeared as if the sky was crumbling. The iceberg shattered, and as fragments scattered about, chunks of ice chaotically fell towards the ground. Though the phrasing of shattered had been used, they were fragments of a mountain. Each individual fragment was around the size of a building or a dragon carriage, so it was identical to an avalanche of icebergs tumbling down from the sky. It was a sight akin to taking a box filled with small pebbles and sand and turning it upside down over a flower bed. Roswell. This is the true ability of a magician. If one could engage in a one-sided attack from a distance at which they excelled, it would be impossible to lose. That such was the fundamental tactic for certain victory for a magician had been mentioned earlier. Therefore, Roswell preferred a fighting style that conformed to that fundamental, and thus he put it into practice. In order to perform one-sided attacks, it was crucial to reduce the opponent's options. A proficiency at a certain range was nothing more than an easily decipherable indicator to help in doing so. By reducing his opponent's options, he could pull the situation towards one that was advantageous for himself. That was the fighting style of the world's strongest magician, Roswell. Medium, Terrier. A light passed through the incessant rain of shards and chunks of ice, and Medium cut down the magical bullet that had approached. Medium had been ordered to not be fazed no matter what happened, but he was as grateful as he could have been that she was moving in accordance with that order. The magical sharpshooter should have also been adequately astounded, but it was commendable that he had magnificently shifted back to attacking right away. However, his rapid-fire capability and mobility had been reduced beyond compare. And above all else, Roswell, if you're the kind of person I've heard you were, you won't target me directly with your magical bullets. After all, if I were to fall from this altitude, there would be no way of saving Medium Khan. Making an extraordinary war situation into a reality was an enemy akin to the devil. Faced with a magician who used Medium as a shield in order to prevent his tactics, Balleroy recognized his opponent as such by means of a clear enmity. In the Valatian Empire, so-called magicians were exceedingly valuable. That was because fundamentally and ethnically, a propensity to be unskilled in handling magic had been passed down. So ultimately the principles of the people of the empire did not align with magic. At the roots of the empire's people, there was a reverence towards the strong, and that could also be expressed as an adoration for the talents and skills of outstanding warriors. An ideal warrior of the Valatian Empire would wield their own weapon and overcome their opponent in an exchange of blows, and battles that did not take such a form were shunned. There were deep-rooted preconceptions and biases regarding other types of fighting styles, and though it had improved under Vincent's reign, it would still take some time for such things to completely disappear. The fighting style of Balleroy, known as the magical sharpshooter, and the killing methods of the vicious old man, Albart, the shinobi head honcho, could not be said to be that highly regarded, contrary to the vigilance other nations had of them. Though, since Balleroy and Albart did not fight for the sake of fame, neither of them really cared. Because he had possessed such rationale, Balleroy, unlike other people from the Empire, did not particularly detest magicians. He wished to overturn that evaluation from when he had been alive. Balleroy, I don't like your way of doing things one bit, Mr. Magician. He admired their skill of using absolutely everything at their disposal to produce their own battlefield, but with their poisonous fangs pointed towards him, going as far as facing him with a member of his own family of all things, fury surged within him. He truly wished to shoot through that person's head and heart, but Balleroy, Carolan, Curierera. Spurring on his beloved dragon with a pat on the back, the flying dragon picked up speed with a flap of its wings as it neighed. As Balleroy and Carolan danced through the dark sky, soaring through the hailstorm of unbelievable scale, they focused on conquering the labyrinth of ice that had suddenly been created, attempting to break through. In the past, there had been instances where people had tried to avoid Balleroy's magical bullets by escaping to a forest, dense with trees, or by hiding away in a sturdy fortress. When those had happened, Balleroy had cleared the trees with a rapid hail of magical bullets to secure a line of sight, and in the second case, he had identified where the opponent was hiding, and then shot a magical bullet through the wall to kill the enemy. But he had never once attempted to conquer a method as absurd as this until now, and thus, naturally, he had never once overturned a strategy as absurd as this, either. Balleroy, so that means if I get past this, it'll be my win, ain't that right? While evading the fragments of the shattered iceberg, which would quite likely be able to end one's life with just a mere graze, Balleroy imagined the figures of Medium and the magician who had set this up. Aside from those two, there were no others who had ascended to the imperial capital's sky. That was to say, the cards that would be played in the aerial battle against Balleroy consisted entirely of those two. It seemed like Serena had not sent out her flying dragon squadron, her pride and joy, to face Balleroy. Balleroy, as I'd expect, the High Countess is fully aware. Even in aerial combat that utilized flying dragons, there existed a clear hierarchy. For example, wild flying dragons without a partner would never be able to contend with flying dragons that had a flying dragon rider. A single outstanding pair of flying dragon and rider could exterminate a flock of 100 flying dragons. And thus, if a flying dragon rider were to clash with another flying dragon rider, the superior party would always be victorious. With no relation to the advantage or disadvantage of numbers, the side with the superior flying dragon rider would win. If there existed no flying dragon riders more capable than Balleroy, then no matter how many flying dragon squadrons were sent in, the only possible outcome would be for mountains of the corpses of valuable flying dragons, and their riders alike to pile up. That was how valuable a superior flying dragon rider was. They were outstanding personnel. That was why Balleroy did not detest Serena. Her act of authorizing Miles to go on a secret mission to the kingdom of Lugunica had been necessary. Nothing could have been done about it. Balleroy. Even so, I'm gonna, as he grit his teeth, the latter half of his motto was something that even Balleroy himself had been unable to hear. That was because underneath Balleroy and Carolan, shards of the shattered iceberg crashed into the imperial capital one after the other, and a thunderous sound reverberated as a tremendous amount of dust began to rise. The shards destroyed the cityscape, altering its very form. The miserable amount of damage to the imperial capital that had been brought about by magic, the havoc which ought to have been called the magic disaster, continued. It was a city that he had protected during his lifetime and had grown accustomed to seeing. It was not as if he did not have reservations about it being destroyed, but Balleroy's attention was more so focused on his enemy rather than the city that was falling into ruin. Balleroy. Amidst the shattered ice that was fluttering down like dust, there was an illusory sight caused by the light being diffused, and he became able to more clearly see the figure of Medium, who ought to have been further beyond. However, there was still distance between them. Having brought down an iceberg from above the clouds and producing damage that heavily demolished the cityscape of the imperial capital, the distance they had gained was a negligible amount. Balleroy. Hit, hit, hit. In order to force back the distance they had gained, Balleroy shortened the amount of time it took for his fired magical bullets to reach their target, and thus Medium would need an accordingly instantaneous reaction speed. Just how many more shots would the exhausted Medium be able to obstruct? Even if Balleroy were to reduce his mobility, restricting his line and angle of fire, he would still have the advantage. That was to say, the next move was coming. Balleroy. The same bundles of flame from earlier, no. There were signs of a change above the clouds, and knocking away an ice shard with his spear, clearing the line of fire with a bullet of light, Balleroy looked up, furrowing his brow. Hurtling through the large hole in the thick clouds that had been created by the mountain of ice were numerous flaming spheres and icebergs. Though they were not as huge as the mountain of ice from earlier, they were still quite enormous. At the sight of those plummeting down, Balleroy thought that their purpose might have been to add to the obstacles in the sky. He then perceived his opponent's true intention. They were falling down somewhere largely off the mark from the position in which Balleroy and Caroline were drawing a trajectory headed for a direct hit to the Crystal Palace. Balleroy, what the hell do ya think you're doing, deviant? He was witnessing ice and flame in descent without him as their aim. However, Balleroy shouted as if it was an attack directed towards none other than himself. They would not bring any direct damage to Balleroy. Instead, they would relentlessly crush Madeline's body, which remained in the palace, and the rest of the people residing within its walls. He could not afford to let that happen. He could not afford to let Sphinx die. Balleroy, oh, spreading its wings and making a sharp turn, Caroline made a sudden break in a position where no chunks of ice would hit. Raising his body as if being flicked off of that very back, Balleroy pointed his spearhead towards the sky above the Crystal Palace and fired his magical bullets. Since the rate of production of 5 shots per second would not be able to stop the attack, in this moment he surpassed a limit that he had never surpassed in his lifetime, and a barrage of Balleroy's magical bullets covered the sky. The rampaging bullets of light completely shot down the descending flaming spheres and chunks of ice, and he had successfully protected the Crystal Palace from the large-scale damage which would have caused it to come crumbling down. But at this moment, it was a self-evident truth that Balleroy's opponent would aim at him while his back was turned. Balleroy hit. Hence, while Balleroy was aiming his spearhead at the objects falling towards the Crystal Palace, he aimed the back of his spear at the enemy drawing near, and responded by firing magical bullets both forwards and backwards at the same time. Balleroy. He had fired only one magical bullet to his rear, but that had been enough. With his back turned, Balleroy had made it seem like he was presenting an opening, and a flame of magic had been directly approaching him, pierced head-on by the magical bullet. It too exploded midair. The light bullet that had pierced the opponent's magic continued in its trajectory, heading right for Medium and the magician who had thought that they had taken advantage of an opening, only to be met by a barbarian sword. Balleroy. Medi, I'm a man who was once a divine general. When it came to the art of warfare, he would not fall behind his younger sister, regardless of her overflowing motivation. In order to take her by surprise, the magical bullet which Balleroy had fired backwards was a little bit larger than the bullets of light he had fired up until now, and thus its power excelled. Medium, you were. With a sound of water splashing, both barbarian swords were ripped from Medium's hands. Having immediately noticed something different instinctually, it was magnificent that she had intercepted it with 2 swords instead of 1. Though he had intended to blow off everything beneath her left elbow with that shot, it was thanks to that reaction that she had kept both her arms. However, the outcome would still be the same, now that she had lost her means of defense. With the next shot, he would blow off that arm of hers and put an end to this. Balleroy hit. His spearhead flickered in tandem with his determination, and he finished dealing with the ice and flame that were about to flatten the Crystal Palace. Then he immediately ascended with Caroline, and while reopening the distance that had previously been closed, he would create a magical bullet that would force Medium to withdraw Balleroy. Wah! That instant, as if to fully obstruct Balleroy's field of view, the brilliance of a rainbow blanketed the sky. In order to defeat Balleroy Temiglyph, Julius's advice had truly been useful. It was advice from a person who had already defeated him once. Not even Subaru could have provided information quite this useful. After all, Subaru was not a warrior, and he tended to give rather vague suggestions when it came to fighting styles. In any case, Julius, in my fight against Balleroy, I managed to defeat him. Of course, it was not a victory I could have attained without Ferris's assistance. Why a personage of Balleroy caliber had participated in such a rebellion, and had aimed for the venerable life of His Excellency Vincent, even in the future the reason for that will remain. Roswell, you saw his Book of the Dead, didn't tilde you. Truly a hapless coincidence. Julius Gunn, if possible, I'd like you to go over what you saw in great detail. Julius, Margrave Mathers, the only information I shall be reporting is that of Balleroy fighting style, and the manner in which I fought against him. I want you to understand that the things I had witnessed without his permission, the feelings that Balleroy had harbored, are things I shall never disclose for the rest of my life. Identifying Julius's attitude, whilst he spoke with a serious expression, as an action that served the interests of the enemy, Roswell had some methods at his disposal of prying into the information that had been gained from the Book of the Dead. But Roswell did not choose to do so, and opted to listen to the only information Julius had decided to report. Even he himself found that choice surprising. By nature, if Roswell had the means of obtaining information from someone, he would deem it acceptable to gain all of the knowledge he could and formulate a plan, and then use it to confront a battle. And yet, why had he sympathized with Julius's emotions and respected his intentions? He had no definite answer concerning the reason for his change of heart, but that mattered not. Even if he did not know everything about Balleroy Temiglyph, Julius had given a valuable answer. From Roswell's perspective, that alone had been sufficient. Roswell, the fact that it was Julius Gunn who killed you is a fact indeed. I wonder, do you not even remember the reason behind your own death, Balleroy Temiglyph Gunn? Through the authority of gluttony, Julius's name had been eaten. As a result, the people around Julius, save for the exemption of Subaru, had all forgotten about him. Roswell was no exception, and it was likely that the deceased were no exception either. Even Balleroy, who had been felled by the hand of none other than Julius, did not remember what it was that had caused his death. In other words, Roswell, with the same method that caused you to die the first time, I will kill you. It was truly a hapless coincidence and a miraculous happenstance. This was what Julius had employed to kill Balleroy, and it was a chance of seizing victory that could only be grasped because Julius's name had been eaten. It would be presumptuous of him to even try to imagine the anguish of Julius and Balleroy, who were directly involved. But as an outsider, Roswell was truly grateful for that happenstance from the bottom of his heart. The expansion of the rainbow barrier blocked the path of Balleroy and his flying dragon as they tried to ascend. A barrier brought about by an aurora. He had heard that such magic had been the decisive blow in Julius's defeat of Balleroy. It was an original magic that had been devised by Julius and his spirits, and reproducing it required an abnormally large amount of mana to be consumed, even for Roswell. Roswell was capable of using several types of magic at the same time, but utilizing all 6 types simultaneously was an act devoid of sanity. While hearing the sound of his own gate screaming from within him, Roswell still recreated Julius's victory condition in order to raise his own chances of winning. The objective of this was not to be some sort of ridicule or harassment. Rather, it was a strategic choice. Of course, if his goal had simply been to block Balleroy's escape path, Raswal could have accomplished the same thing by making use of the flames and wind in which he was proficient, but the magic he was accustomed to using would have been detected as dangerous with a single glance. It was necessary to employ magic that Balaroy would be seeing for the very first time, robbing him of his discernment, even if for only a moment. Therefore, surmising that this aurora of rainbow was also a part of what he had forgotten due to the authority of gluttony, Raswal purposely brought this situation to its final phase with the resolve to shoulder the burden. Medium. HK. As Medium grit her teeth, though both of her barbarian swords had been ripped out of her hands, she still maintained her fighting spirit and clenched her fists. One or two shots of the magical bullets, perhaps, could have been blocked by sacrificing both of her hands, but he had no intention of engaging in a fight that demanded such a high price. In the sense that the opponent had been robbed of his options, Medium had already done more than enough work. On the way to the imperial capital, Medium had voiced gratitude towards Subaru, and then Subaru had also conveyed his own gratitude to Medium, but Raswal felt the exact same way. Subaru, what are you talking about, Medium-san? If we're giving thanks, then I'm the one who should be grateful to you. Thinking about what things would be like if I hadn't met Medium-san and Flop-san back there, it makes me shudder. The way Subaru had put on a bashful performance had made Raswal want to applaud him. Certainly, without the assistance of the O'Connell siblings, this assault would not have been successful. Raswal, but thwarted by the rainbow, they would begin to fall. Since that was the conclusion that approached the pinnacle of flying dragon riders within the Empire, Raswal narrowed his eyes. Raswal. That instant, an impact pierced him diagonally from behind, and his consciousness was greatly rocked. The moment the rainbow light stretched out before him, chills ran down Balaroy's entire body. Despite being an undead body, it was ironic that the fighting intuition known as survival instincts continued to work away. Following the appeals of those dead survival instincts, Balaroy faced the barrier that had been created by the aurora and fired the hidden bullet, which had been quite literally kept hidden, which became the foundation for overcoming this obstacle. As Raswal had guessed, Balaroy could not remember the cause of his own death. Why had he ended up losing his life? Even though he could remember the commotion that had served as its impetus, as well as his incentive and reason for participating, the cause of his death was the only thing that remained a blur. If possible, he thought that it would have been better if he had forgotten things other than the reason behind his death. But if he were to forget those things, he would definitely no longer remain himself. In any case, Balaroy could not recall the moment of his death. However, upon hearing accounts from the other undead, excluding the people who had died without understanding what was going on, he could not find anybody else who had forgotten the details that had led up to their death. Because of that, Balaroy thought. He thought about why he had died, about why he could not think of an answer, and he had thought about how he must have died, considering as many options as possible. The possibility that his affiliation with the rebellion had been exposed, and someone like Cecilus had lopped off his head, or his fellow generals of the first class like Groovy and Maguro had purged him. But he had his reasons for carrying out that rebellion. Thinking that it might have been related to the people who had come from the kingdom of Lugunica, he had pondered what sort of battle it might have been. The method of being defeated by having his path obstructed mid-flight was the final candidate that he had considered. Balaroy had arrived at that idea after the battle of the coupled dragon carriages, where he had retrieved the body of Lamia Godwin and had identified the presence of Flop and Medium. Back then, when Balaroy had fired a magical bullet to restrain the enemy, he had witnessed somebody inside the coupled dragon carriage defend against it by putting up a barrier of rainbow. It was after he had seen that rainbow. He could not be sure, but he had felt that it was a troublesome technique. That was why, no matter what sort of corner he was forced into, he had kept it in mind to prepare one spare magical bullet, such that he could instantaneously fire it at any moment. That had been useful in tearing through this rainbow barrier. Carolan, Curierara. Carolan roared as it pierced through the rainbow, and while sustaining wounds over its entire body, they escaped the enclosure. Maximizing the advantages of having become an undead flying dragon, his beloved dragon flew in a path towards survival as its painful wounds began to regenerate. Grateful for that, Balaroy charged his spear with a magical bullet, and as he readied it diagonally, Balaroy hit. The bullet that had been fired flew straight in a direction that was off the mark from the enemy. However, in the line of fire of the bullet of light was some falling debris from the chunks of ice, and the light bullet slid diagonally across the surface of the ice. With that momentum, the light bullet bounced around the surrounding debris, bouncing around, then. It pierced the back of the enemy who had unleashed the rainbow upon him. Having been born, having died, he had succeeded in the ricocheting of light for the first time. Having quite literally flown over the boundary of death, Balaroy had evolved his magical technique even further. Unfortunately for Raswal, by attempting to select magic that was supposed to have been seen for the first time by Balaroy in order to delay his response, he had actually allowed for an instinctive reaction to the rainbow he was seeing for the second time. Rosechin. Struck by a ricochet from an unexpected angle, the magician's flight had been hindered, and a scream called out for him. From within the arms of the magician, Medium had been unable to do anything about an attack from a position she could not defend, and that scream sounded from her grievous voice. If he had aimed directly for the magician and shot them down, they would have fallen from quite a high elevation, and there was the danger that he would not have been able to save Medium. That had resulted in Balaroy being restricted to only targeting Medium, but the descent of the iceberg and the attack on the Crystal Palace had actually backfired on his opponent. Balaroy, at this distance, I can catch you before you fall. The long-distance battle of several kilometers between the southwest and northernmost point of the imperial capital had lost that distance in the midst of battle. It was now a distance such that he would be able to catch Medium before his opponent crashed into the ground. Balaroy patted Carolan's neck, and slipping past the chunks of ice, it faced its wings in that direction in order to retrieve Medium. While preparing himself to endure all the verbal abuse that Medium would throw at him, Medium, Rosejin. Suddenly, the audible voice was one of innocence, completely dissimilar to the shriek from just before. If something were to be said, then it had been a tone bereft of what was characteristic for Medium. But the strangeness of hearing that in the midst of this battle and the subsequent development stole Balaroy's attention. Balaroy, wah! An undead with black eyeballs and golden irises looming within. With those eyes opened wide, Balaroy was left speechless. Within Balaroy's vision, Medium parted from the arms of the magician who had been flying in the sky and began to fall towards the ground below. No, she was not falling. She had been thrown. Vigor having been applied to Medium's body, she had been thrown towards the surface with utmost strength. With a speed much faster than that of a free fall, she plummeted towards the ground. If he did not move to catch her right away, he would not make it in time. Right after he had thought that, Balaroy understood what that devil had been thinking. Balaroy. The moment before he chose to fly to Medium, Balaroy's gaze crossed with the magician's. At a distance where he could finally see his opponent's face clearly, even without the scope, it was a man with an exceedingly aggravating face. His back having been struck, while blood spilled from his mouth, the opponent was still smiling. Shooting a magical bullet at that smile, he immediately soared towards Medium. He would not let things go in accordance with his opponent's intentions. Carolan, Currera. At that moment, Carolan's neigh pulled Balaroy's attention towards Medium. Having been thrown away, Medium was plummeting towards the ground. The speed at which she fell was high, but it was likely that Balaroy and Carolan would be able to reach her in time. No, it would have been likely. What awaited Medium at the end of her fall were spikes of ice from the wreckage of the shattered ice chunks. Balaroy. He hallucinated the vision of Medium's body being torn to shreds by the blades of ice. From his opponent's perspective, Medium should have been an ally. His reasoning cried out that such an obvious fact would not serve as insurance before an opponent like this. This opponent was a magician. Magician who would make full use of absolutely everything at his disposal as his own property. Balaroy. He had only a moment to think, and the result would appear immediately afterwards. There was a single magical bullet stored in Balaroy's spearhead, and he only had one chance to make his decision. That was whether he would shoot this magical bullet at the magician or at the ice spikes. Balaroy hated the deaths of his own people more than anything else. Balaroy. Ain't that right, big bro Miles? Carolan, Currera. As he whispered in appeal, his beloved dragon neighed as if to express its approval. That instant, the fired magical bullet flew straight, thoroughly destroying the ice spikes that were threatening to pierce the falling medium. And then, Raswal, the cause of your defeat was that you wavered when it came to what was most important. Together with the unfeeling voice of the man, a magical bullet fired by his opponent pierced Balleroy's chest, along with the wing of his beloved dragon, bringing this battle of sky to its conclusion. In German folklore, the figure of the Freyschütz is a marksman who, by a contract with the devil, has obtained a certain number of bullets destined to hit without fail whatever object he wishes. As the legend is usually told, 6 of the magic bullets are thus subservient to the marksman's will, but the 7th is at the absolute disposal of the devil himself. Arc 8, Chapter 54, Saumatu. Human translated by Archbishop, Section 4, Machine translated by Archbishop Dachesem, Beloved Bruceff, proofread by Archbishop #750, Archbishop Japanese to English checking by Archbishop Isenkel Rejasu, Art Sources, PROS. Before he could even notice it, Garfield Tinsel found himself sitting in a dark place. Garfield. Ah! With his sharp eyes widened, Garfield glanced around. There was no familiarity to the place. In the dimly lit area, Garfield was sunk deep into a chair, elbows on his knees and chin resting on his hands. What in the world could have brought him to be in such a place? Garfield. Where the fuck am I? Wrinkling his nose in suspicion, Garfield sniffed. Garfield's excellent sense of smell, though not as acute as that of a Hyanapperson, was useful for assessing situations. Picking up information about his surroundings was more of an instinctive action, yet his sense of smell was not working well. It was not as if he could not sense any smell, but rather that it seemed elusive. Speaking of elusiveness, it was not just the smell. The surrounding situation was likewise. As previously mentioned, he found himself in a dimly lit area. The ceiling was high, and the chair Garfield was seated upon was not the only one, as there were rows of chairs arranged on both sides. Moreover, there seemed to be multiple rows of chairs both before and behind Garfield, with him occupying a seat in the middle of the space. Just as he was contemplating this, Garfield recalled something similar to this scene. Garfield, this must be some kind of theater where they do plays or something. Once the idea of a theater was spoken, the image solidified in his mind, and it seemed clear-cut. Indeed, Garfield was in a theater, sitting in the middle of the auditorium. The dim lighting and high ceiling were all essential elements for theater performances. Just as Garfield came to this understanding of his situation, as if on cue, a loud, resonant bell chimed throughout the theater, a signal for the beginning of the performance. Garfield. With widened eyes, Garfield froze in place, leaving his inner thoughts behind, as a change occurred in front of the audience's seating. The curtain rose, unveiling the previously hidden stage. And on that stage, bathed in the audience's gaze, was Garfield. A cat. Garfield's muttered words, accompanied by a frown, succinctly captured the scene on the stage. In truth, awaiting the start of the performance, now that the curtain had been raised, was a small cat. A tiny grey cat standing on 2 legs, its arms outstretched. Its small size, even more reductive than that of the kitten people Garfield was aware of, Mimi being one such case, was truly akin to that of a palm. One such small cat, then 2, then 3, began the start of their performance on the stage. Each cat looked identical, and before Garfield, swept along by the situation, the 3 cats began to move. Each was adorned with different props. One wore a golden wig, another a red wig, and the last one a white cotton tuft on its head. Then, before Garfield's blinking eyes, the 3 cats moved to their respective positions on the stage, where they began to perform spectacular movements. The golden-haired cat and the cotton-tufted cat collided, while the red-haired cat stood still, watching. Quite the literal scuffle had broken out. Garfield, what the fuck's this? Stunned, Garfield watched as the cats became entangled on the stage. The props on the stage were quite elaborate, with a backdrop depicting a stone-hewn cityscape. The houses and kabuki paintings on the walls started to become broken, destroyed, and thrown around as the cats fought with each other. It was quite the flashy, intricate horseplay, such that one would think it to be almost charming. Garfield. That cat, now that I think about it, ain't I seen it somewhere before? Suddenly, As he focused on the performing kittens, Garfield felt a tug in his memory. Scratching at the lid of his nearly closed recollection, he gradually opened it, and understanding began to emerge. Those kittens, they looked just like the pictures that Subaru would draw at Emilia and Beatrice's insistence, depicting the great spirit who was contracted to Emilia. Garfield. Nah, I said, what the hell's up with that? Despite having an idea come to mind, Garfield was indignant because he could not grasp what it meant. He inadvertently raised his voice, causing the kittens on stage to stop their movements in surprise. Catching a glimpse of the three kittens peeking at him, Garfield felt mortified. He did not feel like there was a reason to apologize, nor did he want to insist that there was not one, but truly a fool. Sit down, Garfield. Oh, watching quietly is the etiquette of theater. Are you trying to disrupt the performance? Having been abruptly reprimanded, Garfield turned to the side with his eyes peeled. To his left, where there had been no one just moments before, sat a girl with pink hair Ram. She pulled Garfield back by his waistband and sat him down, and then to the kittens who were looking at her with glazed-over eyes, she arrogantly said, "Continue." Following Ram's instructions, the kittens resumed their on-stage banter. However, Garfield found Ram's presence more significant than the stage performance. Garfield, Ram, the fucker you doing here? And who the hell are those guys? Ram, Garfield, no, this ain't the time to be talking. Anyway, we gotta get out of here. I don't care where we are, I'll make sure to keep you safe. Ram, Garfield, right, let me know your thoughts, Ram. Honestly, it's probably better to think about things the two of us together than for my amazing self to think alone. Ram, haven't you realized? Driven by impatience, Garfield's tone of voice became more and more agitated, choking up at Ram's words. In front of the blinking Garfield, Ram kept her usual cool demeanor, fixing her eyes on the stage. Feeling frustrated by the one he loved not reciprocating the attention he was giving her, Garfield also glanced up at the stage to see what had caught her attention, and he saw the unchanged, playful antics of the kittens. However, he soon realized that there was a hidden meaning beneath their continued playful interactions. The golden-haired kitten, the red-haired kitten, and the cotton-tufted kitten faced each other and flailed about, wreaking havoc on the cityscape backdrop until finally the cotton-tufted kitten shoved the golden-haired kitten, causing it to tumble. The fallen golden-haired kitten ended up trapped beneath a fallen prop. What could this performance be about, Ram? Garf. Once again, called by Ram's quiet voice, Garfield turned around. And then the light crimson eyes that had been watching the stage up until now met his own, and their gazes collided head-on. He looked at Ram's face, which normally made his heart pound when seeing it up close. However, at this moment, what was throbbing inside Garfield was not love, but an instinctive warning bell. Sensing Garfield's realization, Ram let out a small sigh. Ram, you are dying. And so, she declared that the theater he was witnessing was merely a fleeting dream. A kitten wearing a golden wig rolling onto the stage, which was his own appearance. Once he did understand that in a certain way, this entire program appeared to be like nothing but a bad joke. While confronting the enemy, the cotton-tufted kitten, he had been the one protecting the red-haired kitten behind him. As he pondered upon it, little by little, his memory became clearer. Garfield, that's right. Right now my amazing self's in the middle of fighting the dragon that captain asked me to. So that cotton-tufted one's the dragon, and the red-haired one's the old man. Ram, that one has become rather cute. Garfield, as much as I want to hear which one, this ain't the time for that. I gotta get back soon. Ram, wait. Garfield, Gore. Having understood the situation, Garfield promptly attempted to jump into action, but he could only cry out in pain as the string of his necklace was pulled tight. Ram had forcibly stopped Garfield and hastily turned him around to face her, and as Garfield bore his fangs and was about to yell at her, Wait, Garfield. Stay right here like Nisama said. Let's call a timeout." Saying so, Natsuki Subaru, who occupied the other seat next to Ram, stopped Garfield. The appearance of this Subaru was one that had not been seen in a while, with long arms and legs long in comparison to the present state, but not actually all that long, such was his appearance. Subaru, hey, right now, didn't you just think of something really hurtful? Garfield, don't you fret bout it, Captain. Ain't you always saying that you got short legs and a long torso? Subaru, Saying it yourself versus having it said to you are entirely different kinds of damage. That's how it's supposed to be. Am I right, Biko? Emilia-tan. Beatrice, Subaru right now. It's Bubby's moment to shine in the play, so stop interrupting, in fact. Emilia, sorry, Subaru. I'll make sure to listen to what you have to say later. Subaru, who was finally back to his previous size, was altogether brushed aside by both Beatrice, who was sitting on his lap, and Emilia, who was seated next to him. The girls were way too absorbed in each and every move of the kittens on stage to give Subaru even the slightest attention. Listening to the conversation between the disappointedly slump-shouldered Subaru and the others, Garfield meanwhile recalled that the actual name of the kitten, whom he did not know personally, was Puck. Furthermore, this kind of interaction of Subaru with the rest of the group felt similar to ones he had witnessed in the past. You are correct. This is a memory of the original theater that this space is based upon. You see, it looks just like the theater we were invited to when we all went to see the play about the subjugation of the white whale. Garfsen was totally in love with that play. I had a lot of fun too, so I know how you feel. Garfield, Artabro, Petra. This time the voices came from behind him, and he turned around, where his gaze was met with Petra, who was waving her hands in the air, and Otto, who was seated next to her and was shrugging his shoulders. Furthermore, besides Otto, he saw a woman with long, golden hair. Garfield, Gaia. That is quite the pathetic face you are making, Garf. Besides, Ram raises an unusually valid point this time. So sit and calm down. Garfield, oh, even if you tell me to calm down. Now. Want you lend an ear tar what all these people round you are saying. Good grief, one expect some growth after not seeing you for so long, but you're still wet behind the ears, aren't you, Garbo? Garfield, Jay, Nan Granny, Ryuzu, why'd you have tar correct yourself, tar make it worse? Within the eyes of the astonished Garfield, the figures of his grandmother, Ryuzu, together with his elder sister were reflected. At that unexpected lineup, Garfield was left flabbergasted, and Ram, who was right next to him, once again pulled him by the waistband, forcing him to sit down. Ram, so, have you calmed down a little? Garfield, just like Dagraham's encirclement, this ain't a situation to calm down. I just sat down 'cause my knees felt a bit weak. What the hell's going on? Ram, for the time being, it seems like you're inclined to listen to what Ram has to say. Good. As expected of you, Nisama. Garfield, whoa. Ram nodded with her usually cold expression when suddenly an audience member seated in front of them turned around and interjected. Realizing that it was Ram's light blue-haired younger sister, Garfield blinked. However, Rem essentially ignored Garfield and had turned back around to face forward again. Garfield, what the? Subaru, that's how it is. Garfield, you don't have much of a mental image of Rem yet, so she's only going to react nebulously. It's completely within the scope of how I impersonated her. Garfield, at the rate people are popping up, ain't it gonna get hella crowded in here, damn it. At Rem's vapidity, with Beatrice seated on his lap, Subaru responded while playing with her hair. While this reasoning was somewhat convincing, if the person in question could not be recreated properly, then what was the point in keeping them in this theater in the first place? Such was his impression. Frederica, you have it all wrong, Garth. It is true that you do not know much about Rem yet, but that does not mean you do not care about her. That is the reason why she is here. I agree. A person you are concerned about will continue to remain strongly in your heart. Familiarity with the person in question is not all that important. I think that's the crucial matter in this case. Garfield, this ain't good for my heart. Somehow, as he was beginning to understand the rules of the theater, the explanation that came from Frederica and Reinhard, who had somehow come to be sitting in the rows behind, lacked a sense of reality. Since none of this was real, it seemed like lacking that sense of reality was apt. In all likelihood, Frederica and Reinhard being in the same place and having a conversation like this had never happened before. However, Garfield, my impatience from earlier is starting to calm down. That Bane said, should I just stay quiet like Ram said? I'm somehow starting to feel sleepy. Ram, what is this idiocy I am hearing? If you fall asleep, you'll die. Garfield, so this place really is dangerous after all. Beatrice, Emilia, and Petra, SHHH. As soon as he raised his voice, Beatrice and Emilia put their fingers to their lips, and Petra admonished him. Being singled out made his lips quiver, and Garfield clicked his fangs and fell silent. He was told not to rush back, but then he was told not to be too calm, or else he would die. Just what did they want Garfield to do? It's about not returning empty-handed, Tilda. Just do not try to overthink too much. Garfield, ugh, even inside my amazing self's head you piss me off. Or, I am so hated, Tilda. Although blaming me would be absurd, so expressing my regret and apologizing would be an oddity. Seated one row behind with his long legs crossed, Roswell fanned the flames. Looking towards him in frustration, as Garfield was about to complain, he was suddenly at a loss for words. He was aware that Reinhard, who had spoken out earlier, was seated next to Roswell. However, the problem was the other person sitting next to him. When the woman clad in black noticed Garfield's gaze, she smiled sweetly with an aura. You're looking at me with quite the burning gaze. Although it's in a place like this, will you join me in slicing each other to our heart's content? Garfield, doing that wouldn't be any fun. I'd also feel bad for Maylie, so I ain't gonna do it. Oh, how disappointing. But I don't feel that bad, knowing that you have a place for me inside of you. Since it is you, Elsa, it is because of your nasty personality. As a blood-colored smile appeared on Elsa's face, Maylie took over the conversation from her, who was flanking Garfield by sitting in the row in front of him, right next to Rem. Somehow, he was beginning to understand the significance of the seating arrangements. If he was right, then naturally next to Elsa, a giant blue-skinned man with 8 arms should have been present. The giant man kept a rock-like expression on his face, and glancing at Garfield, he remained silent. Exposed to that silent pressure, Garfield took a short breath, clenching his fist tighter and tighter. And then that was when Garfield's clenched fist was enveloped by the hand of a small shadow that had leaned over from the seat in front. Garf, are you okay, Tilda? Can you do it? Mimi's super worried. Garfield, Mimi, Ram, that's right. Garf is a coward at heart. The round-eyed Mimi took hold of his right hand, and his left hand was taken by Ram, who was next to him. Garfield looked up, glanced around at their faces, and then let out a long, long sigh. This was not a scene out of reality. Garfield himself was about to die. Despite that, the companions within his mind stopped him from going back immediately, and them taking turns talking to him like this was like the Saumatu that he had once heard about from Subaru. One Subaru, but you know, Garfield, normally in a Saumatu, all of your memories from birth till the current moment flash before your eyes in a jiffy. It's not something where you get summoned to a theater. Garfield, so then, the fuck's this supposed to be, Captain? Subaru. For that, you're gonna have to find the answer yourself. Rem, as expected of Subaru-kun. I'm impressed. Garfield, by myself. For a moment, despite the extra interjection in between, Garfield went deep into rumination. If this was not a Saumatu, and the answer was instead to be found by himself, then was it not just a momentary respite until the dying Garfield could stand back up? If he did not stand up right away, he would fail to fulfill the role he had been entrusted with. Beatrice. Ooh, I hope each of the bubbies do their best, I suppose. Emilia, that's right. No matter the outcome, let's properly see it through to the end. Indifferent to the anxious Garfield, Beatrice and Emilia, who were watching the play, seemed to be getting more excited as the climax of the performance approached. In suspense, and experiencing a whirlwind of emotions from what was occurring on the stage, the two held hands as the peculiar portrayal of Puck and Puck clashing with each other swayed their emotions tempestuously. On stage, the golden-haired Puck had fallen over, and the red-haired Puck was restraining the cotton-tufted Puck as he tried to move in the direction of the golden-haired Puck. An undoubtedly perilous predicament, Garfield. The red-haired one, the red-haired Puck, while protecting the golden-haired Puck, was facing the cotton-tufted Puck. The situation on the stage had changed, while Garfield had not been looking, and fearing that it was a reflection of reality, Garfield's expression changed as he gnashed his fangs. As expected, he needed to get back right away. Ram, truly a fool. It was a familiar affront, but unlike the usual tone imbued with a bit of gentleness, the voice carried within it a more definite rebuke. Garfield's eyes widened at Ram's words, and she pointed to the stage with a hand opposite the one she had placed over Garfield's. Looking at the stage that had been directed to, he found that the situation had continued to progress. The collapsed, golden-haired Puck had arisen and had pushed aside the red-haired Puck. It immediately began to head for the cotton-tufted Puck. With a single blow from the cotton-tufted Puck, the golden-haired Puck turned into light. Subaru. One out, however, in life, you don't get 3 outs. 1 out is how it ends. Having turned the golden-haired Puck into light, the cotton-tufted Puck chased after the red-haired Puck, as the latter turned around in an attempt to run away, also being turned into light by the former. Thus, the cotton-tufted Puck alone remained on stage, and the play reached its curtain's close. Amid sparse applause, the stage curtain descended, with the cotton-tufted Puck bowing deeply, and as the stage signaled the end of the performance, Mimi, A tilde. That wasn't enjoyable at all. Mimi isn't satisfied, tilde. And so, Mimi, who like Ram was also holding Garfield's hand, stretched out her tail and started to throw a tantrum like a misbehaving child. However, for a play that had already reached its conclusion, speaking out like that was pointless, but that had not been so. In the next moment, the opening bell resounded within the theatre, and the curtain that had been lowered began to rise once more. And on the other side of the curtain, the golden-haired Puck and the red-haired Puck, who ought to have disappeared, along with the cotton-tufted Puck, who ought to have made them disappear, were facing off. Protecting the collapsed golden-haired, the climactic scene where red-haired confronted cotton-tufted was being reenacted. Garfield, the hell! Unsure of what in the world was unfolding, Garfield's throat quivered. And then to Garfield, whose thoughts had gone blank, Ram, just recklessly standing back up didn't work, now did it? If so, then what will you do? So asked Ram, calmly with one eye closed. To that question from Ram, Garfield gulped, and he looked upon the stage once again. Ram, Nisama is wonderful. Truly that was so. With the younger sister whom he was not yet too familiar with, Garfield wholeheartedly agreed. On stage, the golden-haired Puck evaporated into light again and again. It seemed that a great deal of improvisation was allowed in this play, and the content was influenced to a great extent by the audience's opinions. However, Reinhard, how about a serious kick to turn the entire imperial capital upside down? Elsa, how about pretending just once to be gravely injured and aiming at your opponent when they think you're dead? Roswell, even dragons seem to have some sort of attachment. For example, who tilde about using a friend of the dragon who may be in the imperial capital as a shield? Garfield, if all you can think of is impossible crap or cowardly plans, then shut up. Opinions that were not even adopted to the stage were shared one after another, and as Garfield barked back furiously at the people behind him, they all shut their mouths in unison. Simply, since it was their words and actions as perceived by Garfield, he could not help but feel unproductive because he felt as if he was angry with himself. Otto, at the very least, he needs to take advantage of the terrain. The difference between a large and small body can be fatal, but on the other hand, there must be a gap that can be used by being small. Petra. Yeah, that's right. Garfsan's body is smaller than the dragon's, and he might lose in a contest of strength, but that's why we should talk about what contest he can win in. Subaru. In theory, yes, but in practice, how can we do it? Garfield aside, if it were me, I wouldn't be able to win a fight against a dragon, even if it was doing a handstand. Otto. The thought of Natsuki-san exterminating a dragon, I would not expect that from anyone but Garfield. On the other hand, he felt that his comrades beside him who were speaking constructively were speaking more wisely than Garfield, even though they were Garfield's perception of them. Of course, the real people would have conversations like this, but Subaru, Emilia Tan, do you have any advice for Garfield? Emilia, me. Well, I think that the part where he couldn't catch Mesorea's tail before they hit him like that part wasn't good. He may have been in a difficult position, but instead of trying to catch it, couldn't he have dodged it? Subaru, you really responded better than I thought. Rem, as expected of Emilia-san. While she watched the Puck's prance on stage, Emilia made an accurate point, and Subaru and Rem both responded to her. He did not know if Rem's response was correct, but perhaps her statement was a direct reflection of Garfield's feelings. At any rate, he felt that things were gradually coming into view. However, when one piled something up and piled it up and piled it up, and then brought it back to reality, how likely was it that it would actually be useful? Ryuzu, you're worried, aren't you, Garbo? Garfield, honestly, my feelings of shame are stronger than those of unease. My amazing self-est, the one who captain entrusted the duty of dealing with that dragon. Ryuzu looked at his face, and Garfield expressed his loathsome feelings. He had jumped in with gusto, nearly died in the heat of battle, and once that had been lacking, Garfield had built a theatre in his head with a large group of his friends. Well, some were not his friends, but by all of them he was comforted. Ryuzu, and what's so shameful about that? Garfield. Upon being asked that, Garfield furrowed his brow and raised his head. Lined up next to Ryuzu was Frederica, who was staring at Garfield. With the same emerald eyes as Garfield, she squinted. Frederica, what is shameful about this, Garf? She piled on the same question. Garfield, it's shameful, ain't it? Everyone else is fighting by themselves, and yet only my amazing self, HK. Ryuzu, if you can't fight by yourself, then that's shameful. Is that what you're saying? Garfield, yeah. Wait, no, that ain't right. I ain't saying it's shameful to work together in a fight. This meaning having my friends bustling together in my head. Frederica, seriously, that is impossible, Garf. Having been driven ragged, all he could do was rely on the companions in his own mind. Towards Garfield, who was vigorously trying to break away from that attitude, Frederica spoke clearly. With her emerald green eyes narrowed, Frederica sighed at the stiffening Garfield. And Frederica, you really are quite dumb, Garf. Please take a look at your surroundings. Garfield, my surroundings. Being told this, Garfield looked around the inside of the theatre. His companions were lined up in the seats next to him. His enemies were in the seats behind. Those who he was hesitant to call his allies were in front of him. And before he knew it, there were no empty seats left in the theatre. All of them were filled with faces that Garfield was familiar with. Garfield, Ram, Subaru, and some others were naturally there, and so were Raswal, Reinhard, Mimi, Rem, and the others, and there were even more people beyond that. There were also the people of the Mathers domain, and there were also those that he had come to know over the course of his journey in the Empire. There were the companions he was fond of, and other people who he could not get close with, but every single one of them had come into contact with Garfield's life in some way, and each had secured themselves a seat. Ryuzu. My oh my, the theatre's jam-packed. Soon we won't all be able to fit in here no more. Seeing the same thing as Garfield, Ryuzu let out a good-humored chuckle. As his grandmother had stated, the theatre was so full that some people had to stand. Everyone looked at the scene of the pucks atop the stage, watching how the puck that played the role of Garfield was losing. At that reality, his face began to heat up. What a pathetic, disgraceful manner of losing. Everyone was surely fed up with him. Ram. Truly a fool. Mimi. You know, Garf, all of this is inside Garf's head, right? But Garf's head isn't very smart, just like Mimi. So that also goes for what everyone is saying, right? Being spoken to from both his left and right in quick succession, Garfield blinked his eyes. Then, when he looked around again, everyone who had previously been looking at the stage had turned to face Garfield himself. Looking at each of their faces one by one, he thought back on the type of people they were. Everyone had spoken as much as they pleased, throwing their complaints towards the puck playing the role of Garfield that kept losing. But, Garfield, nobody's telling my amazing self anything that's convenient for me, or anything that I don't think they'd say. Ram's words were direct, and Mimi's were vague, but they were both saying the same thing. If this theatre was in Garfield's head, and for the sake of comforting his beaten and dying self, he had gathered his family, friends, acquaintances, and even enemies, then that would be beyond pathetic. But Garfield was not smart. Getting people to think and say things that they would not normally say, or having them line up convenient words to comfort his heart like he was playing with puppets, were the sort of complicated things he was unable to do. Subaru, as you've thought, you can't put what we've discussed here to good use in the outside world. This is just consolation, a temporary peace of mind. But there's nothing wrong with resting, even if it's just your mind. Beatrice, even though it was Subaru who requested him to stop the dragon, that is quite the manner of speaking, in fact. Subaru, that's because I'm the me inside Garfield's head. Emilia, wait, so that means, when it feels like you're about to say really difficult things, it's just because that's how it seems to Garfield. Is that so? Emilia, with a puzzled look on her face, asked this, making Garfield let out an ah. He looked overhead, taking a moment to think before lowering his gaze. Garfield, maybe since I'm fine with however much the captain asks of me, the captain in my amazing self's head can say things like that. Otto, even supposing that were the case, you should know that the people around you are giving you their honest advice. Really, I have no clue where you learnt to think like this, Frederica. Arto-sama would say that now, wouldn't he? As Arto pointed at himself with a disappointed expression, Frederica gave a wry smile. Seeing this, Petra placed a hand over her mouth, letting out an aha, a laughter which began to spread throughout her surroundings. Before Garfield realized it, he had joined in the laughter in spite of himself. Garfield, well, like maybe I was Bane, a bit stubborn. Ryuzu, oh Garbo, Garfield, cause Captain asked me to do it, and also cause the Empire was at risk. Sure, my opponent's a dragon, and like always we can't afford to lose, but what the hell? Slowly, Garfield moved his hands apart from their interlocking and raised them up. Then he brought them together with force before his chest, letting out a thunk. With that pose, with the reverberating sound of his gnashing fangs, with his rising fighting spirit, Garfield, this here is a job entrusted to my amazing self. But my amazing self ain't gonna be fighting alone. Magnificent. Inspired by Garfield's rising spirits, a low, solemn commendation hung over the room. It had come from a seat behind him, and Garfield did not need to confirm that this single word had been spoken by a giant with 4 pairs of crossed arms. Now there was just one thing that he wanted to ascertain. Garfield, I told you, Captain, I'll make that flying, belly-action dragon drop to the ground. Subaru, yeah, like you said, go and get M. Garfield Hiwo. With an energetic reply, Garfield stood up with verve. And unlike the other times when he stood up where she had pulled him back, Ram did not move. Garfield glanced at her, and as she looked at the stage while embracing her elbows, Ram, what, Garfield? Ha, it's nothing. Seems like in my amazing self's head, you ain't that unswearable of a woman. Ram, there's no need to go out of the way to say what's already obvious. That's what Garf is for. Garfield flashed a wry smile at Ram as she shrugged her dainty shoulders, not even turning her gaze over his way. In her place, Mimi nimbly jumped on top of her seat. Mimi. Then Mimi speaks. Garf, it'd be so cool if you won this. Laughing at his declaration, Mimi slapped Garfield's back with all the strength she could muster. Then, a beat later, just like Mimi had, Subaru, Beatrice, Emilia, Petra, Frederica, and Ryuzu all clapped Garfield on the back. As he was being pushed out, Garfield was clapped on the back, and he faced towards the exit of the theater. Garfield, Artabro, give me some advice. Arto, let me see, when it comes to dangerous behavior like risking your life, I would not allow that for anyone other than for myself. Garfield, I don't want to just be told that by you, Artabro. His joking older brother gave him a slap on the back, forcing Garfield towards the exit of the theater. As he was forced towards the doorway, he saw his younger siblings, who he had thought could not be found in any of the seats, and towards them and his mother, who held them by their shoulders, he directed a thumbs up. An encounter that had filled the entirety of the theater, it had been a good Saumatu. And so, in those final moments, he pointed his finger towards the Puxon stage, and Garfield, my amazing self ain't a cat. I'm the gorgeous tiger. Dragons were beings that were often likened to natural disasters and cataclysms, but the way the cloud dragon Mesorea was rampaging about left that judgment no room for objection whatsoever. It was an incarnation of destruction, one which had completely changed the scenery of the imperial capital from what it had been just a few minutes. Its fierce rampage, a sight utterly inconceivable for this world. Witnessing that, Heinkel's legs could not stop shaking as his heart shattered. There had also been someone who had altered Heinkel's destiny in a mere instant. However, they had suffered a crushing defeat in an exchange of blows against the dragon, and had been blown away by a roar which split the very ground asunder. Debris had rained down upon them and had buried them underneath. That was why there was no point, even though he had told them. Senselessly, mercilessly, the golden-haired boy had lost his life, and Heinkel had been unable to do anything but silently watch. I'm the gorgeous tiger. Next moment, an explosion occurred from within the mountain of rubble, and an angry roar reverberated. At the event that had been far too abrupt, Heinkel's throat clogged up in shock, astonished by the person who had thrust their first upwards and blown away the mountain of rubble. Garfield. Garfield. Ah, shit, how long's my amazing self been sleeping for? Staggeringly shaking his head, Garfield ripped off his tattered vest and inquired so. At that question, Heinkel blinked his eyes in surprise. Heinkel. Since you were buried under the rubble, it's been about 5 seconds. Garfield. 5 seconds, huh? Almost got killed 10 times over. That was a fucking close one. Taking a long, deep breath, Garfield cracked the joints in his neck. Seeing that unthinkable figure right after he had thought that the attack had undoubtedly killed Garfield, Heinkel was at a loss for words. But there was also someone even more shocked than Heinkel and could not conceal their surprise. Mezerea, Wa, T, HK. Garfield, who had been bustling about with no cease to his motion, delivering unthinkable blows as if there were no difference in size between them, should have finally been defeated. He had certainly been killed. For that belief to have been shattered in merely 5 seconds, Heinkel sympathized. What did it matter if he sympathized? Against that ultimate life form, against the cloud dragon. Mezerea, why won't you friggin' die? Garfield, don't be an idiot, I really would have died. That is, if Pops didn't go and make those 5 seconds for me. Heinkel, I didn't do any. Garfield bared his teeth at the words of the astonished dragon, but Heinkel could only shake his head. It was true that right after Garfield had been blown away and buried in the rubble, Heinkel had kept on holding his sword and had exchanged glances with Mezerea. But that had been nothing more than him gazing at it while understanding that had Garfield been defeated, he would become the next prey. Mezerea, HK, D. Ignoring Heinkel's self-awareness, Mezerea's patience had reached its limit. The cloud dragon furiously closed in on the bolt-upright Garfield, and raising up its thick, long tail, it brought it down like a flash of lightning. The wind generated from the flap of its wings, which it had used to approach, was enough to make it feel as if the likes of Heinkel were about to be blown away. The extraordinary blow from the dragon aimed directly for Garfield Heinkel. That instant, the cloud dragon's body blurred midair, and its entirety was slammed into the protective wall of the imperial capital. Mezerea, Priya, turned upside down. Mezerea's back crashed into the wall, and it let out a disheveled exhale without understanding what had just happened. Sharing that lack of understanding, Heinkel's jaw was left agape. It was not clear how it had been done, but it was clear who had done what. Garfield had parried the blow from Mezerea's tail and had thrown the dragon. Garfield, shit, now I've done it. Looking down at his hands, for some reason, Garfield muttered so in discontent. Making an expression as if he was digging up an unpleasant memory, he repeatedly opened and closed the hands that had thrown the dragon, then turned around. Those emerald green eyes directly clashed with the eyes of the upside-down cloud dragon. And then, Garfield, well, never mind. Let's fucking do this, round 2. Sorry about this, but my amazing self-est the only one who's got a mountain load of support. Indeed, using incomprehensible reasoning as fuel for his fighting spirit, Garfield's clash with the cloud dragon, after a momentary stoppage, began anew the verse of a legend, headed for its coda. Translation note. 1. Saumatu, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, is a kind of revolving lantern that is designed to show a revolving shadow picture. It is used as an expression to signify the phenomenon of one's life flashing before their eyes. Arc 8, Chapter 55, Madeline Eshott. Translated by Archbishop, proofread by Archbishop #750 Archbishop Seal Art Sources. Rockaroka Magician Rockaroka. Madeline Eshott was the youngest dragonkin in existence. By nature, due to the mechanisms behind the dragonkin's genesis, they possessed origins distinct from every other race. In order to precisely explain their ecology, the relationship between dragonkin and dragons must first be known. Nowadays, the number of individual dragons that could be identified on the surface had decreased considerably, but that was influenced in no small manner by the fact that in times of yore, the favorite food of the stick swinger, Reed Astrea, had been dragon meat. Reed killed dragons as he pleased, and killed the dragons that had challenged him for retribution because of that. By doing that for several years, the already small number of dragons had decreased even more in the blink of an eye, and they had been brought to the verge of extinction. And in the background behind the downfall of the dragons, the ecology of dragons played a big part. First of all, dragons did not require copulation or mating in order to multiply. Even without a male and female pairing up, they were creatures capable of asexual reproduction. Their bodies were constructed of a large quantity of mana, and thus were fundamentally different from other races. If a comparison had to be made, the closest thing would probably be spirits. Only, unlike spirits, which had levels such as micro, quasi, and great, dragons were dragons by birth. and there was no doubt that their unparalleled might existed at the apex of all living things. Therefore, dragons possessed almost no sense of protecting other individuals of their race, or of preserving the species. Since they were capable of parthenogenesis, they inevitably harbored little interest in other dragons. The ones that challenged Reed in the name of retribution for their species did not do so for the sake of the killed dragons, but because their pride deemed it unacceptable for the dragon race to be disdained. As a result, by the time the dragons had come to realize how bad their situation was, they were already standing on the verge of extinction. Even the mighty dragon that led one flock came to fill Reed's stomach, and in another land, their confrontation with the Witch of Sloth had proved to be fatal, so the time had come for them to make a decision. That decision was, namely, whether to follow the pride of a dragon or not. The dragons that followed their pride abandoned the land, and while not approving of the attacks led by individual specimens hostile against Reed or the Witch of Sloth, they had chosen to fly away over yonder. The dragons that did not follow their pride remained in the land, and without severing relations with those who arrogantly opposed dragons superior to themselves, they had made the unusual choice to continue feuding. From a human's intuition, it might seem like the explanations of the ones that had and had not followed their pride were reversed, but this was correct when considering the perception of the dragons. In the first place, dragons were the ultimate existence that could not possibly be compared with other races. There was no reason for them to go through the trouble of clashing with other species to prove that point. For dragons, doing battle was defined as vying for survival, so if one wished to compete for victory, they would do so through the act of surviving. Therefore, those who were capable of doing so would be known as superior specimens. The line of thinking went that the dragons who could not reach that thought, instead doing battle with humans to prove an unnecessary point, clinging to the land and risking their lives, were causing dragons as a whole to be disdained, and thus were in the wrong. Therefore, the majority of the dragons departed from the land, and the dragons that yet remained were eccentrics. To put it more directly, they were treated as deviants among the dragons. At the top of that list would be the divine dragon, Volcanica, who was the most proactively friendly towards humans of the ones that had stayed behind. But the topic of that well-known dragon deviates from the matter at hand, and thus will be omitted. Thus, at last, we return to the subject of dragonkin. Going against the intentions of the dragon race, the dragons that remained in the land all acted independently. Some dragons died challenging Reed or the Witch of Sloth. Other dragons lived as hermits in regions that they had grown familiar with, and another portion of dragons had become humans. The decision of this final portion of dragons had served as the basis for the dragonkin. It was ironic, but the existence of Reed Astrea had played a large part in the creation of dragonkin. Whether the dragons followed their pride or not, there was a level of audacity in the man who had driven them to that decision, but it was his strength that had left a stronger impression on the pride of the dragons. As mentioned previously, dragons boasted that they were the apex of all living things, and they were well aware that they were the ultimate existence. Just as they knew how to move their limbs, how to look at things, and how to hear sounds without the need to learn, that was an intuitive understanding. Therefore, being the ultimate existence was important to dragons, and if they indeed were, then there would be no need to fuss over the original form of a dragon. If they were superior, then even the form of a human would be fine. It was mentioned that the construction of the dragon's bodies was close to that of spirits, and that ecology would come into use here. Originally, the reason dragons took on the majestic form of large bodies that sprouted wings with sharp fangs and claws and tough scales was none other than because it easily displayed their abilities as the ultimate existence. Dragons had retained the same form for so long because there had never appeared a form that could display the power of a dragon more aptly. But with the trend of times and changes in the world, where a need to alter themselves into a more suitable form indeed present, the dragons would not shun the notion of discarding their majestic appearances, and would instead take the same forms as humans. That was the origin of the dragonkin, their relationship with dragons. That was to say, the dragonkin were the evolved form of dragons, the next generation spawned through parthenogenesis. While they were equipped with the same physical traits as humans, that was the reason why every dragonkin was capable of movements incomparable to those of humans, and why they possessed extraordinary power as living things. However, in the long history of dragons, this was the first time there had been such a sudden and drastic evolution in form, and the birth of dragonkin caused many problems. Among those, the most serious flaw was that critical damage would be yielded in the soul of the dragon that served as a parent to dragonkin, followed by them becoming an empty shell stripped of their mind, the phenomenon of the dragon husk. A dragon that had become a dragon husk was practically in the state of a living corpse, and save for the instinctual act of self-defense, they were transformed into a puppet that obeyed the will of their descended dragonkin with whom they bore a deep connection. Even so, the extraordinary power possessed by a dragon remained, and to an average human, they would be more than enough of a threat, but it was definitely not a desired state. The dragons that remained in the land with their own bodies were few, and the dragons that had evolved into dragonkin were even fewer. From various perspectives, the dragons that had evolved into dragonkin were considered a disgusting example of failure. But while being aware of the failures of other dragons, the dragonkin continued to exist with a small overall population. And while understanding that their species would scorn it as the foolish struggles of deviants who had abandoned their pride as dragons and remained in the land, unable to recognize the error in their decision, dragonkin still continued to be born, and as one of them, Madeline Eshott had come into this world. An impact beyond comprehension beat Madeline down, who was occupying the dragon husk of the cloud dragon, Mesorea. In her original body, that of a young girl in human form, Madeline knew what it felt like to be hurled. That was certainly infuriating, but at least she could comprehend it. But for this huge build of the cloud dragon to be tossed about by a being as small as the tip of its tail was an event completely detached from reason. How utterly nonsensical. It should have never come to pass. This sort of thing was entirely beyond the realm of imagination. Madeline, human, with its back slammed against the wall, what was reflected in her upside-down vision was a bloodied boy beckoning to her from atop the smashed stone pavement. Golden hair and sharp fangs, she could tell he was a beast demi-human from his ferocious, ghastly aura, but there was no doubt that he was human. There was no reason for Madeline's flame of indignation to disappear. In the first place, for him to suffer a direct hit from a dragon's breath and live to tell the tale was no laughing matter. Storing her own mind within the dragon husk of Mesorea, she controlled its movements as if it were her own. This was Madeline's privilege as a dragonkin, and with the number of years since she had come into this world as a dragonkin still few, it was a powerful technique she was able to employ, because there remained a strong connection between her and Mesorea, the specimen that was her parent. The destructive impulses and power that were usually too much for that small body, she could now wield to her heart's content with this large body. She would proclaim in a loud voice that it was this mighty power that was the true Madeline. She had not wished to be born into such a small, frail, easily crushable, helpless body. If that had not been so, if it had not been that kind of body, Balleroy would not have left Madeline behind when he went to challenge his final battle. If Madeline had been a dragon with a scary face and a big, powerful body, even though she was. Shield of Sanctuary, Garfield Tinsel. Gnashing his sharp fangs and firmly planting his feet on the smashed-up street, the boy Garfield gave his name. That held the significance of a warrior giving their introduction as they threw down the gauntlet, but unbeknownst to that, the dragonkin sharpened the glint in the cloud dragon's eyes and greatly swung its tail. Using that vigor to tear its upside-down body from the wall, she placed all four of its limbs on the ground and glared at the boy. She would not lose. Even if her opponent was a being who had endured a breath she thought had certainly killed him, who had jumped out from under the rubble after a mere few seconds, Madeline would not lose. It was this very dragon husk of the cloud dragon that Madeline had desired as a bridal gown for Balleroy's sake. Madeline, someone like you, isn't friggin' special. Its long white whiskers shaking, a shout arose from the cloud dragon's throat. Despite being right before the dragon's roar as it struck fear in the world, the half-dead, half-alive Garfield did not waver. His appearance almost looked as if he was being accompanied by a mountainous number of reliable allies. Garfield. Ah, I know. Madeline. Garfield. Cause in order to make sure my amazing self didn't get any mistaken ideas, the woman I've fallen for went and stopped me from rushing ahead by saying I was truly a fool. Joining his fists before his chest, his silver gauntlets powerfully clanged out, and Garfield roared. In front of a creature that was supposed to be fragile, yet did not show a hint of weakness, Madeline felt anger in addition to something else. That something she had felt, she denied that which a dragon must never harbor towards a human. Madeline, friggin' disappear. That next moment, responding to Madeline's outburst, the cloud dragon's roar shook the imperial capital once more. Until just before, Garfield had kept Madeline positioned inside the city, and he put in hard work to ensure that the direction in which she unleashed the breaths would be towards the outside of the city. With that, he had fought while maintaining vigilance over the length and width of the attack range of the dragon's breath. But here, those hard efforts would be reduced to naught. Unleashed from the uttermost south of the city, the Crystal Palace that was directly at the city's northernmost point was captured within its range. The rays of destruction that had been charged up within the dragon's body scorched the street, reducing buildings to dust, destroying everything in its line of fire, and it was about to penetrate the north if Garfield had not been there. Garfield. Oh, oh. He firmly planted both his feet on the ground as if to pierce it, and raising both arms that were clad in silver gauntlets in front of himself, Garfield caught the cloud dragon's breath head-on. Even though putting up even a little bit of a fight against that would be considered a miracle, the boy was not blown away. He was not blasted away, and he managed to endure as he protected the imperial capital from destruction. The mechanism that allowed for this extraordinary strife to be realized lay in his 2 feet that were thrusted into the ground. The eyes of the cloud dragon, retaining the form of a dragon husk constructed with a large volume of mana, perceived that mana was flowing from the ground into Garfield with abnormal vigor. Garfield's abnormal recovery ability and stamina until now had likely been from absorbing power from the ground like that, but its scale and vigor had immediately skyrocketed. As proof of that, Garfield was not simply holding his ground, but while basking in the cloud dragon's breath, he advanced 1 step forward of all things. 1 step, and then another, he steadily advanced, closing the distance on Madeline. Garfield, to make sure my amazing self doesn't chicken out, I got a fuckton of guys patting me on my back telling me to keep on going. As Madeline doubted her vision, a voice could be heard amidst the destruction where even sound had been scorched to naught. Impossible, but Garfield had declared so. Declaring so, he continued to advance. Against this cloud dragon's breath, amidst destruction that would likely cause the maps to be redrawn, he advanced. 1 step, and then another, taking steps which ought to have never been possible. Madeline, Priya, witnessing his advance, Madeline's exhale was greatly disheveled. The roar and the breath, to phrase it another way, were none other than the destructive war cry of the dragon. Having her mind thrown into disarray, if the breath ran out, the destruction would cease. Garfield's advance and resistance had been enough to conquer the cloud dragon's breath. Garfield, Gara. With the sound of a crash as he broke through, Garfield swung both his arms up. By doing that, the final stretch of the cloud dragon's breath shot up into the sky. Dragon was motionless, and as white steam emitted from all over its body, with eyes wide open, it witnessed Garfield's body, seared a deep red to the extent that it would make one want to avert their eyes, rapidly healing. Behind him was the cityscape of the imperial capital that he had protected with his 2 slender arms, and the figure of the red-haired man who had fallen down on his backside within that cityscape. Madeline. Having been fully defended against, Madeline was struck by an impact. However, more so than the fact that the dragon's breath had not worked, the true shock that hit Madeline had done so in a more horrifying form. Making a loud gulping sound, the red-haired human looked at the cityscape that had not been blown away by the breath and spoke thus. Red-haired man, you're not sane. That breath was about to blast away the entire palace, and you just stopped it. Madeline, ah. In regards to the reality before his eyes, those had been the words of the red-haired man as he trembled with fear. There had even been some fear towards Garfield, who had resisted the dragon's breath and endured, but that was different for Madeline. For Madeline, malevolent blades stabbed into her as she reflected on her own actions. It was as the red-haired man had said. If Garfield had not stopped her, her roar would have erased the imperial capital. Even though the crystal palace within the line of fire would have contained Madeline's body, as well as Balleroy and Caroline. Madeline. That's friggin' wrong, HK. Slowly, weakly shaking her head, she denied her own actions with gestures unbecoming of a dragon. With blood rushing to her head, her thoughts stained white. She became frantic to do something about the enemy in front of her. And as a result, Madeline had almost blown away anything and everything. To think that she had been saved by a small, weak, fragile, helpless human. Madeline. That's wrong, wrong, Ruwang. Garfield. Oi, what's with you? Madeline, this dragon. For the sake of Balleroy. Everything was for the friggin' sake of Balleroy. At her wit's end, Madeline piled on words of denial, to which Garfield made a face filled with doubt. As if painting over Garfield's, over the voice she did not want to hear the most, Madeline shouted. Raising a scream that even she herself did not fully comprehend, the cloud dragon thrashed its wings. Garfield, HK. As a violent gale was spurred forth, Garfield immediately crouched down as his hair intensely flapped. The cloud dragon, Mesorea, ascended in one go and flew up into the heavenly skies. Thereupon existed thick, dark clouds that were covering the entirety of the imperial capital of Lupugana. Madeline, someone like you, isn't friggin' special. Following the beck and call of the cloud dragon, Mesorea, clouds had gathered from across the entire empire with the mana that Mesorea could not keep stored within itself, sealed within them. They were a destructive impulse of white. She had brought them together in a single swoop. By no means were they something Madeline would be able to handle. Even so, she would be able to bring them down to the surface as a bundle of absurd power. Madeline, this dragon isn't friggin' special. Once Madeline brought the clouds down to the surface, she would blast away Garfield and the red-haired human, and then she would kill anyone who knew about what she had done. By doing that, Madeline, the only one who's friggin' special, is Balleroy. As the weeping voice of the dragon rained down from the heavens above, the puny humans below her looked up at the sky. While looking up, the boy, small, yet not weak or fragile, gnashed his fangs. Garfield, this massive, goddamn idiot. Madeline Eschart was born at the summit of Mount Paltsoa, the mountain where the cloud sea city of Mesorea was located. That city, crowned with the name of the cloud dragon that had inhabited the empire for a long time, was a land where many who aspired to utilize the empire's original technique of flying dragon riding would make their way. Through the power of the dragon that had settled there, large clouds wound around the tall mountain's surface all year round without ever disappearing, and the city had been built at a high elevation upon it. The mountain was the residence for wild, violent flying dragons, and the elevation of the Cloud Sea City was a place where humans could just barely survive. Those aiming to go even higher would either end up with a flying dragon's fangs gnawing into them or return with a flying dragon egg and embark on the path of being a flying dragon rider. The likes of the mountain's summit, concealed by the thickest clouds, had never once been seen by anybody. The untrodden summit of Mount Paltsoa, that was Madeline's birthplace, wrapped in clouds of white, in a place where, despite the presence of the sky, one could not hope to behold its azure hue, Madeline had been born as one of the rarest beings in this world, a dragonkin, the new generation of dragons, the ultimate existence, and while she was acquiring an instinctual understanding, there was a tragedy that had awaited her. That was, I am Mesorea. In accordance with the voice of mine dear child, I shall become the wind from the heavenly skies. Her biological parent, the cloud dragon, Mesorea, had become a dragon husk upon birthing a dragonkin, and had welcomed Madeline's birth in a state where communication had become difficult. Hardly exchanging any words, yet only understanding that that which was close to her was a dragon, the newborn Madeline was not taught even a single thing, and she had earnestly spent her time in futility. Why the cloud dragon, who ought to have lived for a long time, being fully aware of the severe and absurd nature of the world, had chosen to engage in this cruel generational shift was something that even now Madeline failed to understand. The one thing that could be said was that, despite not being alone, Madeline had spent her days amidst the clouds in eternal solitude. And the one who had put an end to that solitude was somebody who had accomplished something that nobody in the history of the empire had ever done before, reaching the summit of the mountain, engulfed by the cloud sea. Balaroi Temiglyph. Balaroi. Really now, it's all fine and dandy that I went in wanting to challenge my own abilities, but I never would have expected that there'd be a lovely young lass and a frightening dragon waiting for me at the top. Kurhirara. Within what was a world of dense clouds rather than dense fog, finding Madeline, the very young dragonkin who had yet to bear that name, Balaroi scratched his cheek in a troubled manner. The flying dragon next to him, Carolan, was overwhelmed by the presence of the cloud dragon and the very young dragonkin, but still stood in a way to protect its companion, Balaroi. Mesorea. I am Mesorea. In accordance with the voice of mine dear child, I shall become the wind from the heavenly skies. The cloud dragon, unable to say anything but those words, and only providing clouds bundled with manna as meals, had likely not rejected the sudden visitor only due to the fact that he harbored no enmity. Before Balaroi and Carolan, the cloud dragon had instinctively rejected flying dragons that had carelessly strayed from the pack and got lost in the clouds, making them disappear before they could enter the vision of its young child. Therefore, this was the first time the young child was encountering life other than herself or the cloud dragon. Child. The young child kept silent, or rather, she did not know any words to speak. At the pairing of human and flying dragon that had appeared without warning, all she could do was shrink her body. The cloud dragon did not say anything at times like this, and kept its consciousness submerged in the depths of ambiguity. Of course, depending on the person's next action, the cloud dragon could forcibly remove Balaroi and Carolan in the same way it had done so for all the flying dragons that had peered at the summit until now. However, before the overwhelming presence of a dragon and a dragonkin, Balaroi, without getting especially worked up, took off the coat he was wearing, and Balaroi, for now, put this on, lil miss. It ain't good for a maiden to recklessly expose her skin like that. With that said, the young child, the girl whom Balaroi would later go on to name Madeline, was given the first semblance of kindness and warmth she had ever experienced in her life. Two alternate portrayals of this scene can be found here and here. Madeline's peculiar meetings with Balaroi always took place within the cloud sea. Balaroi, Madeline, I've come again. Have you been a good girl? Madeline, Balaroi, Balaroi, Uatar. Tearing through the thick, white clouds, Balaroi had showed up, and towards him, the young child Madeline came running. Catching the body of the girl jumping towards him, that impact and vigor caused him to tumble down backwards together with Carolan after having just landed, and despite his dizziness, Balaroi stroked Madeline's head. Since their first meeting, Balaroi had made frequent appearances at the summit of Mount Paltsoa. It was a summit that many flying dragon riders had risked their lives to challenge, yet nobody had ever reached before. Back then, she had no idea how much hardship Balaroi had gone through to reach her and how valuable an action it was. Only, by frequently visiting the mountain and bringing Madeline a connection to the unknown outside world, Balaroi became an irreplaceable existence to her. The name Madeline was also something Balaroi had given to her. At a loss for what to call her, he asked for her name, and when the young child replied that she had no name, he earnestly racked his brain and decided on that name to give her. Balaroi. Back when I was a kid around your age, that was the name of a person who treated me real well. She was the one who gave me my name. I'm much obliged to her. Madeline. Balaroi, that human, was she friggin' precious to you? Balaroi. We parted ways before I could actually think that. And yet, to still remain within me after all these years, I guess that have to be the case. He gave a broad grin, yet he seemed somewhat lonely, so Madeline gently nuzzled her cheek against his chest. The name of someone precious to him, he had bestowed it upon Madeline in this manner. In other words, it was evidence that Madeline was precious to Balaroi. Being thought of like that by Balaroi caused Madeline to feel a deep, warm emotion. Wishing for more of that, much, much more of that, she eagerly anticipated her time together with Balaroi. Wanting to converse more with Balaroi, she diligently remembered the words of humans. In this regard, Balaroi was also surprised by Madeline's high learning ability, but that was, in all likelihood, a trait of the dragonkin that had been inherited from the nature of dragons. For some reason, her dialect would not disappear no matter what, but that did not get in the way of her conversations with Balleroy. One, Balleroy. He, looks like my judgment wasn't mistaken. Suits you well, Madeline. Madeline, eyes that friggin' so. Foo-foo, placing his hand on his chin, Balleroy nodded in a satisfied manner, and as she did a twirl before him, Madeline ascertained the feeling of the fluttering cloth no, of the clothes he had presented to her. The gentle color of the clothes seemed to be sky blue, from what Balleroy had said. It was the same color as Madeline's hair, and it was something that Balleroy had gone out of his way to prepare for her. In all honesty, as a dragonkin, Madeline felt annoyed by wearing clothes like this since they impeded her movement, but that feeling vanished when she looked at Balleroy. Giving her a name, giving her words, and giving her clothes, he had granted her happiness. Madeline counted the things Balleroy had granted her and remembered them all. It was in the nature of dragons. Dragons would absolutely never forget the treasures they had hoarded. The items and emotions Balleroy had brought her were all treasures to Madeline. Balleroy. Well then, I'll come again before the moon is half full, Madeline. As the precious, fragile time they spent together heartrendingly came to a close, Balleroy mounted Caroline and flew away from the cloud dragon's nest. With the promise of their next meeting in her heart, Madeline endured the sad feelings and saw him off, leaving Madeline behind at the summit, just who could call Balleroy heartless as he flew away. In the dragon's nest, enveloped in white clouds, it was not as if Balleroy had never attempted to take Madeline out, who had yet to see even the sky that was of the same hue as her hair. Only, he had been unable to do so. Even if the cloud dragon, who existed in a vague world, had overlooked Balleroy and Caroline entering its nest, it would not allow them to attempt to take Madeline outside. Mesorea, I am Mesorea. In accordance with the voice of mine dear child, I shall become the wind from the heavenly skies. Mesorea had accepted Balleroy and Caroline as they bore no enmity. However, as soon as they tried to take Madeline out, it would follow its instincts, baring its fangs. In a dragon's nest, under the eye of the dragon that was its lord, there was no chance for a human to win. Therefore, Balleroy did not take Madeline out. Madeline, too, did not wish for Balleroy to die. That was why Madeline had never once said that she wanted him to take her outside. Instead, just once, she had made him an entreaty. Madeline, Balleroy, won't you friggin' stay here, together with this dragon forever? Balleroy, seeing Balleroy's cheeks stiffen in response as she made that entreaty, Madeline regretted it. The moment of silence that was created served as a faithful representation of Balleroy's answer in response to Madeline's entreaty. Balleroy would not stay here at the summit. Outside of this world clouded in white, Balleroy still had many things that were precious to him. Just like how Madeline had nothing but this white world, Balleroy had nothing but the outside world. This was a world uninhabitable for Balleroy, for humans. Balleroy, I'm real sorry, Madeline. Apologizing to Madeline as she comprehended that, Balleroy tried to stroke her head like he usually did. For the first time, Madeline rejected Balleroy's palm and sent him away. As tears welled up in her eyes, she threw a tantrum and raised her voice, and chasing Balleroy and Caroline away from the summit as if blaming them, Madeline sobbed. Sobbing for 3 days and 3 nights, Madeline regretted her own actions. During that time, she succumbed to her emotions, wondering what she would do if Balleroy never showed up again. She lamented from the bottom of her heart. To think that the last time she would ever have seen Balleroy was with him bearing a saddened expression, Madeline absolutely hated that. She lamented with all her being. However, Madeline was young, and her thoughts and imagination were naively shallow. The greatest regret of Madeline's life came after her 3 days and nights of sobbing. That day, when the cloud dragon Mesorea had left her side, Madeline had not been especially worried. Even though it had left her side, the cloud dragon's wings would not fly far beyond this mountain engulfed in clouds. At most, the range it would go was such that its thunderous roar could still be fully heard. Whether that was to hunt flying dragons that had carelessly entered the cloud dragon's nest, or if it was a reckless challenger who had set foot on the mountain path aiming for the summit, she had thought it was either one of those. Whatever the case, she had no doubt that, with time, Mesorea would return. More importantly, it was her regret that would not disappear no matter how many days passed, as well the method to control her emotions as she continued to weep her eyes out, that had been much more of a problem. That was why she did not care about the fact that the cloud dragon, Mesorea, had returned bearing many wounds on its scales for the first time, nor did she care about what sort of challenger had inflicted those wounds. "I'm real sorry, Madeline." Madeline came to discover that answer when she witnessed Balleroy, who had arrived at the summit again a few days after that worst possible parting, bearing wounds that would make one wish to avert their eyes all over his body. Balleroy's apology to the speechless Madeline, that was neither an apology for not showing up for a while, nor was it an apology for being unable to meet Madeline's request. "Balleroy, I want to defeat the cloud dragon and bring you out of here, though." Saying that with wounds that seemed to put him on the verge of death, while stroking the back of his equally battered, beloved dragon, Balleroy gave a pathetic smile, and tears streamed down Madeline's face. She had regretted it. In all of Madeline's dragon life, that was the greatest regret that could not be erased. Dragons would cling to their treasure. It was in the nature of dragons. Thus, for the cloud dragon, having been submerged in a vague world after becoming a dragon husk, that was a part of its nature it would not forget even in such a state, and so Madeline was the treasure it could not bear to lose. Balleroy had tried to steal that away, risking his life in the process. Madeline, friggin' idiot. Balleroy thought I'd be able to do it, but really, even I myself was quite shocked. Madeline, wrong, friggin' wrong. It's not Balleroy, it's this dragon who's the friggin' idiot. Denying Balleroy as he engaged in pathetic self-deprecation, Madeline firmly bit down on her molars. Until today, until this very moment, she had cursed herself for only ever receiving things from Balleroy, and now, without anybody telling her, she had finally figured out what she ought to do. These thick white clouds where Madeline had existed from birth were walls that Madeline needed to tear down with her own claws. Depending on Balleroy's kindness, Madeline had continued to let him breach through, and until he finally braved danger to the verge of death, she had not even made an attempt to realize that. Just how shameless was she? Was that uncouth way of being really befitting of a dragonkin, an ultimate existence? Madeline, I, the dragon, will friggin' do it myself. Balleroy, Madeline, this dragon will friggin' go outside on her own. Not being brought out, but on my own this time, this dragon will friggin' go to meet Balleroy by herself. If I do that, firmly gripping the hem of the clothes she had been gifted by Balleroy, with the words she had learned from Balleroy, she took the emotions she had been granted by Balleroy and would convey them to Balleroy, who had given her everything. As an ultimate existence, as a dragonkin, she would convey those emotions to the special human who had captivated her. Madeline, if I do that, will you make this dragon your bride? Balleroy. At Madeline's question, a moment of silence similar to the one from earlier was born. Balleroy's silence this time, however, was different from that which tormented the foolish, ignorant Madeline, who had ended up sobbing for 3 days and nights, and she knew that there was something concealed therein. At that time, Madeline could only see what she wanted to see. Even though she called out to Balleroy, all she wanted was for him to see her. That was why, Balleroy, I guess that be so. If you did that, I suppose it'd be a wonderful thing for both Madeline and myself. With Balleroy showing kindness to the utmost of his ability, he had made Madeline fully aware that she was not his number one, and thus a promise was exchanged. There were likely some who would argue that these feelings of Madeline's were not real love. There would likely be some who would analyze it as something akin to a chick hatched from an egg, imprinting on the first thing they saw to use it as support. That it was only that she wanted to believe that the first person she had come into contact with outside of the beings deeply close to her, the first being to show her kindness, the relationship that had given her so many firsts, was special. There would likely be some who would laugh off Balleroy's reply, as he made a fleeting smile in response to Madeline's courting, as the kind-hearted lie of a father designed not to hurt the feelings of a daughter who said that she would marry him in the future. There would likely be some who would sympathize with Balleroy, who had feelings for somebody else, as merely being very considerate of Madeline, since they were both in a similar situation of being unable to speak of their hidden feelings. But each and every one of those was nothing more than the measure of humans. Dragonkin, or even dragons, had different values and ways of thinking to that of humans. Supposing one were to deny that dragonkin and dragons were different, then it would be Madeline's values that were unique from the rest. From her heart, truly from the deepest depths of her heart, Madeline desired Balaroy Temiglyph. If that was not romance or love, then Madeline would spend the rest of eternity never knowing what that was. To the extent of thinking that, her soul was burning with an ardor willing to put her life on the line. Vowing to Balaroy, who had almost died for her sake, Madeline tore through the white clouds, challenging the cloud dragon that stood in her way as she tried to leave, as it used its power as a dragon to try to entirely discourage her wishes. She thrust her fangs into it, and in the end, subdued it. For the first time, she thrust herself out under the sky that shared the same color as her hair. For the first time, she accomplished something she had decided to do by herself. For the first time, she tried to head to the side of her beloved person of her own accord, and that was when she learned. Balaroy Temiglyph had fought against the Empire and lost his life. Madeline, what am I supposed to friggin' do? At that moment, Madeline knew not the answer to that. Confronted with something too large to swallow, Madeline's feelings of love had lost their destination. And with a love bereaved of destination being too much for her to handle, she even lost sight of her meaning to live. So, not knowing what to do, Madeline even thought about becoming one of the blight dragons that would be left in the history of the Empire. The one to find her then was Bastet's, who had been searching for somebody to fill the empty seat in the 9 divine generals. The location was Balaroy's residence that remained in the imperial capital, which she had discovered by pursuing his scent. Balaroy had gone down in the records as a rebel, and the reason why Bastet, who had been entrusted with the disposal of his residence, had not been killed by Madeline, who happened to be present there, was because within Bastet's thread-like eyes was housed the same light of having lost something that was also in Madeline's eyes. Bastet patiently listened as Madeline divulged her story with difficulty. Upon hearing that Madeline's identity was that of a dragonkin and that she had possessed a relationship with Balaroy, he made 2 suggestions. The first was to act impulsively with her unmanageable emotions and follow the same path as Balaroy, who had been defeated as an enemy of the Empire. The other was to accept the endorsement of Bastet, whom she had just met here, become a member of the 9 divine generals like Balaroy once had been, and while tracing back his footsteps, wait for an opportunity for retribution. She did not struggle long to make a decision. Why it had not taken her long, Madeline herself was unsure. Only, it might have been that she wanted to find what Balaroy had left behind, even if only by a little bit more. Bastet, Madeline Eschart. It is an old family name of Wallachia that is no longer around, but it shall be passed down to you. Prestige is quite important after all. Madeline, prestige. Bastet. The reason it is no longer around is because they fought against the Empire and disappeared. This may just be the intuition of my old bones, but I sense that it is quite the match for your dearest wish. Following the advice Bastet gave in a low voice, Madeline Eschart was born. Afterwards, she accepted Bastet's endorsement and progressed the situation in accordance with his intentions. Taking the position that had once been occupied by Balaroy, Madeline set out on a journey to discover the him she did not know. It was a journey on which she was unsure of the destination she ought to be aiming for. Even at the time she stepped forth from that mountaintop, out from that narrow world enveloped by clouds, and into the world Balaroy had told her about, Madeline's heart remained stuck on that day, captured by the man who had come together with his flying dragon. Even so, she carried out the duties required of a divine general, in Balaroy's stead. Even so, she demonstrated the prestige required of the Empire's generals, in Balaroy's stead. Even so, she wielded the power required to defeat the Empire's enemies, in Balaroy's stead. Bastet had likely harbored good intentions when advising Madeline to take her current position, or perhaps Bastet had a wish that still remained as he grew old, and in order to fulfill his wish, he calculated what pawns would be required and used Madeline. Either way, Madeline did not bear a grudge against Bastet. That was not limited to just Bastet. She simply did not have that kind of space in her heart. Acquiring the position of divine general, she spent her time as general tracing back Balaroy's footsteps. For Madeline, those were days of unfathomable terror. Every time she fought hard, every time she thought of Balaroy, every time she tried to fill the whole of Balaroy, Madeline herself felt like she was killing Balaroy. Every time she compensated for Balleroy's absence, she was stealing his place in the world, the traces he had left behind. In that case, should she hand it over to somebody else, Madeline would likely feel that the person to receive it would be killing Balleroy, and she would surely kill that person with her own hands. She could at least understand that Balleroy would not want that, so Madeline continued to exhaust herself. Since she would not let anybody else do it, she would continue to kill Balleroy herself. And when she finally killed Balleroy, would her own heart also die? If so, she felt like that would be the best way to do it. That which Balleroy had given her, this heart, these emotions. When Balleroy had died, at a time when she had not been at his side, in his most important moment, they ought to have perished. And yet, Madeline, why is a dragon's fang, why is Caroline's fang friggin' hanging from your neck? At the height of the disturbance shaking the empire, she encountered a man carrying the fang of the flying dragon who had died together with Balleroy. From the man who knew the Balleroy unknown to her, Madeline heard stories of a Balleroy from the time when he would not be at her side, when he had not been a general, and a sense of love blossomed in her heart once again. And then, as tremors beckoned further tremors, at the end of the successive tremors, it had happened. The great disaster had, without a doubt, resurrected what Madeline had lost. Complimenting her sky-blue hair, saying that it was his favorite color, he stroked her head. He gave a gentle, soft smile that caused her chest to tighten upon seeing it, her unfilled promise with him she had wanted to embrace him under a clear sky, in a place with no clouds in the way. Madeline had finally come into contact with Balleroy somewhere outside of that mountaintop. Even so, thick clouds yet hung over the sky, the world was yet covered in darkness. Madeline, what am I supposed to friggin' do? Madeline had no idea what she should do anymore. She felt so much love, but for anything outside of that, she knew nothing at all. She did not want to know either. A vortex of dusky clouds gathered in the sky with the cloud dragon as its nexus. While looking up at that from the ground, all the hair on Garfield's body stood on end, and the blood flowing through his body boiled. An impulse from his instincts struck his brain. Having endured the dragon's breath, his body was in the process of rapidly healing from the heat wave that had scorched him. But the destructive black clouds acted to entirely veil the heavens, and within them was concealed such excess power that Garfield's regeneration, and even the waning cityscape of the imperial capital that he had desperately protected, would all be reduced to naught. Garfield, them huge clouds, the whole fucking lot of it's made out of the dragon's mana. It was a concealed trick that had not been detected until Mesorea stirred them about, causing them to change their nature. The trump card of the cloud dragon that had been audaciously hidden was currently bearing its fangs against him like this. However, what was causing Garfield's heart to tremble was not the destruction that would be brought about by that cluster of mighty power, but rather the state of the cloud dragon controlling it. The cloud dragon, Mesorea knew, he more or less understood that there was a different being inside of it. For a dragon that had lived for however many centuries, soaring through the skies of this world over its long life, its words and actions were far too lacking in dignity. That was an intuition of a completely different type to that of strength, and it was something that Garfield understood since he knew Ryuzu, who, contrary to her youthful appearance, was of a personality that had lived for a very long time. At the same time, Garfield really felt how truly incredible Subaru's order had been. Garfield, Captain, you really told my amazing self to go ahead. N fell the dragon flying. In the sky, being pushed on the back to go and fight head-on against a dragon, a being that was the strongest life form in the world. The fact that he was seen as reliable enough to be entrusted with that duty was absolutely tremendous. The power he was granted by that had provided enough energy for Garfield to return to reality from the incomprehensible theater he had seen while on the verge of death. But in a true sense, there was another meaning in Garfield being sent here. He did not know whether Subaru had aimed for that or not. Either way, it mattered not. This cloud dragon, Mesorea, needed to be faced by Garfield. That was the sort of enemy it was. The reason was, Garfield, you're straining yourself and crying out, begging for someone to protect your world. As Mesorea cried out, recklessly scrambling power together, it brought about a terribly unpleasant feeling of shame within Garfield. In the past, Garfield had erupted on his surroundings with the same rage and anguish that Mesorea currently harbored. Back then, His friends had stopped him through sheer force. So now Garfield had his current position and resolve, as well as a strong body with two legs to firmly stand upon. Naturally, Garfield and Mesorea were of different positions, circumstances, and even races. That was why Garfield could not necessarily use the same solution on Mesorea. But however, there was no reason as to why he could not use it. In order to ascertain that, Garfield had no choice but to make it lower its fangs and talk, much like what had been done for him. For that purpose, Garfield, HK. Looking towards his hectic surroundings, Garfield forcefully gnashed his fangs. The protective wall was on the verge of collapse, and the previous breath of the dragon had scorched the imperial capital, bringing it to a state of partial destruction. Even if he wanted to reach Mesorea, Garfield could not reach all the way to the height of the clouds. That was why Garfield gave up on the idea of doing things by himself. Garfield, Pops, Heinkel. Ah! Garfield looked back with an altered expression on his face, and in his vision he saw Heinkel dumbfoundedly looking up at the sky, his backside having fallen down smack on the ground. The blue eyes quivered, their focal point blurred, and as Garfield saw himself reflected within them, he grabbed both of Heinkel's shoulders. Garfield, lend me a hand. I need you to do something to send me flying all the way up there. Heinkel, flying. Flying, you say? What the hell are you saying? There's no way we could ever do something like that. Just how fucking high up do you think that is? As Garfield yelled a request at him, Heinkel widened his eyes and also yelled back a reply. While trying to shake free from the hands grabbing his shoulders, Heinkel pointed overhead. The thunderously stirring clouds shifted in hue, as if swallowing the color of the sky that lay beyond the black clouds. The color of the heavens was transformed into a purple, tinged with azure. While Heinkel pointed at what could only be described as a natural disaster, with his face pale, Heinkel, it's already over. Garfield, I ain't gonna let it be over. Heinkel, HK. Garfield, I ain't gonna let anything end here. Both my amazing self and Pops we can't lose. Firmly grasping his shoulders so that he could not shake the hands off, Garfield made a powerful appeal to Heinkel. Gulping down a breath, Heinkel's cheeks stiffened. As his trembling finger pointed to the sky, the man's opposite hand nonetheless remained gripped to his sword, and Garfield had decided to believe in him. Garfield, there ain't no sense of reality right now. I know that, Pops. It's just like it's the end of the world. Narrowing his eyes as he muttered, with the ruin that had taken the form of a vortex of clouds high above him, Garfield stared at the skies of the different battlefields in the distance, and nodded. It truly seemed that every single location was a Tennozen that Subaru had spoken of. Piercing the clouds in the north of the imperial capital, an iceberg plummeted downwards. In the northeast, there were flashes of a sword severing the very world itself, reaching the ramparts and even the mountains beyond them. The eastern heavens and earth were composed of over 100 shades of red. Each and every battlefield was trying to bring about a different doom to the Empire. But Garfield would not despair. Garfield, ain't that right, Captain? Making a variety of faces, Subaru had chosen their method of battle against the impending doom. And thus, in order to deal with doom at this location, Subaru had selected none other than Garfield Tinzel as the strongest card to play. Not Emilia, not Beatrice, not Roswell, not Spiker, not Halibal, not Albert, not Tanza, not Medium, not Jamal. He had chosen Garfield. Garfield. Facing the dragon, Sword Saint Reed laughs and draws blade. Heinkel, don't lump me in with that crazy ancestor of mine. Garfield, there's no running from Reinhard. Heinkel, don't bring up that name. I'm Garfield. Heinkel. And at that place where heaven and earth were about to meet their doom, Heinkel covered his face with the hand that had been pointed to the heavens and spilled that out in a feeble voice. The words that lay beyond, Garfield did not know. By some chance, perhaps Heinkel himself had yet to discover what lay beyond those words. In that case, Garfield, Pops, together with my amazing self, let's go and unlock the following words that you can't seem to get out. Would imagining it even be possible? The vast sky extended endlessly in all directions, and the clouds that blanketed it completely were all reduced into a hail of bullets and a forest of blades. The sight of that pouring down would be as if it were the end of the world. Even now, that was what was on the verge of occurring. However, different from the impression given by the phrasing of a hail of bullets and a forest of blades. The clouds of destruction bringing doom upon the world were not widely raining down across all the vast lands of the empire, but rather, having been centralized in one swoop, they were about to all pierce one concentrated area. The vortex of black clouds twisted into a helix, forming an enormous cone that weaved into the heavenly skies. That mighty shape was warped and ominous. However, in the one aspect that it was intended for destruction, there indeed lay beauty. Spreading its white wings in the heavenly skies, the cloud dragon held its arms aloft, bringing about that structure of demise. Contrary to its large build, the dragon cried out like an infant as it unleashed that from its hands. Cloud dragon, friggin', disappear. That teary voice, whether it was directed to somebody on the surface, where destruction rained down, or if it was directed to the surface itself, which would likely be unable to withstand it and be blown apart, or if it was not aimed at anybody or the surface at all, and was instead a punishment it was imposing upon itself, was unclear. No matter the case, the result would be the same. There were no means of defending against a trump card that had been prepared over a long period of time by a dragon, the ultimate existence. Nearly the entirety of the southern half of the imperial capital would be blown away, incurring many casualties and carrying out the intentions of the great disaster. The fall of the imperial capital, in regards to the disaster, would signify the total defeat of the empire, and the unhalted hosts of undead would engulf the ruined land, heading for the remaining countries with their fervent vigor. Thus, the world would be drawn into a chain of calamity that knew no bounds. That would be the unshakable conclusion for a world fallen into demise. It was an ending that none save for some witch, a manifestation of curiosity, would be pleased with, and the only ones able to negate it would be the undersized, yet courageous warriors that plunged towards their imminent demise. Courageous warrior. Feeling the presence of the vast lands within his soul before he took off, the courageous warrior gathered as much strength as he could and coursed it all throughout his body. His legs, having been firmly outstretched, rode atop a sword that remained in its sheath, and right after a moment of power equilibrium, it ferociously swung upward at full strength. That had been an outstanding blow. It was not wielded against the dreadfully mighty dragon as an opponent, neither was it something that cut deep into the cone, attempting to bring ruination to the world, nor did it utilize any of the skills that it had been used to train. Eye contact had not even been made with the enemy. However, it had been an outstanding blow. At the very least, that was the judgment of the courageous warrior, who had received that blow with the soles of his feet. Whether that outstanding blow would go unrecorded, unremembered by anyone, was entirely up to him to prove, as he had been entrusted with the conclusion. Cloud Dragon. Beyond the incoming demise, he locked eyes with the dragon as he ascended to the heavens. Seeing those eyes tremble in a terribly frightened manner, a smile emerged on his face. That smile was out of place, troublingly so. That was immediately painted over by the smile of a belligerent, powerful, savage, ferocious tiger. Courageous warrior, have a taste of these fists. Using all of his strength without holding back, he pummeled his fist into it. He pummeled it and then, courageous warrior, let my amazing self hear your story, just like how Captain and the others once listened to mine. As stout arms of silver shot up, they crashed into the dark, cone-shaped clouds of ruin. That instant, the folded layers of the sky and the spiraling black clouds erupted in an explosion bereft of sound, engulfing the world. Courageous warrior. The result of the collision was brought about to a world in which sound had vanished. Just what sort of conclusion had been incurred was likely to only take shape after a flicker of light. Only the sky that had been birthed beyond the collision, the sky from which the enshrouding black clouds had vanished, was blue. In the past, a flying dragon rider had bestowed a name upon a lonely dragonkin, and same as the color of the hair he had lovingly, cherishingly stroked many a time, sky blue stretched out above, and that was all. Translation note. 1. The dialect being referred to is a quirk of Madeline's speech in Japanese, where she frequently attaches Japanese letter, sicha, to the ends of her sentences. In our translation, we typically add a frig or friggin to her speech in these cases. However, it admittedly does not capture the essence of the Japanese speech quirk perfectly, and there isn't much that can be done in English in this regard. Arc 8, Chapter 56, Arakia. Human translated by Archbishop, Section 3, 4 Machine translated by Archbishop proofread by Archbishop hash 750 Blade Japanese to English checking by Archbishop Ice Tanaka Art Sources, Sakuseek, without being told by anyone. Arakia swallowed it down. Arakia. With great throbbing, the sound of flowing blood surged forth in the form of pain. That heartbeat pounded faster than it had during the midst of battle, with each thump of the heart becoming a shock akin to a nail being driven directly into her soul, a shock which surged throughout her entire body. Yet, it eased Erakia's mind. Knowing that the heart still pumped blood signified that she still retained her human form. Even if that were just a minor comfort akin to margin of error, it was necessary for Erakia to keep herself from becoming stirred, to keep her soul from scattering. For the unique beings known as spirit eaters, none other than Arakia existed in this world. Born from the extreme delusions of individuals who could not be called researchers, but rather deviants, the taboo existence that was the spirit eater named Arakia had been kept alive as a soul being under a destiny shared with no one else in this world. Her ego daringly diluted, Arakia, who had clung only to the existence of the pillar that she deemed important to herself, had devoured spirits, acted as a formidable being, and fulfilled her role. She had thought that that would be enough. However, it was not as she had realized, upon losing said pillar. By the time she had realized it, it would have already been too late, as she would have likely invited the supposed end of a spirit eater. Quick collapse of one's ego, being consumed by the spirits that had been taken in, soul being painted over. However, Arakia did not meet that fate. For that, two factors could be considered. One was that the individual Arakia had deemed as her pillar was like a dazzling sun, shining so brightly that, even when separated, she could not lose sight of them. The other reason, and one that Arakia would never want to admit in the days after being separated from her pillar, the thunder that reminded Arakia of the fact that she was herself, shook her soul incessantly, evoking feelings of inferiority and stimulating her individuality. Bathed in the light of the dazzling sun, accompanied by the incessant thunder, Arakia had preserved her own soul. And that is the conclusion I have come to, but I would like to hear if you have any awareness of it. Arakia, no. The year was of the time when Arakia surpassed Albart in rank, being promoted to second. Keisha's opinion, based on his search relating to the remaining literature on the Spirit Eater, had etched a stern expression on Arakia's face, the first time ever in their long acquaintance. That was understandable. Keisha was intelligent, and his explanations were clear, but his perspective had been difficult for Arakia to accept. Arakia herself only understood her existence as a spirit eater on a sensory level, yet she had wanted to believe that her entirety was made solely of Priska. She did not want that hopeful wish to be diluted by the least desirable components of all. To begin with, Arakia, why did you bring that up? As she questioned, it was surprising in itself that Keisha had broached such a topic. Arakia's pillar, Priska, the fact that she had exceptionally escaped from the imperial selection ceremony, having been allowed to leave the country alive, was a closely guarded secret, even within the Valatian Empire. At the time, it was natural for Arakia and Keisha, who had been involved in her exile, to know, but it had been a topic they had not spoken of for years, and something not to be mentioned to anyone else. So why, at this moment, had Keisha chosen to bring it up? Keisha, I want to know whether you are a fragile, ephemeral, and vanishing existence or not, whether I ought to count you among the numbers for the impending great battle. Arakia, it makes no sense. I'm one of the 9 divine generals. It was only natural that they would be sent to put down the rebellion or whatever that Keisha and Vincent were predicting. However, at Arakia's response, Keisha's eye twitched downwards, forming an unusual expression on his face. It was a smile seldom seen from Keisha, who had almost always worn an expression of either blankness or bewilderment. With that smile striking Arakia in a moment of vulnerability, Keisha continued. Keisha, it seems like this battle will end up being a little bigger than the battle you are thinking of. I am well aware that you do not truly serve His Excellency from the depths of your heart, nor do you consider me an ally. Arakia, Keisha, Even though I know it to be true, it still stings a bit to not be denied. Arakia, for the princess's sake, I won't disappear. Without acknowledging Keisha's reaction as he touched his forehead, Arakia ran her hand over her eye patch. For the reason as to why she was herself, the soul known as Arakia had a proper answer. The concerns Keisha would not come to pass. So although it was not to reassure Keisha, she declared, Arakia, also, that has nothing to do with Cecilis. Keisha, HM. Those are merely my deductions. If you really want to have me recognize that such is not the case, I would like for you to defeat Cecilis at least once. Hooah, weren't you talking about me just now? What's this? It's rather unkind for Anya and Keisha to treat me like I'm an outsider, so I'd like you to stop with that, please. Could it be you're on about that? About the slim chances of winning for Anya, who keeps extending her losing streak without learning her lesson? Erikia, Cecilis, die. In the end, a clash with Cecilis began right after, and Keisha, who had wanted to avoid being involved, fled, so the conversation did not progress further. Afterwards, she had no recollection of ever continuing the conversation with Keisha. Arakia. Just a vague thought crossed her mind. Just when would the impending great battle that Keisha was concerned about come? And when it did, would she be counted among his forces? If the opportunity ever arose, she would like to ask about it. Arakia had been acquainted with Keisha for a long time now. Due to their relationship, which stemmed from the imperial selection ceremony where she had been separated from Priska, Arakia harbored unforgiveness towards Keisha, who had been deeply involved in the reasons behind her separation with Priska. However, Keisha had taught Arakia how to read and write. She owed him a debt. For that favor, she was willing to participate in battles Keisha desired her to. Or perhaps, was this too going to end up being attributed to reasons other than Priska? She hated Cecilis. Vincent was complicated, but she leaned towards not forgiving him due to what had happened to Priska. Albert was amusing with his jokes. Gaz had a comical face. Groovy had a foul mouth, but was actually very helpful, while Meguro would always listen to what she had to say without making unpleasant faces. Yorna was not her cup of tea, yet for some reason she was unable to hate her. Balleroy would occasionally take her for a ride on his flying dragon, and she felt like Madeline and herself mutually tried to avoid seeing each other. To Tard, she was grateful. Would all of these also end up being attributed to reasons other than Priska? Arakia, feeling as though she was about to fall apart, like she was about to be torn to shreds, as if losing every last part of herself that she could remember, Arakia gathered up the fragments of Arakia. If she did not do so, the existence known as herself would disappear. That was not the case. Arakia, Enses. Without doing so, she would be unable to restrain what was ramping up within, on the verge of bursting out of her. It was tremendously colossal, unbelievably heavy, intolerably twisted. If left unchecked, it would destroy the empire. If she could not keep it under control, her pillar, Priska, would not be protected. That was why Arakia, without being told by anyone, swallowed it down. Into her own incomparably thin and small body, she took the stone Muspel. The empire must not be destroyed by the monster who called herself a witch, utilizing this great spirit. For that purpose. I guess she probably ate something bad. You really are a handful. The noisy thunder felt like a hallucination, piecing together a torn-apart soul. While being tormented by the loss and pain akin to a thundercloud, Arakia continued to scramble together the fragments of Arakia, resisting against the dispersion of her turbulent existence. She continued to resist and endured. Clinging to her soul on the verge of destruction, she awaited the one and only hope. The counting was growing tiresome, but it was their habit to do so. Daring to go into the details of numbers could trivialize the reality one faced, not to say that it would be a clever thing to do. Without such a mentality, it really was just a habit. The habit of counting continued. This was the 191st time. It's getting tiresome being way too ordinary of a dude, Al muttered to himself as he felt the heat build up inside his helmet, sweat soaking the inside. On the stage of the melted second bastion, the vain struggles of the out-of-place actor with a minor role continued. The atmosphere wobbled unsteadily due to the effects of the heat wave that engulfed the surrounding area, clearly transforming the space into something from a different dimension. Humans would not be able to adapt to a world being remade into hell with every passing moment. Trees and buildings were set ablaze. Grit and pieces of the street had begun to melt. His palm gripping the dhow made a sizzling sound, and he was unsure if even his clothing would ignite at any moment. The circumstances they found themselves in were such that it would not at all be strange for them to be turned into a ball of flames the next moment due to just standing there. In fact, more than once or twice, that had been the case. And yet, in spite of these incredibly harsh circumstances, ta 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 ta. The leading actor furiously ran over the bubbling, boiling magma, maneuvering at a speed such that he could have been mistaken for a lightning bolt. With his disheveled, deep dark blue hair dancing, running with his bright pink kimono fluttering, was Cecilus Segment, the flamboyant, self-proclaimed leading actor of the world. His speed as he sprinted over the magma, his incredible leg strength that one would not expect from a slender child's legs, his seemingly inexhaustible stamina, and his courage to cross paths with an enemy that could remake the world in the blink of an eye, and the power of fate were all first class. Declaring the world to be his stage, and placing himself in the role of leading actor, Cecilus was conscious of his appearance to an unseen audience, and fulfilled himself in a way that did not shy away from those grandiose claims. Who else could possibly mount a fight against such a powerful, extraordinary opponent? Cecilus. Toe. With a high-pitched shout characteristic of a child, Cecilus's body flew at an angle. A moment after he leapt, the ground where he had been just before swelled up and exploded from within. Taking advantage of the blast, Cecilus twisted in midair as he was propelled. With that, a lightning kick that could blow away even a stone pillar as thick as a giant tree trunk flew toward the silver-haired dog person Arakia, who floated in midair. Arakia. Ah, ah. With her exposed brown skin, Arakia's jewel-like red eyes shed tears of blood. The soles of Cecilus's charred Zori flew straight at her torso as she let out a cry, looming ever closer at the moment of impact. A loud sound detonated in the sky. Cecilus, tilde HK. Immediately afterward, slamming down faster than when he had jumped up, Cecilus plunged to the ground and bounced violently on the street, squelching a cry of pain as he raised his head. A moment later, blood gushed from his pale forehead, turning the small child's face red. Cecilus, you've finally gotten to the point where you're matching me perfectly, licking the blood that trickled down the well-shaped bridge of his nose. Cecilus commented on the fact that he had been successfully parried. There was no hint of surprise in that, because this was not the first time she had parried him. Already a dozen or so times, Cecilus's lightning-swift attacks had been countered and continued to be shot down. As a result, the situation was rapidly becoming severely unfavorable. Miss Arakia is in quite a sorry state. Looking for an opening to intervene, Al saw Arakia floating in the air, distorting the space around her. Arakia's appearance, it was even more bizarre than it had been just a few moments earlier, with magic crystals growing out of the thin girl's body as if piercing from within. From a distance, the growths on Arakia's arms and back resembled the wings of an angel. However, in reality, Arakia had absorbed an exceedingly large entity, and it was attempting to devour through and spill out from the body of the girl in which it had been trapped. Fuck. As Arakia's choice gradually eroded her power and made her deviate from her human form, Al could do nothing but curse and vent his uncontrollable anger. He knew what it was like wanting to compensate for a lack of power, falling short of achieving one's own desires. Al could imagine that Arakia had the potential to reach much greater heights than himself, and that there were numerous possibilities within her reach. Nevertheless, by taking in something that did not mesh with her own capacity, Arakia's own brilliance would instead turn against herself, her surroundings, and the things she wanted to cherish. And so, the simple answer that came in reciprocation was the current situation. Initially, Cecilus was the one who had possessed the upper hand in the fight against Arakia. In order to hold back Arakia, who had turned into something dangerous that could blow away the second bastion and erase the entire imperial capital in its entirety, Cecilus fanned his stinging hostility against her, setting the stage by continuing to provoke her intuitive sense of danger. To put it plainly, this was a battle of two transcendent beings who were not just 1 or 2 steps above as warriors, but rather 10. Al had stayed behind, but he retained little capacity to intervene. Still, out of close to 200 attempts, he had been able to prevent Cecilus's limbs from being blown off on 2 occasions. All the while, Arakia was like a glass of water being endlessly overfilled, overflowing and spewing water at random, greatly endangering the lives of both Al and Cecilus. But even if this all were to repeat itself, which would of course happen by Al using the cheat of his territory, it would never be possible to capture Cecilus as he jumped around as a being outside of reason. However, the situation had changed. This was due to the aforementioned increasing deformity of Arakia, which had immediately changed her fighting style. Cecilus, come to me. Raising a vigorous cry, full of belligerence, Cecilus's eyes gleamed as he wiped away some blood. A moment later, the area around Cecilus distorted, and twisted pillars of stone burst forth from all directions like giant serpents and attacked the boy. Cecilus crouched down, jumped away, and twisted to avoid the stone pillars that were furiously trying to snap at him, and the speed at which he leaped out of the way surged up to his top speed. But while shedding tears of blood, Arakia's onslaught did not let the lightning escape. As he kicked the earth, the ground following Cecilus's path swelled as he accelerated, creating a series of huge arms of stone and earth that grabbed at the boy as if to crush him. Cecilus, unfortunately, touching the actors on the stage is strictly prohibited. Saying so wittily, Cecilus used the constructed arms that swung down like fly swatters as a foothold to break through, running up into the sky like they were a staircase. He reversed direction once he had secured altitude, and using the stone fists that were trying to strike him, he jumped toward Arakia again. But Cecilus, I messed up. He received a strike from a huge stone fist that would have turned a normal person into a plume of blood with the soles of his Zori, killing the fatal impact by using his whole body as a spring, and Cecilus screamed as he flew away using only the momentum he had received. As Cecilus surged toward Arakia with the force of a ballistic missile, a white light was created in his path of attack, and Cecilus, with nowhere to escape in the sky, dove toward Arakia himself. Al. Uwo. With a howl, Al raised the dao, and he slammed the blade forth before Cecilus could jump into the light. Instantly, after receiving a direct hit from the dao, the light flashed strongly for a moment, engulfing and obliterating the bodies of the approaching Al and Cecilus, times Cecilus. I messed up. Receiving the giant fist of rock with the bottom of his Zori, Cecilus, stealing only the momentum, shouted as he flew like a ballistic missile. Before his shout could be uttered, Al pointed the tip of his dao into the empty air, and Al, Dana, compared to Arakia, the difference in their magic was like the difference between the moon and Snot, but the stone shards that he produced ran through the sky, crushing the jutting light of destruction that was about to be born. For a moment, a strong flash burned Al's eyes even through his helmet, but it was not powerful enough to end Al's life, much less Cecilus's speed. Cecilus, Alsan, let's do this. The burst of light was instantly recognizable as to whose work it was, and Cecilus, relieved that his life had been saved, instantly swallowed down his emotion and charged toward Arakia. He raised his right hand in the form of a karate chop, with a sharpness that surpassed even that of a semi-famous sword. It flashed through the air, striking Arakia, who had grown wings of magical crystals, at an angle Al. HK. At that moment, Al had a vision of, without exaggeration, a thunderclap and the sky being torn asunder. In fact, it was not a vision, but rather the shockwave from Cecilus's karate chop that went out from behind him, tearing a clinching blow into a group of buildings that were on the verge of collapse, leading to the collapse of the entire area. But however, Arakia had received that karate chop in question. Arakia, glaring, her blood-red eyes moved to look at Cecilus, who was just a few feet away. Despite receiving a powerful karate chop to the forehead, Arakia maintained her body in midair without even showing the slightest tremor, and in return, she raised her wings of magic crystal, Arakia. Immediately after those thin lips produced a faint sound, a blow fatally gouged Cecilus. Moment by moment, as time flowed, elapsed, passed, Arakia was disappearing. Gradually feeling her existence, the whereabouts of her soul, being painted over, amidst the pain and anguish, Arakia earnestly tried to recall the radiance of her son. An obstreperous existence she had been. Despite having been created at the end of many sacrifices, she had been indifferent as to what would happen after she was created, becoming a dangerous object with nowhere to go. While not knowing how to make effective or proper use of such a frightening being, that girl had calmly lined Arakia up adjacent to the life she was leading, and had confidently told her to accompany herself. Just why? Why had she been able to try to oppose that perfected magnificence? It should not have been possible for feelings of resistance or opposition to bud. That girl was the representation of everything Arakia believed to be correct, and her very existence was the meaning in Arakia's birth. In order to not let her lose that radiance, in order to not lose what she thought was beautiful about that radiance, she chose to leave her side, thinking it to be necessary, and somehow managed to endure the thought of being separated. The reason she had endured it all, was because she believed that the sun would rise once more. So long as she could protect the new day's dawn, it would be fine if she herself could not bask in the rays of the rising sun. Recklessly crying out, whining that she could not place her hands upon it, while eyes of disappointment were directed towards her by none other than her son. That was when she had finally arrived at this conclusion. She thought she had been forsaken by the sun. She thought the sun would no longer shine upon herself. However, facing off in the decisive battle for the imperial capital, directing the yang sword towards a sobbing Erakia, the son Priska, had not cut Erakia down with that treasured sword of crimson. Afterwards, while surrounded by the servants of the great disaster that had appeared, she ought to have been able to flee. But in exchange for Arakia's safety, she had chosen to be captured. Those innermost feelings, that dazzling gleam, had not changed in the slightest. If Priska had remained unchanged, then Arakia also desired for her vow to remain invariant. Priska Benedict, the Valatian Empire's symbol of a sun that had set, yet would rise again. When thinking of her, Arakia could remain as Arakia. Arakia could delay the limit for her soul growing hotter and bursting apart. However, even if her love and loyalty to Priska was eternal, that limit could not be extended forever. She was detaining a being that would engulf her and would fully overtake her presence. While Arakia continued to resist that disgrace to her mind, the being that was even now borrowing Arakia's body was amplifying its destruction in the real world, to which she did not have room to turn her attention. The destruction would only become more refined, the ruination would only gain more momentum, and it was only a matter of time before a full collapse. Stagnating for a long period of however many centuries, even if a part of its power was being utilized in conflicts between humans, nor if it was being used for the enrichment of human activities, the stone would not pay any mind yet when it had entered the fragile vessel known as Arakia. It had learned to resist against disappearing. The great spirit that had been taken in by Arakia was displaying defensive instincts that it likely would not have employed were it in its original form, and ironically enough, it was strengthening its level of threat in order to protect the vessel of Arakia. Arakia. Somebody was fighting in order to stop Arakia. She could feel it. It seemed like, because somebody was causing Arakia's power to be somewhat exhausted, the brakes were being pulled on Arakia, fading away. But it was insufficient. Merely weakening her, merely keeping her in check was insufficient. In order to interfere with the objective of the great disaster, Arakia had devoured it. The great spirit, which would resign itself to the will of others regardless of what was done to it, upon being taken in by Arakia, had learned the fear known as losing oneself. Only one push was needed. After one more push, the great spirit would understand. In order to keep Arakia from disappearing, the sun was required. And in order for Arakia to fulfill her vow, something else was required. Thunder was. Somebody was fighting in order to stop Arakia. She could feel it. It was insufficient. That somebody was insufficient. Just who in particular was needed, she knew. That was why, while Arakia was on the verge of bursting apart, she waited in hope. For thunder, for reverberations of real thunder, she waited in hope. Arakia, kill me, Cecilus. The moment he heard that, of all things, his thoughts came to a standstill. Having slammed a karate chop into his opponent with all his might, he received a stare back as if it had been utterly ineffective, and immediately after, as the beautiful girl sobbed out tears of blood, she had made such an entreaty in a feeble voice. Cecilus. Then, faster than he could digest that muttering, Cecilus received a powerful blow to the chest. The girl's slender arms were essentially blades due to the sharpness of the magic crystals that densely grew on them, and alas, Cecilus's slim chest was mercilessly cut open, staining his favorite kimono with blood as he began to fall. Pain was present. Awareness that he had blundered was present. Signs of being in a huge pinch were more than present. However, more so than the wound that bore deep into him, more so than the blood that drew a trail through the air, he was unable to avert his gaze from the pitiful eyes and face of the girl from whom he was growing distant, unable to avert his gaze from the words that had been said. Black, black, slash, black, 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 slash, black, 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 slash, black, 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 slash, black, 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 slash, black, black. Slash black 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 slash black 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 slash black 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 square slash black 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 slash black 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 slash black 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 black. Cecilus, my sincerest apologies, but I beg you all to be quiet. In that moment, Cecilus made a firm appeal to the incessantly audible voices of the audience. Normally, Cecilus would never have done anything like silence the voices of the audience. He would use the incoming voices as a rousing basis to raise his own motivation, and at all times he would just calmly allow them to go in one ear and out the other as they spoke to him. That he had silenced. Quiet, even with the troublesome pain, he wished for quiet. Cecilus. While plummeting, Cecilus continued to stare at the girl amidst the silence as the audience hushed their voices. Suffering as she shed tears of blood, the girl's sorrowful appeals took the form of destroying the world, and in the midst of groaning out cries that bore no meaning, she was finally able to interject her own desire. The fact that it had been none other than his own name could have undoubtedly been called the destiny of the leading actor. However, Cecilus, kill me, you said. Now that's something I can't let slide. More so than the pain or shock, he found it difficult to accept the way in which the words had been put together, so Cecilus clenched his teeth. That moment, he bent his knees and rolled as he fell head, first towards the ground, and as he attempted to secure a safe landing, he evaded the chain of stone pillars that targeted his destination, leaping as his heels grazed the surface of the ground. And then he lifted his head. Cecilus, I don't think those words were meant for me. Of course, he did not think that there was anybody else present who was called Cecilus. However, he fully understood that the person to whom the crying girl had called out, to whom she had entrusted her wish, was not himself. That was overwhelmingly aggravating. The most important bout, the gamble on which all would be staked, the decisive scene, the time to rise to the occasion, any phrasing would do fine. With such a moment, such a scene, such a climax having been prepared, there was no way it would have been fine for the Cecilus segment who had been called out there to have been somebody other than himself. Therefore, Cecilus, you that wound, Cecilus, I've made up my mind, Alsan. Having suffered a serious wound, Cecilus's figure was shedding blood, and seeing that, Al uttered out a voice as he fastened his dao to his neck for some reason. Responding to him, Cecilus tore off a strip from his ripped kimono, and using it as a string, he tied back his disarrayed blue hair. Then, giving a smile, he looked up at the weeping girl at the heroine and declared, Cecilus, bear witness, observers of the heavens above, witness the choices the world shall make. Arc 8, Chapter 57, Cecilus Segment. Human translated by Archbishop, Section 256. Machine translated by Archbishop proofread by Archbishop #750 Archbishop Japanese to English checking by Archbishop Ice Art Sources Oshi Suko 1 Heinkel Luana. Cecilus Segment was a stargazer. This opening passage has already been used, and thus it is rejected. Cecilus Segment was the leading actor of this world. This is a fact that continues to be proven through how he enthralled others with his actions rather than it simply being told, so it is rather unsophisticated. Cecilus Segment was entirely unique within this world. This point is not limited to just Cecilus, and thus is headache-inducing. Cecilus Segment was Cecilus Segment. This is the most suitable definition, and thus it shall be used as the opening this time around. In that case, Cecilus Segment was Cecilus Segment. Sworn to the Tenchai Shinmei, this fact served as the absolute, unshakable foundation of Cecilus. 1. No matter what had happened to his body, even if there used to be an adult version of himself, as the people around him were saying, who was a handsome young man with a blossoming appearance and limbs longer than he had now, that was already the before Cecilus. And in this current moment, there existed no Cecilus segment other than his own individual self. Therefore, he would prove it. Cecilus, bear witness, observers of the heavens above, witness the choices the world shall make. Having finished tightly tying up his hair with a strip from his clothes, he firmly slapped his cheeks with his empty hands. Cecilus rarely used this method of motivating himself, but it was very important in playwriting for a change in feelings to be easy for anybody to see. By interposing this sort of depiction, the people watching would be made aware of the actor's feelings on the stage, and of the fact that the play was progressing to the next scene. Then, as Cecilus cocked his head with a come to think of it, Cecilus, you guys are surprisingly reasonable, everyone. I wouldn't mind in the slightest if you resumed with your usual chatter. Black, 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 black. Slash, black, black, slash, black, 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 black. Slash, black, 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 black. Slash, black, 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 black. Slash, slash, black, 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 black. Slash, black, 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 black. Black, 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 black. Slash, black, 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 black. That instant, the voices of the audience that had been forced into silence exploded, and while Cecilus nodded internally at their usual operations, he got back into his flow. Being glued to him at all times, their presence was something that continued to fulfill Cecilus's need for approval, and silencing them like that was the first time he had done so. It was an unthinkable action even for himself, but it was also certainly quite surprising that they would actually keep silent like that. He was quite pleased by that fact, and it served as a good sign of things to come. After all, Cecilus, I'm about to go triumph over an opponent who underestimated me. Right after he stated thus, a flash of light bore into Cecilus's face. Al, Cec, it bore right into the middle of Cecilus's smug grin. Al raised his voice. As he rushed over, he was about to exert force onto his dowel that was fastened to his neck for some reason upon seeing Cecilus's form like that. But he desisted. The image of Cecilus, pierced by the light, blurred, and he realized that what had died was an afterimage. And then, Cecilus, it'd be better for you to distance yourself a bit. Right after that reached Al's eardrums, the afterimage of Cecilus flicked away, and a shock wave expanded. The sound that was delivered lagged behind the flash of light, causing space to rupture, and as it expanded as if to chase the expanding destruction, covering a distance of 10-odd meters, it blew open a round crater in the street which no longer retained its original form. Al, whoa. As Al was caught up in the aftershock yielded by the attack, his scream trailed off, but that was not captured in the corner of Cecilus's vision as he headed forward. Only, he did not completely ignore Al's presence either. Acquiring information of his surroundings, such as Al's conduct and physical ability, until now, along with how his previous position and scream were getting further away, as a natural result on stage derived from the nature of the opponent's attack, Cecilus envisioned the figure of the unseen Al in the theater of his mind. In all likelihood, that was exactly what had happened. That was because his current state was the best for putting on a show. Although actors would not be able to see every position on the stage at all times, it was absolutely crucial for them to constantly be aware of the happenings at every last corner of the stage. That sensation expanded now. The scope of the imaginary field of vision within his brain expanded. Cecilus established his own position as center stage and directed the stage effects as well as the performance of the actors cast into the roles to his own liking. That was to say, he was running at breakneck speed towards the actualization of the most shining developments throughout the entire world. Cecilus. As Cecilus ran on the border between life and death, the figure of the heroine floating above only grew more grotesque. Unperturbed even when suffering the full strength of Cecilus's karate chops, the heroine had many small magic crystals growing on her slender shoulders and arms, her appearance having turned into one that gave the fantastical illusion of being clad with sparkling wings. What was particularly eye-catching about that figure, which could even be called beautiful, were the belts of light gently caressing the sky that floated around the heroine magic crystals of thin and flat construction. Due to some sort of principle, one of the belts of magical nature was illuminated in turn by the flaming cityscape, swimming through the sky on a silky trajectory that could sway with the wind. That instant, it was fired towards Cecilus, cutting through the world. The same attack that had blown Al away earlier that approached Cecilus's face once more, his eyes gleaming and approaching Cecilus. Lick. I see. Now this is a peculiar flavor. I guess it should be called gemstone flavor. That instant, Cecilus stuck out the tip of his tongue, and he ascertained the taste of the belt of light that was about to bore into his face right before evading it. The sensation his tongue perceived was hard yet soft, and the flavor was, as stated, close to that of a gemstone. Visually resemblant of hard candy, the gemstones had a disappointing flavor when rolling it around one's mouth, and were nothing more and nothing less than part of belts the heroine was clad in. Cecilus, come to think of it, you started off by sending light and fire flying, and then swapped to pillars of stone and limbs of earth along the way. Are these jewels the next progression of that? They are truly quite elegant, so I like it. How splendid, oh how splendid, the feeling of climax is rising. Retracting the tongue that had licked the belt, Cecilus roared with laughter at his surge of morale. In this 11th hour, in this decisive bout, he was filled with awe that his opponent was a heavenly maiden clad in a feathered robe of gemstones. And in addition, he had gone and formulated his own understanding from the results of their earlier combat. The karate chops that Cecilus had unleashed at lightning speed, they had the might to split an iron castle in twain, let alone a wall of stone. But though he could not say for sure, he had heard that among gemstones there were some that were harder than even those materials. That was to say, the heroine whom Cecilus was opposing was Cecilus, the heavenly maiden of diamond. Right after he uttered those words, belts of diamond were fired from the feathered robe of the heavenly maiden. With a flash, the belts of light closed in as they bisected the world. They numbered around 12, 11 if the one he had licked and evaded was excluded, but they surrounded Cecilus from 11 different directions as they assailed in an effort to kill him. It was a domain undoubtedly tessellating with death itself, and it was the kind of intense battle where one would have to dodge raindrops amidst a storm, Cecilus, if that's what's needed. Be it drops of rain or grains of sand, let's dodge them. The 11 lines separating life and death ran amok. One more made its return, making it 12 lines, and evading those, evading, evading ginging 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 ginging. If one hit him, it would be fatal. If it was fatal, it would fall to ruin. If it fell to ruin, curtains close. The tips of his toes were whittled down as he stepped. The blood spilling from the wound on his chest evaporated, and he twisted his small build through the gaps in the latticed belts that blocked his way, rejecting the lowering of the curtain. Well, how about that? Have you ever seen anything like it? If this had been an adult's body, he would not have been able to slip through the gaps, so after various deductions, it was the current Cecilus's win. Having won, he decided he would keep on winning, so in order to secure victory, he flashed his teeth in a smile. Cecilus, this is where imagination will spread its wings. With no room to stop moving as the fierce onslaught rained down upon him, he ignored everything as blood spurted from his deep wound. The acceleration of his thoughts in the midst of battle was spectacular, and up until now, the fight had received great praise, applause, and loud cheers. However, at this rate, it would progressively become worse, boring, and hated by everyone. In order to devise the best directorial plan, he would need to put the functions of his body through a gear change to prioritize shining on the stage. First of all, he cut his ability to discern colors. The world was dyed black and white. The coloration of the world lost its vibrance, but a monochrome world had the advantage of displaying the true nature of things which could only be displayed in a monochrome world. Next, he cut his ability to identify sounds. The voices of the audience and his own heartbeat, the delayed sounds of the bands of light cutting through the wind and of the stage being demolished, were all entirely abandoned. A soundless world was dull, but there was a flavor that could only come from this refined taste of enjoying discomfort. It was in this environment where that flavor could be found, that of delight assailing one's chest upon witnessing the masterful performance within the faces and gestures of the actors. In addition, he also cut his senses of taste, smell, and pain. He fully wielded his body for the purpose of battle, fully concentrated his mind on the thoughts that flashed by, and raised the curtain on the theater that was the imaginary field of vision within his mind. Cecilus. Well then. Thus, with that breath interposed, the world of black and white in the space, where he continued to evade the fierce attacks from the belts of diamond, Cecilus was quite literally looking down upon himself as he earnestly struggled while putting on airs. Expressing the acceleration of thoughts in a fantastical manner, it was a sensation akin to a single instant being prolonged. That having been said, it was not all-powerful. The leading actor was perhaps able to excel at preserving the scene, but there was a limit to how much they could captivate the audience if the situation did not move. That which swayed hearts was the progression of a story. That diamond heroine had made an entreaty whilst crying, and though Cecilus had taken great offence to that, he had distorted the intentions of that appeal for his own convenience, and he had no choice but to gain the driving force necessary to propel this situation that was steadily progressing in slow-mo. Cecilus. Thinking by normal standards, the girl was someone who was affiliated with Cecilus. There was also the possibility that she was a hardcore fan who one-sidedly knew the overly famous Cecilus. But even supposing that were the case, it would pose no problems in his thoughts from here on out, so it ought not be questioned whether or not that was true. What was important here was that the Cecilus segment she was familiar with was not his current self, but the annoying before Cecilus who often came up in conversation. Others would probably be astonished were they to hear about it, and Schwartz and Tanzer had actually been astonished by it, but Cecilus had absolutely no interest whatsoever in that topic of the before Cecilus. No matter what he was told, it was a stranger's affairs. No matter what he did, it was an accidental resemblance. No matter what remained, it was someone else's achievements. That was Cecilus's perception, and hence the before and after within Cecilus were clearly differentiated. That was the same perception as the heroine, who seemed to be in a floundering state after having found something to eat. The heroine did not view the before Cecilus and the after Cecilus as the same being. Cecilus, that in itself is a welcome development, and since it's not progressing into something telling me to become big, I'm left with no choice but to progress things in the state they currently are. I wonder about that. In spite of being grateful that I'm being considered a separate entity, I feel a clear discontent at the fact that I'm not the one who is required. As Cecilus pondered, another Cecilus suddenly appeared beside him. Even though he had just declared that the before and after Ceciluses were separate, it was quite confusing for another Cecilus to appear here. But it was true that a conversational partner being here meant that he was on the right track. Cecilus, well, let's perceive this as the result of my heightened concentration, making the acceleration of thoughts easier to understand through a visual metaphor. More importantly is the topic of the current state of the heroine. Cecilus, I think that rather than the topic of the heroine, the topic is more so that of her stance when it comes to me. Of course, if you look at Boss and Tanzasan, it's not difficult to imagine that the relationship between a key figure within a story and their heroine can produce a chemistry that hadn't existed up until then. Cecilus, so you're saying that such chemistry can also be produced between me and her? Cecilus, I wonder, why did you decide to make her the heroine in the first place again? Cecilus was just going with the flow. Cecilus, with the flow, heart tilde. Cecilus, but you know the thing that boss called a live feeling isn't something to look down on. Swift decisions and spinal reflexes are essentially inspiration that relies on instinct, but isn't it the case that I've gotten through many scenes because I've followed my instincts? Cecilus, true, now that you mention it. So you're saying that since your current state is the result of having followed your instincts, the best thing to do is to keep following your instincts. Cecilus, that's the kind of feeling I get. However, if that's what's gonna happen then, my current instincts are wondering why it's someone other than myself, Cecilus Segmund, who's being relied on. Cecilus, I see. But that's a matter of her not wanting the current me, isn't it? The one being requested is the before Cecilus, but does that mean that the after Cecilus thinks he can't do what the before Cecilus would be able to do? Cecilus. Ah, in that case, the solution is for the current me to surpass the previous me. Cecilus, Nuo, tilde objections. The two Ceciluses nodded at each other, and having reached a mutual agreement, a dispute then occurred over which one of them would return to the real Cecilus whom they were looking down upon. An unproductive battle to decide which one of them was the true soul of Cecilus began, and then concluded immediately after. Time began to move as normal for the real Cecilus, and he resumed dealing with the 12 lines of death birthed from diamond being fired from the heavenly maiden's feathered robe. Cecilus, I've been looking at things slowly, so the speed of my sensations is fast, fast, fast. The 12 dancing light belts each acted independently with their own will, and drew irregular trajectories, like living creatures differing from ordinary weapons. When he tried to knock one down with a karate chop, the part which made contact was gouged out entirely and became painful to look at. He perceived that they were even sharper than Rowan's treasured Anibami, so this was quite the hard enemy. Only, while he was being surrounded by the swarm of highly lethal, yet beautiful, gemstones, Cecilus thought to himself, Cecilus, that phrasing of kill me, it means that she thinks the Cecilus within her head would be able to do so. In other words, that was an expression of trust that if it were the Cecilus within her head, he would easily be able to break through this diamond besiegement and reach her, and then magnificently cause her heart to stop. Naturally, since Cecilus intended to surpass the previous Cecilus, it was an essential condition that he go above and beyond that Cecilus. If it's something that the before me has never done before, then how about this? For the hurdle he had imposed to surpass his own self, there was a spark in Cecilus's thoughts. If it were the before Cecilus, he might have been able to entirely avoid the incoming attack. But if it were the perfect Cecilus that resulted from the unity of the after Cecilus and the another Cecilus, then he would create a climax that was more than merely evasion. A belt of light was aimed for above his neck. A glimmer approached his torso. A cleaving motion aimed to shave off his feet rather than sweep him off of them. He stepped with his left and right legs in sequence to evade, then bent himself backwards, crouched down, stretched out his knees and jumped up in a complete evasion of all the shots. And as a result, Cecilus, this is a cat's cradle of light. He kept on evading the 12 independent light belts at a hair's breadth, and guiding them to become entangled midair, he magnificently knotted them into a web which became the Tokyo Tower. During their journey from the Gladiator Island, Schwartz had displayed a pastime that involved playing with yarn, and since Tanza had unusually and openly been impressed with that, it caused Schwartz to get seriously bashful. Such was what Cecilus had recreated. Of course, there was no meaning even if he did such a thing. The diamond belts were made from colossal mana, and there was no limit to their length. Once a knot was formed, it could be untied by breaking down and reconstructing itself, so it would be just as if nothing had happened. He had no such mistaken sense of triumph that he had contained the opponent's attacks by this. Only he had acquired something. Conviction. Cecilus, I will surpass myself. He had not seen the actual individual. Neither could he actually draw a comparison with him. However, the before Cecilus that Cecilus pictured inside his head had never created this Tokyo Tower, because there was no Tokyo Tower inside of him. So even if the before Cecilus might have been able to successfully dodge, when it came to triumphantly creating a climax that would go beyond simply evading, the current Cecilus was in the lead by a step. Cecilus, right after that conviction, the formation of the Tokyo Tower of light beneath Cecilus came undone. Returning to mana, it reconstructed itself. As had been hypothesized, what had been slightly outside of the hypothesis was that during the moment of construction, a colorless explosion would be yielded. If it merely got erased, then she would have kept losing as they played, and that occurrence seemed like a rebellious spirit opposed to that Cecilus. You're quite the sore loser. In a world that had no color, in which even his own voice was ignored by his eardrums, Cecilus was impressed by the heroine as he gazed at her from afar. After being impressed, a colorless beam of light gradually ascended from directly below him. Suffering a direct hit would cancel out his evasion of the belts, and the degree of freedom he had in the air was overwhelmingly lower than what he had on the ground. This was bad, 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 bad. He got fired up. Expanding his imaginary field of vision once again, he carried out a gear change on the functions of his body. Sense of color, maintain current status. Sense of hearing, maintain current status. Sense of pain and sense of touch, reactivate. Hiding the pain that instantly boiled up behind a smile with teeth bared, he searched for the key amidst the sensation of a single second being divided up into 100 parts. With that, he could search for the key that would turn the script over to the next page. Cecilus, there it is. Laying the nerves within his body bare, he engaged in the hyperdimensional act of savagery that was exposing them to the wind, and as he ascended, Cecilus's outstretched leg hit something. It was neither a convenient wall nor building. What had been hit was, from the cityscape being destroyed as it was engulfed in the battle between Cecilus and the heroine, a fragment of the rubble that had been whirled up, a single grain of gravel. That he used as a foothold. Cecilus, shwe. Using the exceedingly faint sensation that had struck the sole of his foot as a foothold, Cecilus's body leapt through the air. To avoid the rising achromatic destruction from catching up to him, Cecilus stepped again onto blown-up splinters of wood and shattered fragments of window glass, and finally stepping onto a slightly larger cinder of ash, he escaped higher. Why was he able to do it? He could do it simply because he could. He would make all those who laid eyes upon him believe so. Disregarding various logical and general notions, Cecilus's action of fleeing to the sky was an outrage against common sense. Those who witnessed it might have called it a miracle, but for Cecilus, this was only the beginning, nothing more than a handful of the miracles that arrived to color the world at various moments each and every day. And thus, if he continued to cause these miracles, Cecilus, impatient reality will bear its fangs. Thanks to his unreasonable ascension, Cecilus escaped the beam of light, and before right or wrong could come as a result from that escape, the reconstructed light belts ate into the colorless beam of light from within and began to chase Cecilus through the sky. As the 12 belts entangled in a helix, its tip radially expanded while pointing towards Cecilus, and just as a carnivorous plant would captivate bugs with its beautiful petals, it bit at him. The flower petals closing like a bud, Cecilus would have no means to escape being swallowed by the diamond flower. That too, surely, would only have been if it were the Cecilus who was not the current Cecilus. Cecilus. Bang. And the sound of an atmospheric explosion, 100-fold of the sound he had voiced, shook the battlefield. Unfortunately, although Cecilus himself had shut out all sounds, and thus could not hear it, he was sorry to the eardrums of the heroine and of Al, who were also present in this location. But then again, the thing that made him want to complain the most was probably the sky that Cecilus had kicked and had caused to explode. Cecilus, who could leave sound behind and run at lightning speed, was well aware that the atmosphere had walls. Kicking those walls was not an easy feat, but it would have been troubling to be disdained as a poor actor who had messed up the climax. Even if he was performing without a rehearsal, perfectly captivating the audience was essential for the leading actor. As a result, together with the sound of the explosion, Cecilus's body shot straight downwards. He took a sharp nosedive, and faster than the diamond flower bud could finish closing, he escaped the petals and fell to the ground. Cecilus directly pierced the ground, and undoubtedly yielded an impact akin to a lightning strike. He had paid the price with his right leg, which was now in a horrid state from the knee down, but it was hard to determine whether a gallant figure seizing victory unscathed or the fierce figure sustaining injuries while felling the opponent would make for a better picture. It would be discourteous for the audience to go on and on about what should have been done after the fact, so he puffed out his chest with the sensation of receiving thunderous applause and proceeded forward. Cecilus, 10 steps. By eye, he measured the distance to the heroine in the sky and purposely stepped forward with his bloodied leg. Aiming for Cecilus as he broke out into a run, the once closed flower bud expanded anew, and as the diamond petals rained down on him as if spores being scattered, he left them in the dust with a single large step. Cecilus, 9 steps. The space to Cecilus's left and right distorted, and as they twisted, pillars of stone appeared. Methods of attack other than the belts of diamond light resumed here, and clenching his teeth at the detestable arrangement, he unreasonably overworked his right leg that was placed on the ground in a reckless manner, and gaining speed, he sacrificed some stray hairs as he slipped through the gap in the pillars coming at him from left and right. The atmosphere ended up being the only thing that got pulverized. Cecilus, 8 steps. Smashing the ground were several quadrilateral blocks around the size of houses. Masses of stone in the shapes of cubes emerged, and were fired towards him like a barrage of throwing spears. Stretching out the knee of his left leg, he stepped on the tip of an approaching rock spear, and using that, which was so fatal that it could have also functioned as a gravestone immediately after a direct hit, as a foothold, he plunged into the barrage. Cecilus, 7 steps, 6 steps, abridged the rest. Adapting to the unforeseen situation, he reset the count of steps, and slipping past the storm of stone pillars constructed to reject the after Cecilus, the distance that once seemed to be infinite now closed in on 0. The heroine exerted her fury to allow none other than the Cecilus she accepted, the Cecilus who could reach her, to get close. At that stubborn, obstinate heroine, Cecilus was fired up to prove that even his current self could reach her. That was undoubtedly a world-leading destructive contest of obstinacy on a level of danger that would go down in the history of the Empire. Taking control of that struggle of obstinacy, Cecilus would accomplish that. It was not a matter of what he would do once he accomplished it. He simply wanted to accomplish it, and so he would. Cecilus, 2 steps. With karate chops from both of his hands, he blew away the obstructing stone pillars, and inferring the distance until the heroine who had been concealed, from where he had jumped out, he spotted her around 10 meters in the sky above him. While giving a standing ovation to his instincts within his brain, he seized the range. Cecilus. Thereupon, through the process of breaking down and reconstructing themselves, the 12 belts of adamantine light blocked the way again. Escaping the storm of stone pillars, Cecilus looked up, and receiving that gaze, the heroine directed her belts of light towards him once more. In that moment, while greatly capturing the range, the light belts spread out, and their tips faintly flickered. The ultra-thin articles divided themselves further, from 12 to 24, from 24 to 48, from 48 to 96, from 96 to 192, from 192 to 384, from 384 to Cecilus, HK. As the light belts branched to an extent that became too absurd to enumerate, they beautifully glistened in the sky as they came falling like a waterfall. Left, right, and behind, the directions which would have been a path of escape were filled with the pillars of stone. The stage had been transformed into an inescapable barrier. The only path was straight ahead, and even just a graze from the drops of the falling light would have been a fatal, inevitable death, let alone getting struck head-on. Fatal, inescapable, 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 fatal, inescapable. Cecilus. The world devoid of color and sound was permeated with the probability of death. Before the destiny of an unavoidable death, he recalled all the miracles he had accumulated. It was a miracle that his right leg was still attached at the knee. It was a miracle that he could still move with an exceedingly deep wound in his chest that almost revealed his heart. It was a miracle that he still was overflowing with motivation at the figure of the heroine as she continued to cry. And then, Cecilus. It was a miracle that within Cecilus's hand, as it reached towards the heavens, a prop had arrived with the best possible timing. 12,288 times. That was the number of times Al had spent figuring out his role on this stage. Al, immediately after Cecilus, with his hair in a bun, had changed his mind with a reasoning that Al did not understand. The battle accelerated further into the realm that laughed at the thought of Al's intervention. From the get-go, it was a battlefield where he knew there was little he could do. Within his defined territory, even after nearly 200 attempts, he'd only had 2 opportunities to intervene. Those 2 times had been undoubtedly meaningful, but in a battle that had kicked up a notch, there was not a single chance for Al to intervene. To begin with, Arakia herself was not even able to endure the aftermath of the attacks he was aiming at Cecilus. Unlike the attacks prior to Erakia's transformation into her deformed state with the magical crystals, where she simply shot out the mana that welled up, her current attacks were clearly more sophisticated. The destructive power wielded by Erakia, what could have been called belts of light, had caused the entire area to become completely destroyed, and Al, who had been roped up by them, had been obliterated more than 2,000 times. What was the point of being in a battle in which one's mere presence would be fatal? However, giving up on any form of intervention and withdraw from the battlefield was not an option. For if he did, Cecilus would be killed by a belt of light before he could reach Erakia. In order to change this unchangeable outcome, Al had looked for an opening to intervene repeatedly, getting himself roped up there. After many hundreds, thousands of times, he realized this. There were problems with Al's positioning, and there were times when he was obliterated by one of the belts as if he were merely a bug to be swatted away. Still, if he were to manage to see Cecilus make it over to Erakia, he witnessed Cecilus's incomprehensible movements as he was subjected to an inevitable attack. Just before the belts of light that wrapped around Erakia branched out into a hopeless number and poured down, Cecilus had reached out toward the heavens. Al. At first, Al thought that Cecilus was about to unleash his full strength with his karate chop. However, Cecilus's right hand showed no sign of moving, even at the moment the light rained down. It was not until hundreds of times later that he realized that he was not performing a karate chop, but was rather extending his 5 fingers. It was not a karate chop or a fist, but an open palm facing the heavens. He had no idea what it meant. He did consider the surprise of him suddenly using magic, but in any case, Cecilus, with his magic a dud, would end up being swallowed by the shimmering light, and Al would likewise be roped up and obliterated. Al. After confirming this, attempts continued to be made in vain, with no room for intervention. In that ultra-fast-paced battle, results would come into being as quick as the blink of an eye, and even before a situation was ascertained, its possibilities examined, and ideas given shape, the number of reversible defeats accreted at an accelerated rate. Even if he was not impatient with that fact, he was frustrated by the fact that he could not reach the destination. A tremendous sense of regret ate away at him, making him wonder if he had made a mistake by hesitating to withdraw when he should have, leading him into a dead-end route, only for him to be turned to cinders along with those feelings. Despite Al's desperate attempts, Cecilus did not even look at him, and Arakia did not give him a second thought. It was really frustrating. It made him feel that this was their own private struggle, and that they had only been repeatedly telling him so endlessly, thousands of times, and by violent and impulsive means. What if that was not the case? Al. It was a possibility that had unexpectedly slipped into his mind, and Al quickly shook his head to deny it. Several times he had sensed an idea beginning to sprout and had witnessed the signs of its development, but in each case there were no further results, and each time it disappeared, swallowed by the light of doom. However, this time, uncharacteristically, that idea had been brought past the end into the next restart. What if that was not the case? What if there was room for intervention? Al decided to cling to the sprouting possibilities. Cecilus would avoid all of Arakia's attacks and arrive in front of her. The shimmering belts of light that clothed her would spread out into countless branches and pour down, ending with light engulfing the world. Over and over again, he kept trying to get a complete picture of what was going on up until this final act. During this, he had noticed Cecilus licking the belts of light, taking him aback. During this, he had noticed Cecilus kicking off empty space and flying through it, taking him aback. During this, he had noticed that he was actually kicking off pebbles and scraps of ash, not empty space, taking him even more aback. And so, he proceeded in furthering his understanding, furthering it, before then raising his head. Cecilus was perhaps, or maybe, was more or less, reaching towards the heavens as part of constructing his spotlight. Al thought to himself in shock. What else could be expected of me? As he was obliterated. The hurdles of those demands were so high that thoughts like, there's no way and maybe it could, began to dance through his mind. But then the realization hit him. He had been dragged into it. right smack dab in the middle of the stage, not just on top of it, vacillating between getting off of it or not. Al. It became a long struggle from there. No one would understand. No one needed to. He must survive up to that moment, flounder over to that moment, reach that moment and intervene in that moment. It would require a lot of struggling to achieve this, but this was fine. The times he would struggle did not amount to how many stars there were. Because of that, Al, go for it, star actor. On the 12,288th time, the hilt of the dao was thrown into Cecilus's hand, which he held up to the sky, gripping it ever so tightly. In the past, there was a building known as the Loot House. In the slums of the royal capital of Lugunica, the symbol of the kingdom's long-standing debt, a place shrouded in darkness, where stolen goods were openly traded, had laid. This loot house became the stage for a confrontation over a crucial item that could determine the fate of the kingdom, ultimately meeting its demise in the clash involving the current sword saint, Reinhard van Istria, who intervened to defeat the bowel hunter, Elsa Granhirt, resulting in its collapse. The sword Reinhard had wielded at that moment was a nameless, mass-produced blade. It did not possess any extraordinary sharpness. It was merely a sword borrowed by Reinhard that happened to be in the loot house and used for the battle. However, with that single swing in the hands of the sword Saint Reinhard, it gained the opportunity to unleash a sword strike that even the most famous and treasured swords would never experience. Of course, no ordinary sword could withstand that single slash, and it instantly crumbled in Reinhard's hands, ending its life as a tangible object there. However, was the broken sword truly unfortunate? It was impossible for one to fathom the feelings of a tool, but between a sword gathering dust in a corner of the loot house, rusting away for decades before being discarded, or fulfilling its purpose as a tool, which could be said to have better fulfilled its true purpose. One could say that the sword fulfilled in a single swing what it might have taken 1,000 or even 10,000 swings in the hands of an ordinary wielder to achieve. The story has begun to veer off its main point, so we shall get it back on track. Simply put, the reason for the collapse of the loot house was that an ordinary, blunt blade had found a wielder who could fulfill its true purpose as a sword, and thus had it been swung. If that was the case, then, if the sword saint could achieve that, there was no reason why an equally skilled wielder could not do the same. Cecilus, you did a great job, Alsan. Confirming the sensation in the outstretched hand with conviction, Cecilus praised the man who had performed a miracle, and thus did he acknowledge, and thus did he assert. Cecilus could not even begin to imagine the difficulties Al had faced in handing over the Tao to him right now. Human imagination was infinite, but even the rash idea of reaching infinity was presumptuous. It was like the peak of a mountain that was known to exist, yet could not be reached, a fantastical dream akin to the heavenly sword that Cecilus continued to pursue. However, Al had made it in time. Through means unimaginable even to Cecilus, Al had overcome the mountain and delivered the miracle Cecilus desired into his hands. Bravo, bravo, nothing else but the sound of bravo and thunderous ovation to the sounds of blooming incredible. Cecilus, the rain of light became unavoidable death and poured down upon Cecilus. When one became an actor of Cecilus's caliber, one might understand that the audience often desired a beautiful, star-studded ending rather than a mundane demise, and under certain circumstances, one might even consider it fitting, but now was not a good time. This was not the curtain call he had envisioned. Therefore, Cecilus, that ending needs a rewrite. Cecilus swung the slightly oversized dao with the skill of a seasoned swordsman, as if he had swung it thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of millions of times before. Even though it would have been the first time he wielded the weapon, within Cecilus's ever so expansive imagination and theater of his mind, there existed a record of swinging this dao throughout the mornings, afternoons, and nights, puking up blood and sweating profusely. However, depicting such scenes would be NG for Cecilus, so he simply plucked the fruits of his efforts. In an instant, a flash of lightning that transcended the limits of the Tao slashed away the pouring rain of light into Nile. It was not just the countless strands of light that were obliterated in that flash. The dense forest of stone pillars that covered Cecilus's left, right, and rear, attempting to seal off any escape routes, was blown to smithereens. At this moment, Cecilus Segmont's sword strike had surpassed the spirit Ida Arakiano. It had surpassed the stone, Muspel, which was said to be the very land of the Valatian Empire. Cecilus. Then, beyond the reign of light, Cecilus and Arakia's gazes met. Cecilus. H.K. Cecilus twisted his neck to evade the 13th strand of light released. It grazed his right cheek, with the lower half of his right ear being obliterated. Blood evaporated from his frayed neck and shoulder, but he successfully avoided the attack. He praised the fact she had yet managed to conceal an ace of hers behind the rain of light, and more so concealed it well, Cecilus. One step, resuming the count of steps remaining to cover the distance, he kicked the ground with his left foot and ascended into the air. From there, Cecilus's lightning-fast sprint closed in on Arakia in the sky. In an instant, the strands of light he had evaded gave rise to a colorless explosion, and Cecilus's head was struck with the force of the blast. Cecilus, suddenly, finding himself standing stark, still in an unfamiliar room thrust into twilight, Cecilus tilted his head. He looked around his surroundings, but it was a place he had no recollection of ever seeing. Cecilus had a reputation of being forgetful, but surprisingly, he would never forget places and things once he had seen them. No matter the situation or prop, there might eventually be an opportunity to put it to use. The things known as stage effects were also occasionally born from unforeseen ideas. Cecilus. So it's a place that even I'm unaware of. Or rather, to begin with the fact that I'm present in this kind of place is really putting my sense of discomfort to work. Even though he had no memory of this location, he was not so careless as to forget what he had been doing just before. In the imperial capital filled with undead, begged by a sobbing heroine to kill her, Cecilus had taken offense to that, and resolved himself to surpass his past self, and ought to have pulverized Al's Tao. Cecilus, it sure seems like I'm escaping from reality, because things ended there, and I'm worrying over having destroyed Alsan's Tao. As expected, that's whoa. If he broke someone else's possession, even Cecilus would feel pain in his chest. But all things had a lifespan and a destiny. If the chance came around, there were things that ought not to be fretted about when destroyed. Al's Tao fit into that category. After everything was settled, it would be fine if he relied on Schwartz to reimburse Al when such a conclusion was about to be made. A change in the room had been yielded. As light from the setting sun shone through the window, the door within the unfamiliar room was opened. And then, well, it's quite the nice thing, isn't it, to be summoned even when I have no memory of being called for. Whenever I'm called, it's always because I'm being scolded for something, but I'm not worried about that today. Cecilus, I see. While giving a cackling laugh, the one who entered the room with light steps was a blue-haired, slender young man clad in a pink kimono. The person wearing Zori was someone Cecilus had never seen before, but he could guess who it was. With long limbs and a refined appearance that still contained a soft impression, there were many common features to his own which he checked in the mirror every day, so there was no longer even the slightest room for doubt. Cecilus, it's the adult me. Which would mean these are the memories of the before me. Ascertaining the existence of his past self of Cecilus, Cecilus surmised the situation. Since the topic of the blue lightning had spread to so many people, it was unreasonable to suspect that he had not existed, but actually seeing the big version of himself like this was quite moving. Since he was aspiring to surpass himself, this Cecilus should have been someone like a rival to him. But Cecilus, isn't this great? The way I grew up was quite ideal indeed. The flowery beauty is fully intact, while sex appeal has risen, and the handsomeness has gone through the roof. Witnessing the figure of Cecilus before him, he was utterly enchanted by how big of a deal it was. Since his frame of mind was likely the same as that of the current Cecilus, maintaining the spirit of being the leading actor of this world, it was only natural that he had kept his mind and body in tip-top condition. That such a way of thinking had been diligently put into practice was in itself a very welcome sentiment. Cecilus, let's see. Although it may be nice to be presented with a grown version of myself like this, I can't get a read on the next development. Perhaps in order to actualize the idea of me surpassing myself, I've been plunged into a sword battle against the former me. But considering that it seems like this, me can't be seen by that me. Containing his excitement, Cecilus shifted doubt upon the current situation once again. Even when a hand was waved right in front of his eyes, Cecilus did not notice the presence of Cecilus here. If he could not interfere with this scene, then just what was the meaning to be had here? The answer to that will be clearly exhibited with the progression of the situation. Whether it is scolding or not, I think depends on whether you have self-awareness in the given case. But is it not premature to be relieved simply because you haven't a clue? Subsequently, the voice heard was from the person who had entered the room a bit after Cecilus. That person closed the door with a hand behind their back, and glancing towards Cecilus, who had entered before him, he narrowed his long-slitted eyes. What a terribly odd appearance that person had. Long white hair framing a white face, a form that was white throughout its entirety, even to its clothing and equipped tactical fan. The figure that was slimmer and taller than even Cecilus looked like a shady goblin that would show up in a picture book. From that appearance, Cecilus received an impact that was truly to his liking. Cecilus. By saying that, do you mean that I just didn't realize, and it actually is a scolding after all? In that case, I really messed up by entering the room first. I'll burst through the window and rush up the wall to escape, Keisha. Keisha, that would stir up the soldiers of the palace, so I would prefer if you refrained from such eccentricities. For the time being, it truly is not a scolding today. You do not have to be so on guard. Cecilus, please now, don't fright me like that. Geez, Keisha really is bad with people. No matter how many years pass, that aspect sure doesn't change. Keisha, indeed, though it is unusual, I am in agreement. That white personage was called Keisha in an easygoing manner by Cecilus. In that case, the man's name was probably Keisha, and Cecilus was quite close with him. Currently, Cecilus had no acquaintance with Keisha, but he could tell from their interaction that they had known each other for a period of years. He also understood that it was no small number of years from Cecilus's remarks. Cecilus, H.M. The age of Cecilus seemed to be around 20, with a margin for error of around 1 or 2 years. That meant there was a gap of around 10 years with Cecilus's current state, so he surmised that his relationship with Keisha had began during that time. Considering how Cecilus's name of the Blue Lightning had spread, 10 years felt like quite a reasonable timeline. In other words, there was a high possibility that the scene of the past that Cecilus was watching was within 1 or 2 years of the present. Grasping that, Cecilus progressed his thoughts further and cocked his head at the same time. It was natural to get caught up on this, but the reason why this past could be seen, and why he was seeing this past regardless of the latter, he could generally comprehend the former. Cecilus, supposing it's true that I was shrunk, then I think the memories from before I became small were just sealed away and didn't actually disappear or anything. Since he had no memory of the time he was shrunk, he did not really understand the mechanism behind the shrinking, but it should not have been able to entirely erase 10 of the years Cecilus had lived. Even so, the reason he could not remember the memories from those 10 years was none other than because his body and mind mutually influenced each other. Just as how Cecilus's body would be able to implement whatever he believed possible, his mind would have no choice but to regress in tandem if his body had certifiably shrunk. It was probably something like that. Therefore, Cecilus thought that his memories themselves had merely been dormant, while actually having been inside of himself this whole time. Since he thought so, there was no issue with the fact in itself that they could be seen. The issue was, as before, the reason why he was seeing them. Cecilus, this seems like the memory of the time I got shrunk. Indeed, the reason why Cecilus had muttered that with a bitter look on his face was because he had hit upon an unpleasant possibility. Cecilus had never experienced it for himself, but when people were on the verge of death, it seemed like they would seek a method to escape the approaching doom before them and would trace back through the memories of their life. It was a function of searching for an idea to refuse death amidst the life they had accumulated up until then. Thus, the reason for Cecilus's bitter-faced answer was undoubtedly the suspicion that this scene before his eyes might have been a spark from Cecilus's lifetime in order to save his life. In other words, if this was as Cecilus suspected, and was the memory from the time he had been shrunk, then could it have been a scene where the opposite was also true? Cecilus, Isn't this something like seeing the place where I was shrunk, and then gaining a hint for the method of returning to my original form and breaking the deadlock of the situation? Isn't that like really, really lame? Despite declaring that he would surpass himself, having stepped towards the heroine with the resolve to die as she spilled tears, and Al having provided the greatest assist that went above and beyond his minor role, he would fail to carry out his original intention. As such an answer for his own failure lay before his eyes, Cecilus had unpleasant feelings in the depths of his heart. Cecilus, don't like it, I don't like it, I don't like it one bit. Throwing himself down onto the floor of the room, he rambunctiously threw a tantrum and flailed his limbs around. But Cecilus's reluctance did not put a stop to the conversation between Cecilus and Keisha. Leaving Cecilus behind as he sprawled himself out on the floor, the two people continued with their discussion. Cecilus, you're making a somewhat complex expression, Keisha. Keisha, my goodness, even though you usually do not pay much mind to the countenances of others, you are only ever sharp at times like these. That is the reason I find you to be troublesome. Cecilus, ha ha ha, you sure are saying some funny things. I do regularly look at the faces of people in my surroundings. It's just that most of the time I just look at them and then ignore it without touching on the subject. Keisha, then, for what reason have you touched upon it today? Cecilus, why wouldn't I be worried if my friend is tired? I think it's a rather normal thing. Keisha, it is ridiculous to hear a word such as normal coming from your mouth. With a face on which not even a hint of a smile emerged, Keisha replied so, to which Cecilus pouted his lips. At that state, Cecilus, unable to interfere with the memory, gave up on his whining and looked up while sitting cross-legged. A friend, the fact that he said that word and the fact that he had one were the height of surprise. Even if Schwartz and Tanzer, Gustav and the Pleiades battalion were his allies, they were not his friends or family. To think that he would have a friend. However, leaving aside Cecilus's deep emotions, Keisha suddenly gave a distant look, and while calling Cecilus's name, Keisha, supposing the views of myself and His Excellency ran in opposition to each other, just how do you think events would play out? Cecilus, if His Excellency and Keisha did. If you can talk it out, then you should talk it out, but if there's no use in talking it out, then wouldn't the only option be to have a showdown? Keisha, when the time for that showdown comes, how would you proceed? Cecilus, naturally I'd be His Excellency's ally. That goes without saying, doesn't it? Without reserve, without fervor, Cecilus plainly answered with a tone of voice unaltered. Then hopping up and sitting his bum down on the desk in the inner part of the room, he suspended his legs and looked at Keisha. Resting his chin in his hands, Cecilus closed one of his blue eyes, and Cecilus, a roundabout and enigmatic hypothetical story, by some chance, is Keisha perhaps plotting something? Keisha, I suppose that is Sue. It is absolutely necessary to prepare for a large, large battle. Cecilus, a large battle. Cecilus, a large battle. Reacting to Keisha's statement, both the past and the present Cecilus overlapped in their remarks. It was a matter that Cecilus seemed to not have a clue about, and Cecilus did not know Keisha well enough to declare that it was in reference to the current happenings. At those words, Keisha joined his hands together behind his back, and walking up to the window, Keisha, it is a battle we must win no matter the cost. However, in regards to that great battle, His Excellency and I are of differing opinions. Even from the establishment of victory conditions, my view does not align with His Excellency's. I have found no room for us to come to a common ground. Cecilus, it's quite rare for Keisha to act independently from His Excellency. Or rather than rare, wouldn't this be the first time? Keisha, I do not think that is Sue. I do often convey my own opinions to His Excellency. Cecilus, that's right. So this is the first time Keisha is giving up on trying to persuade His Excellency. Keisha, gazing at the scenery outside the window, Keisha kept silent, and behind him, Cecilus turned his head around. The fact that Keisha did not reply likely meant that Cecilus's point had hit the mark. They had known each other a long time, but that was entirely why Vincent always made unreasonable requests of Keisha. His fame as the wisest emperor since the genesis of the empire had been built atop Keisha's blood, sweat, and tears. Cecilus. Upon thinking thus, Cecilus got the feeling that he really knew Keisha well. In regards to His Excellency, who came up quite frequently in conversation, too, a vague face came to mind. For some reason, It was a face with wrinkles on its brow. The face was a haze, but the wrinkles on the brow were distinctive and seemed to be the essence of the face. He was not in a mental state where he could really welcome that sensation, however. Cecilus had a surge of interest in the conversation between Cecilus and Keisha, and he wished to see its developments through. Keisha was acting independently from His Excellency from Vincent, and from there, Keisha, I have no intention of clashing opinions with His Excellency on this matter. It is an absolute condition that His Excellency harbors not even a smidgen of doubt, and for that purpose, Cecilus, I guess I'm in the way. Quietly, yet slightly cheerfully, Cecilus posed a question to Keisha's back. Receiving it, Keisha turned around without uttering a word and narrowed his eyes while his white body was dyed orange by the setting sun. Yet again he did not deny. The lack of words, the silence, was proof of affirmation. Cecilus, if His Excellency and Keisha oppose each other with opinions divided, then I'll follow His Excellency no matter what. That is a major prerequisite for myself and my unyielding vow of the sword. Keisha, indeed, I accept that your answer is so. At the same time, if you stand on His Excellency's side, then my prospects for victory are essentially non-existent, even were I to have Arakia or General First-Class Albart. No, even were I to have all of the 9 divine generals other than you on my side, it would likely be no match for you. Cecilus. Ho, 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 ho. Now that is quite the captivating story. I've actually been thinking this since long ago. Even though the 9 divine generals are the Empire's strongest army corps, isn't 9 too many people? Cecilus. I think so too. Even if they were to cut 4 or 5 members, something like the 5 great summits or the 4 heavenly kings would not be too shabby. Cecilus had such a perception, and Cecilus was in the process of gradually heightening his fighting spirit. Basking directly in the gazes of the 2 Ceciluses, Keisha's expression did not crumble. Whenever Keisha made a face like this, caution was required, as he would have some sort of unthinkable plan. Keisha, unfortunately, it is not as though I have actually persuaded the 9 divine generals. Cecilus, oh, is that so? Well, but that's how it is, isn't it? There's no way Garsan and Maguro would betray His Excellency. But in that case, what are you gonna do? Keisha, Cecilus, Keisha's not gonna give up there. That's the kind of face you're making, you know. A nostalgic emotion simmered up within him, but it was pushed back for later by Cecilus's reaction. As Cecilus leaned his bum against the desk, he kept watch over Keisha's every move. No matter how Keisha tried to move, he could take complete control. But that was something Keisha was knowledgeable of. Well now, just what would he try to do? Just how would he get the better of this Cecilus segment and shrink him into the current form of a small child? Keisha, Cecilus, I shall remove you from the board. As His Excellency and I engage in a bout of reading the others' every move, no stage shall be prepared for you to make your appearance. There is another role that shall be arranged for you. Cecilus, even if you say that to me, I can't just give an answer in good spirits like, ah yes, that is indeed so. On the other hand, since you can't remove me through force, are you going to use the power of words? As I'm sure Keisha is aware, I'm the general with the least ability to listen in the Empire. Saying that, he got off the desk and landed on the ground, and spinning around like he was dancing, Cecilus faced Keisha head-on. Keisha's figure was dazzling as he stood amidst the setting sun, and Cecilus tilted his body forward, looking up at him with upturned eyes. It was a relationship spanning a long time, one in which they mutually had full knowledge of the other's good and bad aspects, and looking into the expression of such a friend, Cecilus smiled. Smiling, he provoked Keisha to bring out the likes of the plan that he had prepared up his sleeve. Cecilus, let's see, what kind of words, views, or reasoning will you use to convince me? This will be quite the tough challenge, even for the wise man who is second only to His Excellency, Keisha Gold. At that cheap provocation from Cecilus, Keisha closed his eyes and let a beat pass. Then opening those eyes, and with Cecilus reflected in them, Keisha, Cecilus, please, I entrust His Excellency to you. Neither was it carelessness, nor was it persuasion. The fact that it was an entreaty filled him with awe. Cecilus, this isn't fair. Cecilus, perfect. The impression of his red blood spraying out, strongly overlapped with that of the red sunset within his memories. With the evening glow upon his back, Keisha Gold had defeated Cecilus inside his office. Neither had he been caught in a moment of vulnerability, nor had he earnestly been persuaded by the benefits he had been entrusted. That was the reason why Cecilus Segmund had become Cecilus Segmund, Cecilus, HK. As a scorching heat assailed his senses, Cecilus's consciousness returned to reality. The pain to his head and half of his body was the result of being caught in the explosion of the light belt he ought to have averted. The time in which his consciousness had disappeared into the twilight of that day had been less than a half of a half of a half of a second. But that stagnation was more than enough for the heroine for Erikia, who was blocking the way. Erikia, the Tao that had crumbled within his hand, the full might of its blow ought to have erased the belts of light. But having been reconstructed through Erikia's power, 5, 6 of them were restored. Even she would not have been able to instantly regain the power lost from that attack. The magic crystal wings that had been upon her back had fissured, and amidst the sparkling fragments as they scattered about, Erikia was present. In the depths of that slender body was it the stone, Muspel, whom she had devoured. To turn her fangs against the very land of the Valatian Empire, he was surprised by her indiscriminate nature. Something like that, not even Cecilus would think after having seen those tears. Having heard her utterance, he could not ridicule her with his usual tone. Cecilus, but since it was made with that kind of face, I'm going to have to decline your request. If she had wanted to inform Cecilus of her request, no matter what, she should have at least given her best smile. If she had made such a choice with no regrets and no falsehoods, and had told him with a smile on her face, then Cecilus would also have received it in earnest. Just like that helpless friend who, with a smile, had ordered Cecilus to shrink. Cecilus. Ah, so that's what it was. Even now, Cecilus's limbs were short, and his resuscitated memories were still only fragments of what had been lying dormant. He did not know how to return his shrunken body to its original form. The memory had ended before he could recall what concrete method Keisha had employed, and with that, the objective of the remembrance had been fulfilled. There was a phenomenon where people faced with death would search through their memories for a way to break the deadlock. What had just happened was an unmistakable instance of that. Only, the answer of how to break through the deadlock was different to what he had anticipated. At the end of that recollection, Cecilus had thought that he would learn the method of how to return his body to that of an adult. But it had not been so. That it had not been so delighted him. People faced with death would search through their memories for a way to break the deadlock. He had seen that face of Keisha's and heard his request. For Cecilus Segmund, that was more than enough of a basis to believe that he could defy death. Cecilus, in the first place, there's no way I'd lose. He had confidence and pride in plenty, however. That was not to say that his strength was his sole basis for this. By Cecilus's own philosophy, there was an answer as to why he would not lose against Erikia here. The reason was because in this place, Cecilus, boss, isn't present. If I happen to die here, he'd break our promise without batting an eyelid and come rushing over. Spilling that out, Cecilus gave a bitter smile with his blood-stained good looks. That was the kind of boy Natsuki Schwartz was. Having departed from the Gladiator Island in the midst of the eastward expedition of the Pleiades Battalion, Cecilus and Schwartz had exchanged a promise under the moon. That was, Schwartz would not use the power of his miraculous, true sight to save Cecilus. It was a promise formed with mutual respect for one another, but Cecilus knew. If push came to shove, Schwartz would break his promise without batting an eye. Cecilus himself would do so too. He was the same type as Schwartz. That was why he knew. Were he to see Cecilus die with his true sight, Schwartz would have come rushing here no matter what. That had not happened. To put it in other words, that was faith from Schwartz. And that same thing was something that Cecilus directed towards Schwartz. Towards Cecilus, who had gained an illogical conviction, 6 belts of light furiously flickered in approach. While already airborne, yielding a subsequent movement would be difficult, and thus Cecilus would not be able to dodge. But even if he did not dodge, there was something he could do. That was the trump card he had brought back from the momentary daydream. In Cecilus's hand, having lost the Tao, the hilt of another blade was gripped. Cecilus, Mashume. Its inscription called out. The pattern on the blade of the enchanted sword shook like a rippling wave. It was a blade belonging to Cecilus Segmund, which possessed incredible power, the dream sword Mashume. Much to the lament of Rowan, who was unaware of its whereabouts, It was a supernatural sword permitted to cut things beyond the logic of this world, in a similar manner to the fiend sword Murasame. It had been lost together with Cecilus's memories, so no wonder everybody had racked their brains over its whereabouts. The Yang sword Valatia used the sky as its sheath. Thus, the dream sword Massium used dreams as its sheath. Ergo, Cecilus had borrowed Massium from the waist of Cecilus within the daydream. As Massium pulsated within his hand, it recognized the short Cecilus as its owner. Things would not have gone this easily with Murasame. He was thankful for this fortuitous encounter here. With his gratitude received, the blade flashed, the 6 approaching belts of light were slain and conquered. Cecilus, aiming for Arachia, the center of her chest, at the large mass of power dwelling therein, he would exorcise it. Never had he done so before, but believing that he could, he would bring it to fruition. Such power existed within Cecilus. Massium was reliable. Al was also present as an eyewitness. He would not fail, thus he fired himself up. What remained, Cecilus? Dreams are meant to be seen when you're awake. They're meant to enchant you, Anya. As he spoke so, Cecilus looked into Arakia's eyes during his stretched-out super speed. With tears of blood flowing from her left eye bereft of light, the emotions on the beautiful girl's face were harder to read than usual. Within her deeply emotional right eye, which he had grown accustomed to seeing, a visible blue flame had emerged. Cecilus, the person whom you treasure dearly is someone who treasures you dearly too. Tenderly spinning those words, a flash unleashed by thunder put an end to her nightmare. In a manner as if to prove that dreams were something that the leading actor, standing atop the stage, would enchant the audience with. That was the answer given by Cecilus Segmund in response to the heroine's entreaty. Translation note 1. Tenchai Shaimai, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, is a Japanese phrase meaning the gods of heaven and earth. In expressions where they are sworn upon, it conveys a sense of reverence and commitment.